worried about.
All right, everybody, kicking off. Final day, final 8. This is a winner's side matchup. John Mora versus Vitaly Patsura. Race to 9. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us today. We've got a lot of great matches coming your way after this match here. Be another winner's side matchup. Justin Bergman versus Keaton. So if you're just tuning in for the first time, this is the all-new xTen 10-ball format. Every ball gets racked randomly. You'll break the head ball, whichever one that may be, and then run them in order from there. If the 10 goes early, including on the break, it just gets spotted. We are playing call, ball, and pocket. So you got to call your shot. Other than that, pretty normal 10-ball rules. 3 foul rules in effect, cue ball fouls only. And I think we are joined by the one and only voice of the WPBA and ex-pool commentator, Lonnie Fox. You there with us, Lonnie?
Hey, good morning, everyone. Well, it's starting to be afternoon.
Yeah, good to have you.
All right, this is a good match. I've been thinking about this matchup all morning.
Yeah, these guys have always had a little bit of a rivalry.
Well, I think they're both just right on the cusp. I know that Vitaly has done well. I think he's also got a world championship under his belt, does he not?
Yeah, I believe so.
And yeah, and John is just so close so many times. And he's been doing this for a very long time. Just says a lot about the work that he puts in as well, that he has longevity in our sport. So I think this is going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, I agree completely with you. I believe it was last year, maybe the year before, I can't remember, but there was a stretch of events where these guys matched up, like every single event. It was just straight back and forth. I mean, I know they played here at Mini Derb. They played immediately after that at the Derby City Classic. And there was like 2 or 3 events before that leading up. And it was just like this constant back and forth where they were matching up and playing. And it was a lot of fun to watch.
They were probably sick of seeing each other.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so a decent starter. He just decided just to go for it, pocket the ball. He's going to have to come with probably a safety from here. Now, this is still a race to 9, right?
Correct. Yeah, race to 9. And then we got the final 8 today. This is all, as Lonnie likes to say, the business end. The all cash rounds here today. Race to 9 until the finals, and the finals will be 1 race to 11.
Nice. Got another good matchup after this, too. For those of you who are planning to spend the day with us, we've got Justin Bergman up against Keaton. So that's going to be another good A-side matchup. These are the final 4 of the A-side of this event. All right, so doesn't quite get there. Gets some movement in the balls, but he has left a clean shot on the 2 for John. Hope everybody's had their coffee. They're ready for the day. It's going to be a good one. All right, little kick and stick action from John there. Unfortunately, the 2 has traveled just a bit too far. Now, has John played on the feature table much throughout this event yet? Not sure that he has. Yeah, I'm not sure that he has. So Kyle's gone ahead and stepped out. He's going to take care of some stuff. He's doing all the things at this event. He's helping run the brackets. He's taking care of the money side of it. So, and on top of it, bringing the stream to you guys at home. So looks like you guys might be stuck with me for a bit today. All right, so the kick and stick was no good. We'll see. Since this is the first rack, I don't know if we're going to see too many offensive plays when it's not an easy out. Looks like John's coming to the table nicely with a good shot on this 2. So he may get us started here. Now, if he plays this 2 in the top right corner, he play it with some draw. He'll try to come under the 3, shooting it probably to the left side pocket. That would be my guess. It doesn't go past the 7. So I had seen somewhere that John was shooting some right-handed again. I think he actually snapped off an event right-handed, but then it looks as though he may have gone back to lefty. It's amazing to me he can do all of that. He plays at world-class level with both hands. That's insane. All right, so it looks like he's just going to try to catch the window. Beautifully done. And here, really, he can go multiple ways. He can play the 5 into the left side. He could come around and play the 5 in the same pocket as the 4. He has some options. He may just try to keep it simple since it's the first rack of the match. Just kind of get a gauge on where he's at. You know, pool players, every day is a new day. We have multiple personalities. Oh, and it falls in. Thought it for a second he might have bobbled that ball. All right, so I think he's fine. He can just roll this forward a tad. Get ahead of the 6. And one thing you will notice with these top players, that they get behind the line of the next shot every time. Like it's just routine, it's rhythm, and they're setting themselves up for success that way. They're making sure they have a good visual of where they want to be. It allows them to get into position nicely. And that's one thing that I will say that the top players do better than anyone, which is why they're top players. All right, 2 rails around. He's gonna aim to shoot the 8 in the exact same pocket as the 7. A little steep, but perfectly fine. This is not a terribly hard shot for John. Really just be mindful of pocketing the ball and controlling the cue ball. Right. He looked as though he came to the left side of the table, so it looks as though he'll just play this with a high ball, catch a gap between the 9 and the 10. Shooting the 9 in the same pocket. All right, so we overcut that ball. And that may have had something to do with just trying to hold the cue ball on the left side of the 9. He hasn't allowed Vitali a lot. Looks like Vitali's looking at a safety. All right, well done. If John has any of the 8, it's just an edge. I don't think he has enough to pocket it offensively. He may. Camera views are definitely different than reality. All right, he's going to the air. See if he can get a nice clean hit on this 8. He has called it in the top right corner. Whoa. Well done. Oh, and it has leaked out. So, and to be fair, I keep saying Vitali, but I do think I've heard Fedor and Christina both say his name, and I think it's Vitali. And I may be wrong. I'm gonna try to do it right. It's just habit because I've heard it so much as Vitali. All right, well done. And I love the fact that he went all the way through the shot with the stroke. Oh, don't do that to him. That's brutal. I like that he did that because then there's no chance of deceleration. Just really got an unfortunate roll there. Especially when you hit a ball at that pace, you never think for a million seconds, for $1 million reasons, whatever, that they're going to end up on the underside of that 10. That's just brutal. All right, so he's going to go ahead and kick at it. Doesn't have many options here. And really, it doesn't favor him unless he makes it. I don't see a lot of good coming out of this. He's calling it. You know the phrase, angle in is angle out, folks. He's doubling up here. Try to find his line. See where his finger is. He's going to try to shoot the cue ball to that point on the rail. He gave himself a visual to work with the old double up method. right, if it goes, he called it. Wow. What? Wow. Well, he called it in that pocket. I mean, I guess it is what it is. That is about the only way that you can get a good roll in 10 ball right there. All right, and this 10 ball to take rack number 1. This is a race to 9. This is an A side, final 4 in the A side matchup. One of these gentlemen will secure a spot, secure 3rd place in this tournament, and a chance to play for the hot seat. Their semifinal matchup that we'll be having on the stream today will be Justin Bergman and Keaton, so don't go anywhere after this one. There's another great one coming. They are using the random rack generator, which as soon as Vitali moves his head, you'll be able to see. You'll be able to see the random rack generator. And so basically it's not an optical illusion, folks. The 10 and the 1 are completely random. If by some chance you make the 10 on the break, it will spot up. If it's completely random, which I think has actually been quite interesting, I will say, because the 10 ball is not, you know, normally the 10's in the middle, and when you break, the 10 ball doesn't really shoot out of the pack much. It tends to stay inside that template rack. Well, with this format, the 10 is landing in so many different places. So it's been really interesting watching. There's quite a bit more pattern play, and it's been fun to watch. So don't hate on it till you watch it, because it's actually kind of fun. All right. No balls in on the break for Vitelli. John Mora to the table with a decent starting position. 7's not hindering him too terribly bad. Should come 2 rails around. He'll miss the 5, try to come in between the 8, 9, kind of track through the 7 there for the 2, but he does not make the 1. I wonder if these boys were out late last night. And this is actually a better shot for Fatelli. He'll just go ahead and pinch stop it. Doesn't need to do anything too fancy. Probably will have to play the 3-6 combination. So he doesn't, I don't know that he'll want to fall straight on the 3. He could and play roll forward after the combo, but more than likely he'll leave himself a little angle so he can get better position on the 3 afterwards. Yeah, well done. All right. Well done. The 3 ends up staying right in front of the pocket, which is great. Much easier to work with. So Patsura will come, he's looking it out. He may play this with a draw. Going 2 rails to the inside, tracks him into the line of the 9. I don't know that that's his best option, so he'll probably just try to draw this out. Kind of try to come back maybe right where he is. He needs a bounce, though. Close. Well done. That'll work. Now, if you've never played at Railyard, which and on the feature table, let me tell you, this table plays pretty tough. Like it's it's a doozy, let's put it that way. And I don't know why it plays tougher than the outside tables, but it does. And I don't know if it's air around it or what, but it is definitely a daunting place. I've personally had to play on this table on the live stream match, and it can be daunting. I'm sure both of these gentlemen are used to it. John's done some action matches at Railyard on X Pool. And Vitaly has played many times here. All right, there we go. And by the way, for the folks at home, I was joking about John and Pat Stewart being out late last night. John doesn't drink any longer, so it was just for funsies. John's living a very clean, healthy lifestyle now. I've known him since he was a young man. Um, he has grown exponentially in the last few years. All right, so looks like Vitaly is going to go ahead and take rack number 2 as well. That miss on the 1 gave him an opportunity to take this rack back from the dry break. All right, 2-0. Patsura over Johnny Mora. People are starting to wander into the room. You know how it is with pool. Not people don't tend to get up super early for pool, but we're hitting the afternoon hours, so I'm sure we'll start seeing them slowly leak into the rail yard. Speaking of that, really quick too, want to say a special thank you to our sponsors here at X Pool, Jam Up Apparel, Railbird's Q Repair and Pro Shop, NAPA, which is the North American Pool Shooters Association. It is a league. Check it out. And Lucasi Professional. So this event is in the X10 Ball Pro Series tournament with $15,000 added. First place is going to pay $8,000. So both of these gentlemen have a lot to work for. It's a nice payday for a short weekend. Wasn't even that long. I think it started on Thursday. All right, Passeur to break. And he does get the 2 balls behind the head ball to track towards the side pocket. Gets the 5 in the side and the right side. Doesn't leave a great shot on the 1, but it is bankable. He's calling the bank. The only difficult part about this shot is the cue ball. He is close to the rails, so he's going to have to put a little work into the cue ball in order to get position on the blue 2. They're using the Aramith Pro Cup set of balls, so it's the pink 4 and the orange 5, just to clarify for everyone that's new to this event. All right, so he played a bit of a 2-way. I think last minute he realized that his cue ball, he had no shot of getting the cue ball in a good position. So he banked the 1 wide. and put the cue under the 2. I think it was a good shot. He just, he didn't leave John a lot. John, I think he called the red 3. So he's going to play the carom into the 3. Wants to try to get something rolling here. All right, so he doesn't make the carom, and he hasn't left Patsura much. The kick is exceptionally difficult because of the 9-7. So he may have to shoot it past the 9 and shorten it up and come in between the 9 and the 7 and then shorten it up with a little bit of left-hand spin. So we'll see what he chooses to do here. If he can get past the 9, that's great, but if not, he's going to have to go in between them and shorten up put some spin on the cue ball to shorten it up. All right, and he's looking at other options. They are not on a shot clock, folks, so he can take a little bit of time. I mean, obviously, you don't want it to take forever, but it's a little more time than 30 seconds. All right, so he is definitely digging in. He's even putting a little bottom on it. Bottom will shorten it up as well. Oh, he shortened it up too much. Okay. I don't know if he was able to clip the edge of if he clipped the edge of the 1, or if John has the ball in hand. He's not picking up the cue ball. Maybe he just skimmed the edge of the 1 and we couldn't see that on our view. All right, that was a great shot. Bringing that cue around 2 rails, allowing himself to go all the way through the ball. He did miss a 1 very similar to that in the last rack. All right, not a lot of work here for John. I mean, the 7 to the 8 is going to be the trick. We'll see how he falls. He's got to fall from the 6 to the 7, and then the 7 to the 8, and he should be pretty home free. Like a little bit of angle so he can get the cue ball a little closer to the 7. See, now he's deciding how he would like to get around where the cue ball needs to be on that 7. I want to say hello to everyone in the chat. Thank you guys for jumping in on the YouTube channel. If you're watching on Facebook, that's great, but eventually they're going to ship you over to YouTube, I would assume. So if you just assume come on over and jump over here, because I can't hear any of the chat. I can't see any of the chat on the Facebook. But I want to say hi to everyone. Patricia, thank you. Thank you. And of course, Pal. All right, he's going to, ooh, I think he's fine. It will be fine. He's just going to have to really come with a good shot on the 8. He's cutting the ball thin enough. He should be fine to go up and down for the 9 ball. Just a high ball, maybe a touch of left-hand English just to hold the line. Get some pace out of the cue. He overcuts the 8. All right, so another golden opportunity for Patsura to extend his lead. He's not going to be upset about that. He'll take it. John really needs to get it. He needs to be taking advantage of those. He doesn't want to get too far down. Although I will say that it is winter break, right? So if he does happen to get one under his belt, he may be able to pull back in with a few nice racks. I think he was a little disturbed on his position on the 8. Kind of didn't reset and reevaluate the shot and get back at it. All right, well done. This 10 ball will take Vitaly Pasura 3-0 over John Mora. This is a race to 9 winter break format. They are using the template rack. Pretty sure that's the Gorst rack. If you're interested in purchasing one of those, you can go to federgorst.com. They will be using the random rack generator, which you see at the top of your screen underneath the X pool. So while these guys are racking, I had seen some questions in the chat about what we have coming up next, what I'm doing next. So I'm actually going to Michigan BCA at the Kellogg's Arena in Battle Creek, Michigan, to play in the BCA State Championships with some buddies. And then there you go, guys. This is a B-side matchup. Francisco, they call him Frank. Diaz versus Payne McBride. He's up 4-2 over Major Payne. That's one of the matches going on around the room. There you go. We'll let Vitaly break. In October, I'll be headed to Bristol for the Brunswick Borderline WPBA Semi-Pro event at Janet Atwell's place in Bristol, Tennessee. Be streaming and playing in that one. And then, of course, in November, we'll be headed to the WPBA Dr. Poole Jacoby Tour Championships. I'll be streaming and playing in that as well. So that's my schedule through the end of the year. Oh, in December, we'll be headed to Maine to Forest City Billiards. They're having a $5,000 added ladies event that I'll be playing and streaming in that with Mike DeMarco from, I think he's Stick the Rock. But anyway, we're going to team up and put on a show for you guys. And as well as I'm going to be playing with quite a few other top players are coming out for that one. And that's in December. So enough about me. Let's get back into what's happening here. This matchup. These guys are both A-side. Final 4 on the A-side. So they're both guaranteed 5th, 6th position in payout. They are in the business end. Was a decent safety by Vitaly. He's got John in a bit of a spot. Not froze up to the 7, but the 6, 8 are big balls. He's gonna have to basically kill the cue ball off the single 1 rail at the 1. Just like that, a little hop, skip, and jump there. Doesn't make it, but does get a good hit. Question in the chat about Cash and Bergman. They will be playing on the feature table. That'll be the next matchup for you guys to enjoy. All right, great starting shot. Pink 4 is in a bit of a predicament. And then getting from the 4 to the 6 may be interesting. He may be able to cut it in and play it. Ooh, I don't even know. 3 rails around, depending on how he falls on the pink, but there's some work to be done here for Pasura. right, so 2 rails around. I mean, the window is small between the 9 and the 4. We'll see if he catches it. If not, we may see some more safety battles. Oh, it's dark in there. That is not what he wanted to happen. But he did have to come around 2 rails and miss the 6-8 if he wanted to get in the window of the pink. This is an interesting position here. I don't know if he can get on the left of the green. We'll see. I'm not sure. He may have to play short side on this 3 rails around. We'll see what he chooses to do. All right, so he's going to have to come short side. If he bumps the 8, he's in trouble. Oh, he doesn't have enough speed. He doesn't get it there. Just a tiny bit off. Couple ball rotations. So he'll be kicking. This is another late in the rack mistake by Johnny Mora. All right, so he's kicking it. He did call it in the lower left-hand corner. All right, so that didn't work out. Pasura's got another rack he can walk away with. All right, well done there. Should be fine. The 8's going to lead nicely to the 9. Really, the idea is because of where the 9 is placed, he's got to be pretty diligent. The 9 is real close to the 10, making it more difficult to get back on the 10 in the same pocket. We'll see how Pasura lands on this 9. Kind of get an idea of what he intends to do with the 10. There's a couple different ways he can go about it, but we'll see where his cue ball lands first. I think he's just going to try to pinch stop this ball, drag it over a tiny bit. All right, so he went all in, but he may have overstruck it. Yeah, he's kind of grimacing. As he should be. If he plays for the bank on this shot, he's going to have to play the bump on the 10. I mean, I guess he could play a safety, but I don't see that happening. And I don't know. It may be too steep to cut, but if he does cut it, he's probably going to play the bump as well. I'm not sure how close those 2 balls are to each other. He went for the bank. Didn't bump the 10 at all. That was interesting. He must not have been as close to it as I thought he was. All right, so John needs to take this one back. I mean, he's given away a couple racks, just from a spectator's view. He's definitely given away a few racks here. John really needs to pocket this 9 and get himself on the board. Try to get something rolling. Should be fine here. He's just going to cut it in the side. Anywhere from this end of the table, he'll be fine on the 10, but if he doesn't hit it with enough pace, tough. And he's calling the bank. Maybe just a hair off, like 1 or 2 ball rotations in his pace on the cue ball. So maybe he's just hitting the balls a little thicker than he intends. All right, snaps to that. Good recovery, John Mora. The score is 3-1 in favor of Pasura. All right, so a look at John and his break. Mora. Let's go. Needs a couple racks to put together here to get himself back in this match. Long way to go, but we all know you don't want to let one of these top players get too far ahead of you, or it's an all she wrote kind of situation. All right, he doesn't want the 8 to fall now. All right, dry break. Another dry break. We've seen a couple now. No shot on the 1. I'm sure we'll be looking at a push. I think Kyle was saying last night that most of the matches he's been watching, they go back and forth like about every third rack or so, and that's exactly what's happened here so far. So we'll see if that holds true. All right. All right, so he's left basically a jump. I don't know if he can swerve and kick 2 rails underneath the 1. I'm going to guess he gives this back. Yeah, there's a lot of work in this rack. I don't blame him at all for trying to give that back. I mean, the 3's tucked under the 5 a bit. The 9, 10 are a little odd. The 6 is close to the point on the right long rail, so there's work to be done. Make sure, guys, if y'all are watching and you're new to xPool, to take a second to share it out to all your socials. It's Sunday, so outside of football, there's nothing better to be doing than to be watching this tournament. All right, he's going to the air. He is a Predator sponsored player, so he does jump with the air rush. Oh, brutal. Yeah, good effort. He has broken up the 3, so he's taken one of the problem situations and opened them up for John. Still some work to be done, though. All right, so the 4 is on the top short rail in our view. So he may come around 2 rails for the 3 in the side, leaving more of a natural position back to the pink. Well done. He ended up using 3 rails. All right, so although he's fallen under the pink a little bit, he's just fine. The position on the 6 is a little bit daunting. We'll see how he falls on the 5 and how he'll get to the 6. I think it goes in the side pocket, but it's just on, this side of the side pocket. So you have to be pretty good positionally on the 6. May be able to just draw this over. right, so a little steeper on that 6 than I think he wanted. Should be okay just to roll it in. For those of you that are new to X Pool, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel, please, as well as follow them on all their socials. I know they post all their tournament information and everything on Facebook, so make sure you give them a like. Show a little appreciation. They are bringing this particular event to you free, and sometimes they are a pay-per-view platform. But there were some other pay-per-view streams going on, and they thought they'd give you guys a break on that if you wanted to watch the Pro Series here, the xTen ball tournament. All right, so I think the 9 goes in the side. He can hit this 8 really, really thin and come back to where he's standing. With the 9 in the side. Oh, he might have caught it a little thin. He wants the cue to slow down some. A little steeper than he'd wanted, but I think he's fine. He should be able to just draw this ball over. Kind of like by the Michelle Griffin sign. Yeah, there you go. Logo on the rail there. And this 10 ball. Let's take back another rack for Johnny Mora. We have it 3-2. Still in Pasura's favor. But John is making a push. You guys can see the random rack generator there in front, the top of your view. He's got to follow that rack generator. The 10's actually going to be in the middle for this particular rack. As soon as John moves his head, you'll get a better look at it. I'm actually starting to enjoy that, but you'll see this 10 ball will probably stay more towards by the spot, center of the spot area of the table, unless it gets kicked. There was a question in the chat, by the way, about who is everyone's favorite football team. There were fans asking. Just so we're clear, I'm a Lions fan through and through. Sorry for those of you guys who don't enjoy that, but I'll be watching pool. No question. All right, the room's starting to get a little busier. You can see that out in your view. People are starting to wander their way in. Like I said, Diaz and McBride are playing at the moment. And I didn't pull up the bracket, but I should already remember this. I will pull up the bracket though, to kind of see what's going on around the room. Starter shot there for the tally. Oh yeah, this is a nice rack. All right, so your final 8 in this event. So we'll be playing throughout the day. B-side though, Payne McBride and Francisco Jose Diaz are currently playing, and then we've also got Landon Hollinsworth, and I think it's Edward Bregu. Not sure if I'm saying that right, but they are also playing. They're playing right now on table 5. And then our next match on the feature will be Justin Bergman and the young gun Cash Keaton. That's going to be a good matchup as well. So make sure you guys stay tuned in, stay with us. We got lots of pool for you today. These are races to 9. Final race to 11. It's double elimination all the way through until the finals, and I believe the finals is 1 race to 11. They just extend it. All right, so Tally's sitting pretty good here. Just want to overshoot this, but he has. All right, he should be fine. Depending on his comfort level, we'll see how he goes about this. If he's going to play the 6 with some draw to the rail and back out, he can play it. If he can miss the 9, he can play it with a nice follow stroke. Come 2 rails out for the 8 in the same pocket. We'll see how Vitaly chooses to move around with these last few balls. So he played the draw and slid it back around. That's a good shot. He's starting to be comfortable on the table. You can see that as his pace is picking up. All right, well done, and he's got enough angle to come down naturally for the 10. You could do it a couple different ways. This is super preferential. The 10 is on the spot. He can play it with a high right hand spin, come 2 rails. He can play a 1 rail out. He chooses for 2. Well done. Falls nicely into the line of the 10. Nice little run out here for Petsura. There you go. There's a good look at him eyeing down this 10 ball. There you have it, folks. 4-2 over John Mora. If you guys have never been to Railyard Billiards in Louisville, you got to check it out. You can see on the walls behind you, there's actually a good picture of Jason Shaw behind Vitaly as he was shooting that 10 ball. But you can see Fedor Gorst is on the wall there, as well as SVB, Christina Tkach, Jasmine Ocean, some of the top players. And as they make their appearance into the pool room, Kyle gets them to autograph those photos for him as well. If you've never been to Railyard, you do need to make a trip. It is important. And on top of that, they have wonderful food as well. So you got to go check it out. There's a whole nother room besides this one in the back of the building with a ton more 7-footers, all diamond tables. It's a great venue. All right, let's go. Petsura to break. All right, the 7's tracking, and it doesn't get there. The 3 bobbled as well. John Mora comes to the table with a starting shot on the 1. The 2-7. It's got some work to do. It's not a difficult combination, but I don't know if he can get to it from his starting position on the 1, but he may be okay. Looks like he's got a little bit of angle on that. Just gonna not bump into stuff on his way to the 2. I don't know what kind of angle he has. I don't know if he could play the 1 off the 7 and move the 7, but I think those 2-7's pretty simple. So he may just go ahead and try to miss the 8 with the cue ball and get on the good side of the 1. He's elevating, so he doesn't have as much angle as I thought he did. Great shot. Maybe a carom in our future. We'll see. The combination is actually, like, from this position, I feel like these combinations are difficult because you're kind of blindly shooting at them. Your spot that you need to hit on the 2 is behind, closer to the rail from this angle. So it's like you're back cutting the ball. It's an interesting positional shot, but it's still an easier combination, so the 2 will lay up nicely, and he just has to get the cue ball across table. He could even play it into the 8 if he wanted. There you go. Well done. It's just such a backwards combination when your cue ball is on, that side of the object ball. But still, he's hit it well. And right back in action. Everything's pretty open from here. All right, guys, and I think Kyle's going to jump back in the booth with us. How you doing, Kyle?
Hey, good. How you doing, Lonnie?
Oh, watching some good pool.
Sure has been.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these guys, it's been interesting that there's been a few racks given away, a few racks taken away,
Yeah, I've
couple dry breaks.
had to step out to do some admin stuff, get all the paperwork together and all that good stuff. But it's kind of keeping an eye on things. Just seemed like neither one of them was really running away with it by any means. Just kind of went Vitaly's way a little bit at the beginning.
Yeah, it absolutely has. Unfortunately, John's given away a few racks late in the rack, and he just really needs to button it up a little bit.
Sure. And it's first match of the day. We're down to
Yep.
the pressure rounds. This is like I can't remember, but it's I think over a $2,000 difference here if you win or lose, at least as far as what's guaranteed. Of course, this is a winner side matchup, so you have still have a bullet left if you end up short here. But definitely be nice to be guaranteed a little bit more for sure.
Absolutely, and with this win in this match guarantees you a chance to play for the hot seat as well. So this is not just a cash move, but a good opportunity to potentially secure your seat in the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. $15,000 added event here this weekend, $8,000 guaranteed for first place. So everybody here shooting for that.
Yeah, it's not a bad payday for 3 days of work.
No, not at all. Big thank you to our partners who helped make that happen. You see them at the top of your screen there, Jam Up Apparel, Railbirds, Q Repair, Pro Shop, and Napa and Lucasi. Sorry, I'm getting called away. I got to watch a shot real quick. Just a sec.
All right, sounds good. Kyle, he's a busy bee. He'll be back and forth with us regularly, so get used to hearing that guy. He is our fearless leader here at X Pool. And this 10 ball for John Moore to take back another rack. It was a nice out by John. He really put the work in here. And the score is 4-3, still in Pasura's favor, but John Moore will be breaking. All right. John using the random rack generator. Wow, this is the first time that I've seen this, folks. Look at that. The 1 is on the spot, or the 1 is the head ball, and the 10 is in its spot. This would be the first time that I've seen a rack. And this is my 3rd match for this event that I've been in the comms booth, that I've actually seen the 1 and the 10 in the proper place. Let's see
back
what
here
John
with you
Moore
now.
can do with it.
Yeah, I was actually just talking about this yesterday. I wondered what the odds were of actually getting a 10 ball right. So like it's a pretty simple program. I helped write, and it literally just goes through each position, chooses whatever ball hasn't been chosen yet, and goes on its way. And so it's possible, as we see now, that you could end up with a normal 10 ball rack. I'm not a math whiz. I was wondering what the odds are that would actually happen. I think this is the first time it has.
Well, it's the first time I've seen it, and I've been watching the random rack generator, just kind of trying to get a feel for it and if there was any pattern to it, and there is not. But
yeah, one of the players asked me if there was anything they should watch for. I was like, I'm sorry.
no,
it literally just goes through and picks a random number every time. There's no trick to it.
Yeah, no trick. There's
Although
nobody on the back
I
end.
did say I really wanted to. Of course, if you followed here, I'm involved with Railyard, the pool room as well. We've sponsored Federer and have a good working relationship with him. But I always like to tease him, and I was saying earlier to John that I'd really like to find a way to kind of gather stats on which patterns are kind of the harder ones to run and generate the toughest layouts and things like that. And the kind of what I've heard from the players, we've had a lot of really good feedback on the events, spectators and players alike. And of course, let us know if you're watching how you like the format. But um, one of the things I have heard is that when the one is in the center, that tends to cause problems more often for whatever reason. And so I was joking that I was going to find whatever the hardest pattern is, and it was going to be random for everybody except Federer. He was always going to get the toughest one, whatever that is. Just because I like him that much.
Yeah, only because you got love for him. All right, so John's looking at a potential kick and stick safety here if he can get it to happen. I don't know if he'll play this at a slow pace. We'll see.
We have the outer tables going. 2 B-side matches. Both of those matches are 5-4 in a race to 9. We have Eduardo Bregu is trailing 4-5 to Landon Hollingsworth, and Payne McBride is trailing 4-5 to Francisco Jose Diaz.
So both those matches are tight.
Yeah, very close coming down to the end. And of course, our next match here on the TV table will be our second winner side matchup to round out the final 4 of the winner side. That's Justin Bergman and the young gun Cash Keaton. So great match coming up here next as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are excited to see Bergman playing. You know how that goes here in the U.S. He's got fans everywhere.
Yeah, for sure. So I think somebody said in the chat yesterday, it was kind of a good description of it, that he's almost got like a cult-like following,
Yeah, it is. It is weirdly enough, but at the same time, like, I mean, I'm happy to see Berg out here playing in something other than some of those bar table events.
Sure.
He's just so talented, and I can completely understand why the fans love him. He's easy to watch. He's fun to watch. He's super talented. All right, so John does play the kick and stick, and he hits it pretty well. Looks like Patsura's kicking one rail at this one ball.
Nearly makes it. Gets the 5 down, but this is call shot, so John will be coming to the table.
Yeah, John's not giving this one back.
Good opportunity for John here to level things out. I don't think he's reached level field yet, has he?
No, he's been behind the whole time. He was down 3-0. Then he got a couple racks back, and then Patsura was able to snatch another one to get to 4. So no, he's not been in the lead ever, and he's not even actually been tied up yet. So this is a good opportunity for John to kind of level the playing field, and then it'll be a race to 5 for everybody.
We are playing at Railyard Billiards here in Louisville, Kentucky. If you haven't had a chance to come by, we'd love to see you. All 4 1/4 inch diamond 9-foot tables. They definitely play snug. We're in. If you've never been here, the room where we're in is a all brick room. You can see in some of the background shots we have, and whatever the weather is outside, as far as humidity goes, that's what it's going to be in here. It's really tough to control, and even with the AC blasting, it's not bad today. It's actually fairly cool today for the first time in a while. It had a really hot summer here, but All that to say, these tables, they get really tight when it gets humid outside, and we've seen that in a lot of our events previously.
Yeah, I was actually telling people that there's just something that happens on this table specifically. Um, and I jokingly say, I don't know if it's just the fact that it's the arena and it's in the middle of the room, so you just get this vibe, but this table plays exceptionally tough at times.
Yeah, it does.
And the building is a brick building. I mean, it's brick walls and so wood floors. I mean, it's the room itself has the best vibe, but there's something special about playing at Railyard.
Yeah, and I like it. Truthfully, we've gone through different battles of like industrial dehumidifiers for when we do our matchups, we try to create whatever conditions the players want. They agree on that ahead of time, and we want to make the matches happen, whatever that looks like, and give them the best experience here that we can. But truthfully, I mean, some of the best matches we've had, I think, have been when players didn't really care. We're just ready to get up and play. We had tough conditions, and it just makes you have to play a lot more pool. You have to move. It's not just you're not just going to shoot everything at the corner and watch it fall in. You've got to hit the hole.
Absolutely. Well, looks like John's hitting the hole right here. He's having a nice little run on this table, trying to get himself tied back up. Right, nice little run out by Johnny Mora in this 10 ball to tie this match back up. This is an A side, folks. Final 4 on the A side, trying to lock up a spot for the hot seat match. All right, so it looks like Pasura is going to take his break. Players are allowed to take a player break. We want to take this second just to say thank you to our sponsors here at X-Pool, Jam Up Apparel, Railbird's Q Repair and Pro Shop, NAPA, which is the North American Pool Shooters Association, as well as Lucasi Professionals. Thanks also to the staff and the people at Railyard for hosting all of these events. And then here we go. Here's a look at another match that's going on in the room. These are B-side matches. Francisco Jose Diaz versus Payne McBride. With this 10 ball, he should be up 7-4 over Major Payne and breaking. Now, how do they, are there tablets that have a random rack generator at each table?
Correct. Yeah. So you'll see he'll reach up here and generate the rack, and then there's also TVs off to the side for them to look at.
Awesome. That's new since I've been there.
Yeah, we got all that set up just for this event, actually. Still a little bit of kinks to work out. It's worked pretty well, but there's a few of the TVs that we weren't able to get mounted the way I wanted to originally, so they're kind of just stuck on some TV stands in the corner. We got to get it cleaned up and a little bit more professional looking, but it's getting there.
Yeah, but the technology itself is second to none. This isn't happening anywhere else. This is a fantastic idea. I'm sure the players are going to give you all the good feedback on that.
Yeah, it's been great. We've the number one thing I've heard requested was that we run this event on a bar box. Of course, like most places, we're a pretty league heavy area here, and
right.
A lot of people that wanted to play in the event, they just don't really play on 9-footers, and most of, if not all, of what we do with X Pool is always on the big tables. And but we've thought about doing some more of like bar box type events and things like that. So it may be something we look into. It's a much bigger feat to pull off though, because I mean we have 8 9-footers, which is one thing, but I've got 24 bar boxes, so that's an entirely new thing to try to set up and run 24 tables simultaneously. And not that it can't be done, it just take a little bit more work to get there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So if someone was from the Louisville area and they wanted to get involved in leagues at your place, what are some of the league options that they have out of Railyard?
We got pretty much everything in this area here. We don't have BCA at Railyard, but it is in the area. It's BCA for whatever reason has just never really taken off in Louisville, so it's always kind of been a smaller gathering. And there's just one little local room that a guy runs. It's mostly a private room as far as that goes, and they play out of there. But Other than that, I mean, it's APA, Napa. Napa's really popular here. Of course, they're a partner of ours and have been for a long time. We host their national tournament every year, and really can't say enough nice things about Tony Hines and the team that works there. So Napa's
Absolutely.
here, Ultimate Pool's here, a little bit of everything.
And then also, if you're not big into the competitive side of pool, you can also show up at Railyard. They have great food, good hourly prices, and to be honest, you guys do some really fun stuff there at Railyard as well, doing like trivia nights and things like that, right?
Yeah, we try to keep a little bit of everything going. We've got a big building. If you haven't been here, with the deck, it's around 40,000 square feet. So there's plenty of room to spread out, hang out. We try to keep the calendar full and options for people to get out and have a good time. So
Awesome. So you heard it there from Kyle, the head man in charge around there. He says, "Come on down to Railyard, check us out.
that's
Love
right.
it." All right, so it looks like the guys are back at the table. John Mora will be breaking. You
Four
guys can see
piece
his
going to
random
9
rack.
here.
Hmm.
4 piece going to 9. So we'll
Yeah.
get down to it. It's a race to 9 from here on out. We started the field with 33, 34 players, somewhere in there, and started with a race to 7. Once we got to the last 16, it's been a race to 9 since there. And then the finals will be one race to 11. Just misses the balls in the side pocket. He's not going to be happy with this one. Fortunately, the 2 balls
No,
kind of found a funny spot. If you're
it has the 3. Yeah, this is we may see a little bit of back and forth action, a few innings at the table for these guys. For this rack, it's not exactly the most fun rack. Not wide open. We're gonna have to see what Vitelli comes up with. All right,
if
so
you're
it's a steep cut. We'll see if he goes for it.
I think he'll take this on because he's got a chance to run into the 5 here and develop something on the 2. And if he doesn't, I think he did just go all out on the safe. I wouldn't have minded seeing him take that on because it was really with the 7-8-4 safety was kind of built in anyways, and you
Right.
had a chance to develop something on the 2. And if you don't, you can always kind of weigh your options from there. But I think he went all out on the safe on that one. And we've seen a lot more of the moving side of this game, which was really the objective. I've been happy with the way the tournaments ran so far. You're not getting with the random rack. You're not getting the one ball just hanging over the corner every single time, and that's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing more innings, a little more creative play. I also agree. It's been fun to watch. It does get kind of robotic when everyone's just break and run, break and run, break
Sure.
and run.
Yeah. Yeah. If you have
Don't
the
get me
chance to
wrong, I
catch
appreciate it.
yeah. I mean, it's fun to watch to a
Oh,
point, but eventually it's like, well, I want to see a little bit of pool. I think.
yeah, absolutely. All right, so he does go rail first on the 1. He is able to pocket it, but unfortunately, he doesn't have the best look at the 2. Matter of fact, he has no look at the 2.
Yeah, a little bit of a bad roll there for John. He made a great shot and would have liked to have at least been able to see the ball so he could develop something defensively. Not sure if this 5 is lined up to the side or not. If it is, maybe a chance for John.
Well, he is calling the 5 in the side. We'll know. I think it's more for safety effort. I think he's going to try to get the cue ball behind. Oh, nope, it tracked this way. Yeah, and still, I don't know how I feel about that, but he didn't have a lot to work with. So
Yeah,
I
yeah, he
thought
was in a
maybe he'd
tough
try to
spot for
hit
sure.
the inside of the 2 and get the cue under the 3-6, but he
Sure,
ended up hitting the top side of the 1 or the 2 ball.
sure. Couple score updates for you on the outer tables. It looks like Francisco has pulled ahead 7-4 over Payne McBride. And Edward Bagoo is trailing 4-6 to Landon Hollingsworth.
Landon's been having some good events here recently, making a little name for himself. And that, not that he didn't already have one,
Sure.
but definitely making an appearance in quite a few events here recently.
Yeah, and he's pretty comfortable playing here. He's played a lot of events. We've hosted a lot of junior events every year here, a couple big ones in particular, and he's always a front runner in all of those. And he's also really good friends with Hayden, local player here, who's phenomenally talented in his own right. So they hang out a lot together, and I think he stays with them when he comes in. So he's always got a good place to go, and
Yeah.
just likes being in the area here. So I think he's comfortable in this room, and that definitely helps.
Absolutely. We actually got to see Hayden last night play a match against Payne McBride. It was an elimination round match where Payne was victorious. Hence why Payne is playing Francisco this morning. But Hayden, he is quite fun to watch.
He really is.
He is.
He's wise beyond his years when it comes to the game, and I think last night, of course, I'm not trying to take anything away from Payne because he's also a phenomenally talented player. But just before that, Hayden had played Justin Bergman, and of course, I think Hayden had, you play a player like that, you kind of psych yourself up for it, and he played a good match against Justin. He just fell a little short. But I think he had put so much energy and thought into that by the time he got to his match with Payne, he was kind of just worn out and exhausted, and
Absolutely.
ended up playing a little under what he would consider his level of play. But that happens to all of us.
Absolutely. And it is tough to come off a match with high adrenaline
Sure.
and then try to go to a match where, you're more even keeled with your opponent.
Yeah, and
You know,
him and Payne
everyone.
have, of course, played a lot over the years, traveling the junior circuits and stuff like that. So that's going to be just a different dynamic altogether.
Absolutely. All right. So Battaglia makes a great shot there, ends up going up and down the table to try to get back on the three, just overrolls it a tad. And now he's got to make some decisions. The 5 is in an awkward spot, kind of covered up by the 7.
Yeah,
So
and I
we'll
don't
see
think
what.
this 9 goes by the 10. It's really close. It's not really laying where you can carom the 10. You can shoot and call an early 10 here, but it's not a win. It'll just spot and then continue shooting from there.
Yeah, so there's no early 10s. I like this. He's looking at a safety play. Looks like he's going to get it there. Good speed. Does miss the scratch. That was well done.
Yeah, very well.
All right, so now we're back tied up in this match. John can relax a little bit and try to just, find something to get something started for him. He really hasn't had any consecutive outs at the table to really feel like he's in this match. I think he feels like he's just kind of hanging on right now. So see if he can get something rolling. He's going to the air.
Yeah, I think he might be
I feel
switching
as
to
though
righty for this.
I was going to say, yeah. Well, he does that for jumping in and breaking, doesn't he? He goes to
Yeah.
the right.
Yeah, definitely breaking. I think depends on the shot, jumping. I don't know what the variable is, but
Right, so he does make a good hit, doesn't pocket the 3. Left Vitelli steep, but we'll see what he chooses to do with that.
Big V Vitali. We were poking at him this morning as him and John were warming up. John asked him how long it takes him every day to do his hair.
Okay, so since I own a salon, I bet that his hair just naturally does this in some extent. Now, he may have to add product.
Yeah, he said it takes him
hold his
15
hair.
minutes.
Yeah, but I was going to say, I would think at this point his hair is probably trained to stay in that
Sure.
position for the most part.
Sure. I told him that's about 15 minutes too long for me. I throw on a hat and walk out the door.
I was like, I want to get up, throw my glasses on, and go. I don't want to mess with all that hair.
Yeah.
Like hashtag gelgate. Uh, so I do have a question though, because I've heard Fedor and Christina, and they call him Vitaly.
Yeah, it's
Is there a preference for him? Do you know?
one of the weird things for me. I mean, I guess it's not weird, it's just a little different. Is like I feel like a lot of the players, like the European players and the like, are like they don't really care. Like even Federer, like some people call him Federer, some people call him Fedor, some people like, and I'll ask him, and he's like, I don't know, like they're both fine. I'm like, yeah, but like, what's your name? Like, tell me.
Yeah.
And I think Vitali's that like I always call him Vitali. Jason Sword calls him Vitaly. I hear three different names, and he answers to all of them, and he never says, oh, it's this or that, and she's like, okay, well, I don't really know what to say then.
Okay. All right. Well, I just figure with as close as he is to Christina and Fedor that, if they're calling Vitaly, then I was like, well, maybe that's Vitaly.
Sure, sure.
But
Looks
it's habitual because, when we watched him on anything else, everyone calls him Vitali. So,
sure. Looks like we have our first match that's finished up here. Payne McBride and Frank Diaz. Frank pulled ahead 9-4 over Payne, so it'll be a 7th-8th finish for Mr. McBride. Had a good event here. Frank Diaz will be moving on.
all right. So, congratulations to Frank. Good job to Payne. He'll be happy with that finish, I would assume.
Yeah, I think so. Tough field here this weekend. Wasn't the biggest field, a little over 30 players, but level of play was definitely very high.
And then there was one lone lady battling through that, Ashley Rice, a
Oh,
top
yeah.
16 WPBA rated player. She won a match or two as well throughout. So congratulations to Ashley on a good, solid performance.
Yeah, absolutely. She played a couple really good matches that I saw. She didn't get to see all of her matches, of course, and for all I know, she played every match perfect. But I really like Ashley's game a lot. I was really glad she was able to make it out. And she beat one player, I think, first round, Jonah Bunch. He's a really good player out of Indianapolis, and
Yeah.
put a really good score on him.
Yeah, I can't wait to see him. I'm going to rub it in a little bit.
Yeah, Jonah's a nice guy.
Jonah's a great guy. All right. So back in action, we just saw what Kyle had spoke of earlier. You can make an early 10. The 10 will just spot. You do have to call it. The 10 will spot, and then you just keep shooting from where you are. All right. So he just didn't like the chance to get around to that 5. Once again, the 5 is still a bit of a problem. Nobody's really moved it or found a way to get to it proper. So I like this. Just a nice little touch safety. Force John to kick at the 3.
Yeah, so he's going to kick 2 rails, try to catch behind this, which I'm a little bit surprised. Well, I guess maybe he's banking 1 rail.
I was going to say, because if he kicks the 2 rail, he could put the 3 down by the 5.
Right.
So kicking the 1 rail, I think, just ends up a little better. Doesn't directly link the 3 to the 5.
See, we've got Iceberg, Justin Bergman warming up on one of the outer tables, getting ready for his match here next. He's got Keaton. Cash is one of the young guns, and when I told him his match was going to be around 1 or 1:30 today, he was excited that he'd have a chance to sleep in. I think he was up here playing some pool pretty late last night.
All right, so Tally does get inside the window of the 5. He does manage to get there. This rack is going to look look more like it's running in his favor at this point. I'm not sure. I think the 7 does pass the 8. He's going to take a look at it and find out. If not, he'll be looking for a different place to position the cue ball.
Yeah, I think if he needs to, I think he's got enough angle that he can come one rail up to basically where he is now and shoot the 7 past the 10 ball.
Yeah, it does go on the side. It also goes to the top left.
Kind of willing it to go. I think he was. Well, maybe not. Looks like he was trying to get at the little body English to move the cue ball a little further, but he doesn't seem too bothered by where he is.
Just a tighter pocket, I'm assuming. All right. Not a problem at all. We'll just go ahead and bring the cue ball back up towards the center of the table. Should be just fine. A couple stop shots to get out from here. Guys, if there's some of you that are new to the stream, if you haven't ever watched X-Pool on YouTube, make sure to take just a second to hit the subscribe button. It's totally free, doesn't cost you a penny, but it does help X-Pool on the back end. So if you could take that chance, just to hit the subscribe button, pull out a full screen. We totally appreciate that here at X-Pool.
Yeah, absolutely.
You are watching the xTen Ball Pro Series event. $15,000 added. And these guys are on the A side fighting for that. They want to get that chance at the hot seat and guarantee themselves 3rd place in this tournament. Already sitting in the 5th, 6th position. They are using, you can see Vitelli looking ahead of the table, and what he's doing there is he's looking at the random rack generator. Every rack is completely random on every table in every match. So the 10 can be anywhere, the 1 can be anywhere. But after you break, you do still have to shoot the lowest numbered ball on the table. So we'll get a good look at that here. You can see the 10s off to the left and the 1s in the bottom row. You can see the random rack generator at the top of your view, as well as all our sponsors here at X-Pool, Jam Up Apparel, Railbirds, Q Repair, and Q Shop, right on site, right there at Railyard in Louisville, Kentucky. Napa, the North American Pool Shooters Association, and Lucasi Professional. Looks like Pat Sura will be breaking. He's rocking his new Star Stripes and Strokes shirt by Fedor Gorst. Go check that out at fedorgorst.com. As well as the rack. You can also purchase those on fedorgorst.com as well.
Turned into a little industrialist, has Feder.
He has, hasn't he? I heard him the other day. He's seen a thing about he's working on a jump cue also, right? So pretty cool stuff
that's what I heard
in the
as
works
well.
for Fedor. So he does make a ball on the break. Not my favorite starting shot. These are like not my favorite shots.
Yeah, it's tough. The good thing about it is it comes with shape, and the way the table lays out, you know, you kind of feel like you have to take your opportunities when you get them.
Yeah, and there is a wall of balls there in front of the left side pocket or left corner pocket. So if by some chance he were to overcut or undercut this ball, those may lend themselves to a safety as well. These are just, they're daunting, shooting them past the side pocket. Like,
Yeah,
if I break,
especially
this
into a
is my
4 1/4 inch
shot.
pocket.
Yeah, right? Like when I'm breaking and this is my shot, I'm like, ooh. You know you got to do it, but you just don't really want to.
Sure.
All right, so he's got to make some decisions here. He's kind of looking it out. I think he was kind of looking where the cue ball would need to stay in order to potentially stay in a safe position if he were to not make this ball. So a little back and forth action. Oh boy. All right.
He got away with it.
Yeah, friendly bump on the pink.
And I think that was some of, to your point, you kind of just want to hit that ball in the way that you're most comfortable with. Like he didn't obviously need to pull back on that, but
Hmm.
it helps him get the ball down. He feels more comfortable shooting it that way, and can take a little bit tougher shot on the two, just making sure you get that one ball down. We're missing our Ginger Wizard this weekend if he's out there listening. You're late for work, my friend.
What are we going to do with him?
I don't know.
Sean Dizzle.
Can't live with him, can't live without him. Except this
So the
weekend, I've had to
Ginger
live
Wizard.
without him.
Yeah, with the Ginger Wizard, he's one of our guys here at X Pool, and we like to pick on him a bit. We think he might be back home visiting some family, so
Yeah.
giving him a little bit of grief over leaving us all alone, huh, Kyle? Shame on him.
I know.
All right, so Vitaly does end up missing the two. Just trying, I think, maybe a little too hard to get perfect position on the red three. John's going to be okay with this, though. He wants to take this rack back and keep this match close.
Yeah, definitely a tough fight for both these guys here.
All right.
Very well
Enough of
judged
that.
there.
All right, he hit that well.
Yeah, and I think he's able to hit this just thick enough, I think, to pull right above the 9 and spin up for the 4.
It looks like he's putting an awful lot of spin on this ball.
I think he has to because he's coming around. I thought he was trying to pull kind of away from the 4, like just above the 9, but going down a little bit and trying to spin back up table.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, ended up trying to spin all the way around table and collided with the 5 instead.
The old 5 railer.
Right.
All right, so he doesn't quite get there. He does smack into the face of that ball, so he's calling the 4 in the left side pocket, I believe. So I'm going to say he's just playing a bit of a safety.
Wants to get stuck on the 7 ball if he can.
And he has. Well done. Yeah, this is a tricky spot. He's real close to the 7. I can't tell if he's froze to the 7, but I don't know if he can put enough spin on the cue ball to bend it towards the pink 4. May have to go 2 rails at it, which is a tough stretch also.
Yeah, and the tough part about this is even if he gets into the 4 ball, he's kind of kicking into open space for the most part. He's got a couple chances, maybe with the 10 ball, to try to find cover, but really tough spot here. Vitaly's found himself in.
Absolutely. He's like, okay, I don't like that one. What's my next option?
Right.
Lots of movement. All right. So he's calling it down here, this bottom left-hand corner pocket of your view.
Yeah, and that's definitely the side he'd rather catch it on. Try to create a little bit of separation between the 4 and the cue. Oh, and I can confirm Cash Keaton, our next TV table match. He's made it into the building. So no easy escapes for Bergman today. And Vitali gets away with one here, so ends up being able to make something happen. Good hit, and finds cover for Mora.
Oh, yeah, definitely. All right, so John's going to try the jump bank. All right, nice play by John. He's not real happy about it, but the, distance is better than leaving him straight in.
Yeah, from where he was, it could definitely be worse. You see the shake of his head there. He would have liked to have got just another little half roll out of the cue ball. I think Vitali can get through to this 4.
You see there,
Vitali measures
young
up.
Cash Keaton warming up over there.
While Vitali measures this up, we've got Landon Hollingsworth is up 8-5 on the hill, and he's got a little bit of a tester on the 10, but shooting to win.
Wow, that's pretty good, really. I mean, other than from where John started from, this ended up being a pretty decent safety. I couldn't see where the cue ball
Yeah, I'm sorry.
was,
I was looking at the outer table. Didn't realize I was still on the side view. My fault.
Kyle just leaves us stuck in no man's
I
land.
know.
No worries.
This is why we need our ginger wizard.
I know, right?
Landon gets that ball down, so he's going to move on. Ed Bergu with a 7/8 finish. 8-5 was the score line there. Good shooting from the young Mr. Hollingsworth.
All right, so it looks like he's going 2 rails at the pink. Has left John a good opportunity to tie this match back up.
Yeah, neither one of these guys have been able to find their stride to put a few racks together. It's just been a lot of back and forth here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think John did have, if I'm correct, I feel like he had 1 break and run, and I think it was like 2 racks ago. And then Vitali's had a couple nice outs, but not from the break, I don't believe.
All right, I'm going to step out real quick with both of these B-side matches that just finished up and take care of a few things. I'll be right back with y'all. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Kyle. All right, well played by John there. Should be good to go on these last 3 balls. He's going to just drag this cue ball 2 rails past the side pocket. Just like that. Well played. He doesn't want to fall too flat on this ball. He wants to make sure he has a little bit of angle, which I do believe he's fine. Just 1 rail back up for the 10 in the same pocket. This is a race to 9. They're both sitting in 5th, 6th position at the moment. They're in the final 4 of the A side. Whoever wins this match will be guaranteed 3rd place and an opportunity to play for the hot seat. All right, Johnny Mora ties it up. Ladies and gentlemen, the score is 5-5. We just heard Landon Hollinsworth has made it through, as well as Francisco Diaz. He also has made it through. Our next match on the feature table will be the other A side match between Justin Bergman and Cash Keaton, the young gun. So that don't go anywhere. We've got lots more pool to go today. The winner of this match will play the winner of the next match for the hot seat later on. Pretty excited to see Bergman again. He did play a match last night against Hayden Ernst, the young gun. They call him the Maverick. Justin was successful in defeating Hayden, but they did play on the feature table, so that is back on X-Pool on our YouTube channel. If you want to go back and check out that match, you're welcome to do so. All right, John Mora to break. The score is 5-5. This is a race to 9. They do use the random rack generator and a template rack. If by some chance he makes the 10 on the break, it will spot. No early 10s. 3-foul rule is in effect. Let's go. Race to 4. All right, so he's tracking those balls behind the head ball towards the side pocket. Doesn't make either. Doesn't make anything. And the 3-7-10 kind of line up all goofy on the left side of the table. John hasn't left Patsuer much to shoot at. He'll probably bank the 1 out. He's going to call it in the side, but really what he's going to do here is just tuck that cue ball probably under the 6-9. He's got a bunch of balls to work with. He's got the 3-7-10 to kind of use as blockers. He's also got the 6-9 as well as the 2. He could go a couple different ways too. He could thin the left side of the 1 and come around a few rails, try to get underneath the pink down here, but I think he's going to go ahead and just stick to the plan. Yeah, off those balls. All right, so maybe a little too much pace there. I think he intended maybe try to play it off those balls. Tuck the cue as well. It's a little too much pace. Neither ball stayed into proper position. Didn't leave John a bunch. Could play a safe, obviously, and that's probably what he'll do. There's a bank available as well. I think he's more than likely just going to thin the right side of the 1 and come 2 rails back onto the 6-9. We'll see. He could also just put the 1 on the short rail. All right. Well done. Well, Mora executed that safety beautifully. Use the 6-9 to stop the cue.
All right, back here with y'all.
Right. Everybody behave. Kyle's back.
Mind your manners.
Yeah, mind our manners. All right, so John played a really good safety on the 1 here. Got the cue ball up underneath the 6-9. Seen a lot of back and forth innings with these two, when really both of them are super capable of just putting major racks together. It's just not worked out that way. First match of the day.
Yeah, sometimes goes a little funny when you're first getting going, and some of the layouts have been really kind of strange.
Yeah.
Not had a lot of just wide open tables.
No, we don't have a wide open table here either. So depending on what John does, he could actually open some things up right here with his very first shot. But he also has the 2 ball.
I think he's looking to see if he can leave those balls and just play shape for the 2, and then carom the 10.
Yep.
Which is, as long as he calls it, that works.
So
It just
he
won't be a
will.
win. He'll have to spot the 10 and keep shooting from there.
Absolutely. And he looks like he's decided that they're just fine that way. All right, everything looks pretty good here. He wants to fall in the right position to play the carom on the green and the red 3. So he'll just draw this back, get himself in the window. Now here he just really has to make sure that when he plays this carom, that the cue ball and the 3 ball stay within the same space of each other. The 3's going to push to the left long rail. Cue ball will naturally go towards that long rail also.
Yeah, just wants to make sure he doesn't lose the 3 behind the 7, anything like that. Well done there.
Yeah, hit that really well. You know, I like to mention too, when you're watching these top players like this, and if you're an amateur player, you can learn a lot just by watching. But these gentlemen, they always get behind their next ball. They always kind of get a visual of where they'd like the cue ball to land. They don't take anything for granted, and that says a lot about why they're great players. So I always tell amateur players when they're watching to really pay attention to what they do between shots. It says a lot, and it's telling. If you pay attention, you can learn. All right, so I don't know, something distracted him a little bit there.
All right, just stepping back in here. Michelle said there was a fly that came through the arena. Somebody left the door open, I guess.
That's Herman.
Yeah, that's old Herman.
That's all Herman. We're just testing all the things about these players today, and unfortunately, he has not gotten where he'd like to have gone. He's actually caused himself quite some chaos here. He may have just avoided putting a little bit of outside spin on that ball to kind of drag it past the 5. So here we are. It's awful close to his work, but he may be going to grab that jump cue.
Yeah, he is. He's not a happy camper, I can tell you that.
They may be calling you soon to watch a hit. If he starts swinging his stick around, he's still trying to fight Herman.
Yeah, he said there's 10 flies, I think. Might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but.
Their pets were a secret weapon.
Yeah, I was going to say they came here with Vitaly. It's his pet. Might have to call an exterminator.
Get a bug zapper out there. You should go get one of those fly swatters that
Yeah.
when you next thing you know, you guys are gonna see Kyle running through the arena with his zapper,
I can
like,
tell you it's,
and his bracket looking thing.
yeah, I can tell you it's not a common problem. I'm not quite prepared to handle fly damage here.
Right. I mean, we're still working on humidifiers.
Right. It's really not fly weather. It's like 50 degrees outside. But whatever.
They're all fighting for their life right now.
Yeah, yeah. Especially with
Flies
John
and
close by.
bees. Yeah. Flies and bees, they're all trying to get their last life in.
I can tell you though, it's not going to bother Vitaly at all. He's happy with what he's seeing right now.
Yeah,
He's in
absolutely.
not a very good headspace for John to be in.
Yeah, and I think too, that's another thing to mention to people watching at home. As an opponent, as a competitor, you should really be mindful. Like when you start to see your opponents having that little mental break, it should empower you as a player.
100%. And it will. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen, but I would not be surprised to see this match take a turn on this rack here.
All right, so he does. It is a bit of a steep cut, so that he's looking at the path of the cue ball. The cue ball is going to be going at a pretty good speed, so he
Yeah, and
may apply some English.
the 6 and the 9 are really kind of, that's the path he'd like to go, dig out 2 rails, but those kind of add some difficulty to get in position here. So he's trying to come all the way around.
He overcooked it just a tad, but he did manage to miss the 6, 9, and the 8. And although this 5 ball does look steep in the side, the one thing that's really good about a shot like this is that in the process of making it, you can shoot through the ball naturally and comfortably and not have to worry about decelerating in your stroke because there's Herman. Yep, the flies are attacking Vitaly as well as John. They're not biased.
Sure.
They're not biased flies. All right. Should go 2 rails out for the 6, and he's done it. A little steeper than he wanted, but I think he'll be just fine. Oh my gosh, Kyle, I'm not going to lie. If the fly lands on the camera lens, I'm going to lose it.
Kind of hope it does.
It just starts walking across the screen.
It'd make my day. There was one, it was a golf tournament recently that I watched that it was like their main camera. And it was for like an hour plus. Every time they cut to it, this fly was just chilling. They couldn't get rid of it. It just kept flying back in and landing on the lens.
Herman visited the golf tournament too, eh?
Yeah. Herman gets around.
All right, so he's really got to be mindful here. The 10 ball is a big ball depending on how he plays the cue. He wants to miss that, come around 2 rails for the 8. Or he can try to play it with a little bit more of an inside English and try to kill it off the top short rail. Those are both options available to Vitaly for the shot. He's missing the 10, coming around 2 rails. He's hit it well. So, has he played in any action matches at X Pool at the Railyard?
He's not. I don't think he's played a lot of action in general. I know he had a match with Hennessy last year, the year before.
I do remember that.
But
That was a chalk gate.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But he's not really. I don't think it's really like his focus. He kind of wants to stay focused on tournaments right now, and he's also going through the process similar to Federer and Christina of trying to get his citizenship and visa and all that kind of stuff worked out. I don't know the specifics of it, but I know he's working hard on that right now as well. So mostly just focused on traveling around, playing tournaments, trying to take that route. Hasn't really looked into any of the action stuff. Of course, we'd love to have him anytime. If he had a game that he wanted to play, more than welcome.
All right, so this 10 ball to take the lead back.
I take that back. I did let him beat me out of $100 like 2 years ago, but that's the last time he'll ever do that. 6-5, Vitali.
Kyle's like, for now on, we play for $1.
That's right.
No more
I
hundos
consider it
for
even
you.
money. I got Federer for $100. I don't even remember what the game was. It was something stupid on a bar box playing 8-ball where he had to spot me the world. And I beat him one set. And I said, I'm done. I'm never playing you again. You're getting quit, loser. Then I gave it to Vitali, and I said, that's the end of my career. I'm done.
Yeah, you can have your buddy's money.
That's right. I've got two little girls,
Nope.
so I've got a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. So my pool career is on pause for the next foreseeable future.
Yeah.
Not that there was ever much of one to begin with. But
Regardless.
yeah.
Them
But
girls are gonna
I
take
get to do this
all
stuff,
the
and
monies.
yeah, and it keeps me close to the game, and I enjoy it.
Absolutely. Nobody does the things that we do without loving the game. That's for sure, Kyle.
Yes, definitely.
All right, so Vitali to break.
If you're just joining us and wondering what's going on here, all new xTen 10-ball format. Every ball gets racked random, including the one in the 10. Whatever ball's in the front, you just break that ball, and after that, normal 10 ball. It just takes away a lot of the common patterns you see in 10 ball. 10 on the break, almost went there. That would just spot. Other than that, pretty normal 10 ball rules. So three foul rules in effect. Cue ball fouls only. You can call ball in pocket if you make the 10 early. It just spots, and then you'll keep shooting from there.
All right, so he does make a ball on the break. Got a decent look at the 2. Unfortunately, he's, kind of glued to the left long rail with the cue ball, so be a little limited in cue ball control.
Yeah, and just overspun it a little bit. He was trying to get a little bit out of the cue ball to come back straight up the table, and ended up overspinning and overcutting the 2 ball.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's, with the cue on the rail like that, those are not as easy as they look, especially if you're just, trying to do anything with the cue ball from there. All right, so he's, it's decent position for him. John Mora's not sitting in the best position. I would assume he can get to it maybe rail first with some spin.
Yeah, looks like that's the play.
Wow, he overspun it.
Yeah.
Whew. All right, so he does leave a look on the blue too, but not a lot offensively. is looking to see if he can cross over this 2 to play a safety and avoid the scratch in the side. Not 1,000% sure what he called. All right, so just trying to get the cue back under the 3. Doesn't get it there and has left John a shot on the blue 2.
I had to step out real quick, kick old Jeff Beckley off my second TV table. Trying to get a
Boy.
little action match, I think, going here. So I need this one, buddy. You're going to have to move over.
Right. Well done. I don't know if he was trying to bump the 10 to maybe cause some separation. I don't know that it was necessary because the 6, I think the 6-10 do go if he needs, and the 6 probably goes in the side as well.
Yeah, I believe so.
So maybe just getting out there and getting in the middle of the table. Have a shot on the 3.
I told Jeff what you said last night. I ran into him and said, I was talking to Lonnie. She told me that Jeff Beckley, he's way too nice to be a pool player. He said to make sure to tell you hello. He hadn't seen you in a while.
Hey. He's doing some fun stuff. Him and Tony, they've been traveling a lot with family, getting in some great adventures. He's just a great guy. Great guy. You know, he's a pool player, but he's also, you know, he works, he has a job. He loves to travel and do other things outside of playing pool. So just really admirable of him because he also plays at a really decent level for not just playing pool.
Right.
You know,
Right.
he
Oh,
gets
yeah.
out there, he competes.
Yeah, fantastic player.
Yeah, he gets out there, he competes. He loves to get into action, which is probably what he's up to right now in your room.
Yep, that's why I had to move him.
So, you know, he's just a really all-around good guy. So
Yeah, we really enjoyed having him. I think it's the first time he's made it out to Railyard. I've ran across him in like Indianapolis area, I think, a few times. But
yeah, well, that's his home turf. So spends a lot of time down that way.
pretty good showing actually from the Indy area here this weekend. Jeff and then Brian
Oh,
Wilson,
no.
another good player from that area, as well as Jonah Bunch.
Yeah. Last time I seen a lot of those guys, they were on a team with like Branton Thomas and Strong
Yep.
Arm John.
Yeah, haven't seen him in a long time.
Yeah, played in a team event there a few years back, and they were all there. Nice to see all those guys. As well as Brian Gregg, he's another one from that area that
Yeah, Brian was
plays
here
pretty
for
sporty.
he was here for the bank event we had earlier this year. And
Yeah.
reached out to him see if he could make it for this one, just wasn't able to.
It's this time of year is tough because this is when everybody's trying to get their last minute vacations in, and
Sure. Yeah. Well, and
you
it's a
know,
different
there's
format too. I'm really appreciative to the players that willing to be our guinea pigs here for this random rack event.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. All right, so John, he used all the pocket there on the 6, but he does get in the window for the 7. Looking pretty good here.
Yeah, so despite the frustrations of the last rack and everything else, we're still crawling neck and neck to the finish line. Looking to tie us up at 6 apiece is Mora.
Right. Absolutely. Looking good. And it came out beautifully for the 10 in the same pocket.
John Mora gets it done.
Mr. Smooth. back in business. And he will be breaking. This is a winner breaks format. I know he'd love to see get something rolling right here
Yeah,
at this
absolutely.
point in the match. Now, I know John used to be a Predator sponsored player. Do you know by any chance what he is? Is he now with Mez or?
No, he's moved. Actually, good time to call out our partner. He's with Lacassi now.
Okay. All right.
And Lacassi's been making a lot of great moves in the game here, and we couldn't be happier to partner with them, Nick and their team over there. Just great supporters of the game, and also if you've not checked out the Lacassi professional line they have, they've got a lot of great players behind them. Feedback from Oscar Dominguez and
Savannah
Savannah,
Easton.
yeah, and just doing some really cool things. So definitely check them out if you haven't in a while.
Yeah, Lucassi's definitely making a push forward again. It's nice to see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lucassi also partners with Brunswick as well. So shout out to them. They are actually supporting and sponsoring the new Borderline Brunswick Semi-Pro Tour that's sanctioned by the WPBA. So
Great.
we'll be
That's awesome.
seeing some of that pretty soon. All right, John Moore to break.
A little flat on the break, but he's still got the side ball down. He's going to be able to see the one.
I'm just going to go ahead and remove the template rack from the table.
I
There
think
you go, Kyle. That's a good question for you. I asked the chat that last night as well. Are you one of those players that has to move the rack all the way off the table?
I'm not, no.
You don't care. I don't
Yeah,
care
it doesn't
about
bother
it
me.
either. It doesn't bother me either. They could leave it on the table for all I care. I
Yeah,
don't. It makes no difference. But strangely, there are some players who absolutely have issues with the rack.
yeah.
It cracks me up.
Well, we can't all be perfect.
I know it. It's wild.
John takes
All
on the
right.
side, cross side bank. Kind of had a feeling that was coming. He's a former Derby City Bank champion, so.
Absolutely. You know, when he played Danny Smith on your platform in their action match, I think it was day one, he was banking the balls so well. It was like he couldn't go wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, he did some good.
Yeah, he does. It was really impressive. All right, so here we go. Looks like it's setting pretty good. The only real problem that could possibly work its way in would be the 5 to the 6. It's tucked a little under that 9-10, so he does need to be pretty positionally specific. He's looking at that now.
Yeah, and the tough
Shooting
part
this
about that
3.
is I'm not sure how far off the rail the 6 ball is, but you have such a tight window there, and also the 7's down table, so you don't really want to be straight in on the 6. But you've
Yeah.
not got a lot of options to not be straight in, so.
Right, so a little roll forward. Should get him in the right position to get down table for that 6, and you're right about that. Looking at the shadow of the ball, it looks like the 6 is probably an inch, maybe an inch and a half off the rail.
Yeah, I think so. I've got our overhead view in front of me here. It's just a little crooked, and I didn't get a chance to straighten it out this morning, so I haven't pulled it up, but I just pulled it up, and it looks like there's a couple inches there.
Right, so I don't know if John can get the cue to the long rail, but he should be fine to punch it down table to get to the bottom or the top short rail.
He's going to be short here.
To track. Yeah, he needs it to go. That is no bueno. Gonna have to go real first at this ball. Right. Cue ball will be tracking this way for the 7, so that's good.
Puts the ball down, but he's overrun shape a little here.
A little too much pace on that. It can be really difficult to judge the pace on a rail first shot.
Sure.
You introduce any spin or anything like that, and it can really change the trajectory of the cue ball. It's a little too early for big words for me, I think, Kyle. We're going to have to wait till later this evening. I'm only on my second cup of coffee.
Yeah, and this has been a long battle. Over 2 hours now these guys have been playing.
Yeah. And we really haven't seen a ton of missed balls. What we've seen is maybe some missed safeties, some, like not great kick shots. Like this right here. These are great safety plays from both of these gentlemen. And so because they're just not quite getting out, we're just seeing more innings at the table, which of course takes more time.
Yeah, it's definitely been a moving game thus far.
And trust me, I'm sure both of these guys are like, oh my gosh, I just want to get out, Nobody wants to go through the safety battles.
Saying bye to Payne McBride, getting ready to hit the road. Good tournament for him. 7th, 8th finish just earlier.
Safe travels, Payne. Safe travels.
Love the McBride family. They come down here and play at Railyard often, just from northern Indiana, a few hours away, I believe.
Yeah, his dad Lee's like one of my favorite people.
Yeah, really nice guy. He wasn't able to make it this weekend, but we were missing him.
Oh, wow. Boy.
Very good effort
so
there.
Close. Good effort.
A little bit of a tester for John here, but if he can get the ball down, he's tracking towards getting out. 8 ball, 9-10, all close up top of the table. See there, that ball's frozen or close to frozen.
Looks pretty close. Could actually introduce a little inside spin and throw that cue to the pocket, or throw that 7 ball to the hole. He's kind of trying to decide, because the 8 is also close to the rail. You have to be a little more specific with the cue ball getting to the 8. So
sure,
he's really got to look it out. If he plays it with some inside, it helps the object ball make it to the pocket, but you also have to, think about where the cue ball is going to go with that English. So we'll see what John.
just
a little
over.
Too much, actually.
Actually, not going to hurt him too bad. Vitaly will have control of the table from here, but nothing offensive.
I'm actually really surprised that just happened.
I am too, yeah.
I kind of sat here for a second like, oh.
Wasn't prepared to call that shot.
Yeah, I was like, all I got is O for that one, guys. Sorry.
I think that's all he's got, too.
All right. So, just some weird racks going on here. Both of these players typically, I feel like from watching them time and again, you don't really see them get into too much of this. They're actually, usually more just fast-paced and running out once they get good solid breaks, but just things aren't working for this first match of the day. Sorry about that, guys. My dog decided she needed to say hello to everyone.
Yes, I'm glad she did.
In the neighborhood.
I had
neighborhood.
my wife brought my youngest Millie up last night, and she was getting hungry, so she was chatting to everybody on the chat as well.
She's like, hey, people, feed me.
Hmm.
Yeah. All right. So a little thin action on that. He wants the cue ball to get down there, and
Yeah. Such a tough shot to judge and do well. I mean, he's really not done bad from where he was.
no, and the seven really did do well to stay at that end of the table. Yeah, Ziva is my dog's name. The people in the chat are now saying hi to my dog.
Everybody loves
Her
dogs.
name is Diva. She Ziva, like Ziva the diva. She's 2-year-old Cane Corso, and she thinks that everyone in the neighborhood needs to know she's here if they walk by.
Well, of
So
course they do.
she's an interesting dog. She's a good dog, but very loud.
Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, is there an offensive shot here? Like, does he go for this shot and try to
I
swing the
think,
cue ball around, maybe get it
yeah,
under the 9-10?
I think he plays it kind of as a two-way. You're going to overcut the ball, if anything, which is obviously not what happened, and you can tell by his reaction. But that's the play, because if it goes, you've got shape. But if not, it's just going to fall to the bottom rail. Uh,
Yeah.
I mean,
He just
even this, of
really
course,
underhit that, though.
yeah, even this, you're going to, it's not a bargain for Vitali by any means, but he's definitely expecting to overcut that ball, if anything. And with the extreme spin, I think he thought it was just going to turn over a lot more than it did.
Okay, so this 7 is a bit past the edge of the middle of the side pocket. I mean, does he go offensively to shoot at this ball on the side?
I don't think so. I think it's a little too low for that. Take a look at the
It's
side
tough.
view here.
Yeah, it's past the side pocket. And there's just not really a lot of option to figure out how to get him back. And I guess he could always just attempt to roll in the 7 to the corner and then try to find something with the 8, but I don't know what the safety play is here. Maybe a crossover and try to get the cue ball back where it is. I don't know. Lots to do with this shot here.
Yeah, he's calling it. I think it's another similar play, two-way, where you want to miss it short, if anything. Let the 7 fall to the bottom rail. If it goes in, your cue ball is always going to be tracking up towards the 8.
Yeah. Yeah, just crossing over it. Even though you are playing it offensively, you're also playing more on the defensive side of this shot, just really focusing on getting the cue ball where it needs to be.
Yeah, and this is what you don't want to do, is miss it low, and it's always going to come back up.
Just such a tough shot. I mean, it was a well played on the cue ball by John, making that about as difficult as it could have been.
Yeah, and the speed of that shot was always going to make it want to go lower. The slower you hit balls, the longer they have to extend on the angle. And so it just got to, I mean, it wasn't far from just hitting it straight in the hole, of course, but you kind of have to, even if you are trying to make that ball, overcut it a little bit at that speed because it's going to dive down a little on you. He's hit this really well. Great shot from Mora there.
He absolutely did. I'll tell you, John has some pretty distinctive rhythms around the table. He is one of those that makes a full pass around the table often.
Yes.
In his pre-shot, in his warm-up. He makes me laugh. When you watch him play, when he gets into a really good gear, he makes a lot of laps around the table. I'm curious as to what his steps for a day would be in an action match.
That's got to be a lot.
Right? All right. Just kind of slide this ball up table.
He's played a lot of those here at Railyard. 3 at least that I can think of now. You can check all those out at xpool.live. John's no stranger to Railyard Billiards here in Louisville, Kentucky, so first lead of the game for Morris, 7-6.
7-6. All right, so you guys can see John's going to be using the random rack generator. Every rack is completely different. We have in this match right here, we actually saw where they put the 1 and the 10 in the proper place, proper position. First time I've seen it in 3 matches. You can see you're not, like Kyle says, you guys, your eyes aren't playing tricks on you. The 10 is not in the middle. But everything else is, the rules are exactly the same as normal 10 ball. They do have to shoot the lowest numbered ball on the table first. If the 10 happens to go in on the break, they just spot it up.
Definitely wants to put a good rack together here. Get to the hill. Gonna lose this cue ball.
Oh, yeah. And I just feel as though that's somewhat par for this match.
It really is, yeah. Usually a really strong breaker. Both of these guys actually have 10 ball, and just haven't been able to get it going here. First match of the day. A long one. It's been well over 2 hours now since we started this, and our other winter side match waiting in the wings of the room here. Justin Bergman versus Keaton. They'll be next up on the stream as soon as this one wraps up.
Yeah, so don't go anywhere, guys. We got more action coming for you. If you want to follow along, you can go to digitalpool.com, click on the tournaments tab, search X Pool, the xTen Ball Pro Series bracket will be the first one that pops up. Go ahead and click on that. You can see how each of these players have progressed through this event to get to the final 4 on the A side. You can also see payouts and upcoming matches. So go to digitalpool.com to check all those things out. You can see stats on all the players that are already out of the event. All right,
Great.
so good starting shot. Ball in hand on the 1. Everything's pretty open here. I don't see a lot of trouble getting from the 9 to the 10's probably the toughest shot on the table, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely a good opportunity for Team Patsura. So we have another one of our fearless sponsors that contributes a lot and has done a lot here this weekend. Big thank you to Michelle Griffin, who's back here in the booth, sweating all the action, but she's also a sponsor of Vitali, so she's paying close attention to this match for sure. Someone was joking, I forget who it was now, said something about, I can't believe it was Michelle's birthday, so a big happy birthday to Michelle as well, just a day or 2 ago, but I was joking that I'm making her work on her birthday. I said, you all act like I could keep her out of here even if I wanted to.
That is not a lie. I can vouch for that, actually. Michelle actually is recently just become a board member as well for the WPBA, so we're pretty excited to have her supporting women's billiards.
Fantastic addition.
Absolutely. All right. Move here, go ahead and get under the 7, shooting it to this bottom right-hand corner pocket. It looks like that's the way he's wanting to go.
Watch out, cue ball.
Oh boy.
This could get ugly.
These guys, they're just like, why? You can just sense it in them that they're just, you know, like, oh my gosh, is this match ever going to end?
Yeah, definitely been one of those matches.
Now, the 7 does, I do believe it'll go past the 9. It's a much tougher shot. If he wanted to stay in complete offense, he can see the 7 to do that. I don't believe he has enough of it to make it in the side pocket, though.
No.
So it's either safety play or cut it to the corner.
That's how he's looking. There's really not a lot of options for safety just because of how little of the ball that he has.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think a rule of thumb, right, is the safety is just as hard as the shot. You might as well go for the shot.
Yeah, for sure. He's just undercut it a touch.
And I think he
Gonna
might
get
get
away?
away with this.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, brutal.
It really is.
As a pool player, my heart goes out to John in this situation right here.
Yeah, it's so tough. He's got a good chance to kick and kind of stick the ball, the cue behind the 9. No guarantee, of course, but just wants to catch this 7 straight in the face, send it up towards the 10 ball, so at the very least you're sending it towards the middle of the rail at the top of the table.
So that's where he's calling it. Top right-hand corner pocket of your view. Good look at John.
So the cue ball caught it a little thinner than he wanted to. Leaks out past the 9.
And right here, Vitelli has another opportunity to tie this match back up again. This literally, I bet if you look at your times on your matches, this is probably the longest. Is this like the longest match you've had on the feature
The
table?
match, yeah, the last match last night with Payne and Hayden was a little long, but I don't think it was this long.
Yeah, their match was a little bit long. All right, well done. He does avoid the 10 with the cue ball. Really just paying mention to the fact that he needs to have angle on the 9. Nice little shot there. He should be able to just Z pattern this shot back to where he's standing for the 10.
Well done there. So looking like another tied match.
Yeah, here we go again. This time, Pasura will be breaking. Just a lot of back and forth action between these two gentlemen.
So 7 apiece. Vitaly breaking. This is a winner break format. If you're just joining, you'll see the rack change there at the top of the screen. Every game brings a new pattern. Every ball is random, including the 1 and the 10. So changes up the patterns we see after the break. You're not going to get the 1 ball hanging over the corner every time like a lot of players have been able to figure out here recently. Other than that, normal 10 ball, break the head ball, whichever ball that may be. Run them in order after that. So 10 on the break spots, early 10 does not count as a win. You just have to call it, spot it, and then keep shooting. Big thank you to our partners who helped make this event happen. This is a $15,000 added event. Jam Up Apparel, the best apparel in the business. Whether they're our partner or not, we've always worked close with those guys. Damien and his team, fantastic people. So big thank you to them and all they do for the game. Of course, Railbird's Q Repair, run by Louis DeMarco, our house pro here at Railyard. They have a shop here and a new store that's going to be opening up online soon, so definitely keep an eye out for that. Napa Pool Leagues, Tony and his team also doing fantastic things for pool. Big thank you to them, and Lucasi Professional making big moves in the game here recently. Definitely check them out, and that's definitely the best break we've had the entire match. More along the lines of what we're used to seeing from the likes of Vitaly and John, and definitely a good time to do it.
Absolutely. The one does trek to the side pocket, so he does have a look at the blue too. Few things to work on in this rack though. He does want to make sure what kind of line he's got to that 3 ball and where he needs to be after pocketing the 2. If he doesn't like that, he can go ahead and bank the 2 out and freeze the Q to the 5. But I think at this point, these guys are looking for some outs. Oh, he does play the
wow.
safe.
And that's just the way, you know, I'm really am surprised by that, and it's the way this match has gone. It's like they're almost afraid to shoot, you know?
Yeah, I think it's just the energy of the match.
Sure.
Right? The match is just neither one of them are having really good success at just running out. So it's just the flavor of the you know, the energy of the match. And you kind of get stuck in that when you get into a match where there's a lot of safety play, and then the whole match feels like it's just safety play. Should have just played a race to 3 in one pocket for this one.
We'd probably still be in the same spot.
Right, we would be too. All right, so I think he called the 10.
Yes, he called the 10 on the lower right. He's definitely limited. He's looking at how he needs to spin this ball, being frozen right to the 5.
Like he's trying to decide if he has to bend this ball off the rail. He's going to hit it with some pace. He has.
Not the worst result.
No.
Vitaly will be able to maintain control here, though. He's got full view of the 2 and a lot of options to hide. I think you might see him go up table with the cue ball here towards the 4-6, looking for cover up that way. He's also go low with the 3-10. And, of course, the 5-8 close by as well. So a lot of options, whatever he likes best here. Looking to find the 4 ball.
Oh, boy.
Just overrunning a touch.
Yeah. He's gone. I think he's left John the edge of the 2. Although I think John may be going for his jump cue.
Yeah, I think he is. He's called it in the lower right, so he's going airborne at this.
He is calling the 2.
Good effort here, and he's going to like the result.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
leaked out a touch, but I think he's still okay. It'll be an easy escape for Vitaly. Looking to kick and stick, I believe, here. Try to hold the cue behind the 5-8.
He's going to do the old double up. You guys watch what he's doing here, guys. For those of you at home who are looking for some kicking techniques, pay very close attention. Vitaly does this often. He uses this technique often. Um, you just double it up to the rail, extend it out, and kind of follow your finger to the line of the cue ball. It works well, but he uses it often, so pay close attention.
Well done there. And also tied up the 5-8, so it'll be some work to do later in the rack when we get there.
I feel like we're never going to get there.
Don't tell me that.
I'm just throwing that out there.
I do have a bedtime tonight we need to make at some point.
Yep. That's all I got right now. Right, so I can't tell if he's going to just try to cross over this 2 and play the cue underneath the 6. I can't really tell what his intentions are. He's kicking 2 rails underneath it.
Looking for some help with the 9 ball. He's going to get it.
Oh, I think he got it, yeah. Man, they've been on this rack a minute. We're still only on the 2 ball.
I know. Like you said, one of those matches.
It has been. It really has. And don't get me wrong, it's nice to see these occasionally. Like I said, we tend to feel like some of the top players get a little robotic.
Sure.
So every once in a while, having one of these little grinder matches it's good for you.
Yeah, and I'll be curious to see how that plays out in the event because there's, we're down to the last 6 now.
Mm-hmm.
And we have the likes of the Vitalis and Johns who, like you said, are a little bit more robotic and methodical. We also have the Bergmans and Bergman does take his time, but he's kind of more of a field player than, mechanical perfection, I would say. And then Frank Diaz, who we've seen, doesn't take any time at all and just runs around and knocks the ball straight in. So kind of curious how this the event plays out, who's able to find their way to the top.
Well, I feel at this point it's almost any of them could win from here.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, the winner of this match obviously will have a chance to play for the hot seat against the winner of our next feature match, Cash Keaton and Justin Bergman. I know you guys aren't going anywhere for that. Everybody likes to see it when Bergman's in action. So make sure you guys stay tuned into X-Pool.
Yeah, and Cash out of Kentucky and Ohio area. Good following of his own and a really good player in his own right.
Yeah, he is. He's a young gun making his way through the ranks of these top players. He had a really good showing last year, the year before at the Texas Open. I think that was the one at Skinny Bob's, and I think that's when everyone first got a real good, solid look at him. And since then, he's been creeping into all these events all over the place.
Great stroke from John there to pull back for the 3.
5 is still a bit of an issue, and the pink 4 is covered up by the 7, so he needs to be pretty particular about his cue ball.
Yeah, definitely not a bargain here to find your way all the way to the finish line. I think we'll probably see some more moves.
So what do you do? Do you draw out of this and just try to get in the window of the 4?
I think so. I mean, honestly, I may even just draw back to pretty much where he is now and just take your cut. He's going to try to go all the way up, but it's just so dangerous trying to clear that 7 ball. And it's not likely, no matter even with ball in hand, it's not a bargain to get into the 5 and open it up perfectly. So for me, I'm just going to take the guaranteed shot. I know I can get to the right side of the table as we look, take a cut on the 4 if I need it, if I need to do something else. You're just guaranteeing that you keep control of the table a little bit better than the position he's in now, which he might be able to get through to this, but he could have very easily been kicking at this ball going that way.
Whoa. Wow. Well, it's very dark in there, so
Yeah, it sure is.
he's going to give up ball in hand on the one trouble ball in the rack. And it looks as though the 5 clears the 8.
Yeah, that definitely changes things here.
That shot right there could very well cost John Moore the match. We'll see if Vitali can finish this rack out and get on the hill first. I'm actually a little surprised that John went so offensive at that ball, considering.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Especially with the 5 being tied up. It just
I
really
didn't even know if he had enough to make the ball. It looked like he could get through to it. Maybe just tried to cheat it to, make something happen. But
yeah, I agree. But with the 5 tied up, I was really just kind of surprised by the shot selection. Although, it looks like Vitali's going to be okay with that.
Yeah.
He's going to take full advantage. All right. Here we are, super focused. I like that camera view. You really get a good look at the player down over the ball. All right, Miss 10 ball to take the lead and get on the hill for Vitali Patsura.
he gets it down. So 8-7 is going to be our score line. Race to 9. We started the tournament with race to 7 until we got to the final 16, where we extended the race to 9, and then the finals will be 1 race to 11. So if you're just joining us, you see Vitali looking up at the top of your screen there. New random rack gets generated for every game. That is every single ball random, including the 1 and the 10. So changes up the patterns of how the balls land a little bit. Other than that, normal 10 ball rules. You just break the head ball, whichever ball is there, run them in order from there. We're down to the final 6 players. Started today with the final 8, all cash money rounds. Payne McBride finishing in 7th, 8th place, along with Edward Bregu just earlier today. And so we'll be picking up the other, this is an A-side matchup here. Other A-side match is Justin Bergman and Cash Keaton next on the table here as soon as we wrap up, until we get to the final winner at the end of the evening, if we can get through this match. Playing, I think, close to 3 hours now as this one. Another good break from Vitali, but the wing balls go a little high. And there's not going to be anything easy on the 1. I think he might even be corner hooked here, which it would be absolutely brutal. You can see it there. John is not going to be a happy camper about this. I can't blame him for that. Push out is allowed, but you're still generally going to be taking the worst of it in that position. He's called the push.
Yeah, that's no bueno. Under the edge of that point. Hmm. It just can't be that simple, can it?
No.
Not in this match.
If you're enjoying the content here today, make sure you like and subscribe, share everything out for us. We really appreciate the love. We do a lot of content throughout the year, a lot of paid matches and streams over at www.xpool.live, and there's also a ton of content. You can go back, watch anything you like there. Had a lot of great matchups over the past years. Of course, the Shane and Federer saga that's played through a few times, but John's been in action here, and a lot of other great players, so check that out as well. We decided to do the free stream here this weekend, promote the new format, the new game, and kind of get everybody's thoughts on that. So make sure to let us know what you think. I've had a lot of great feedback from the players so far. Everybody's kind of enjoyed the change up and the difference it makes. A lot more moving involved, as we've seen here, which it's not quite been this much of a moving game most of the time, but still definitely adds a little bit different element to the game.
Yeah, I think that it's kept it interesting. There's no way to predict what's going to happen with the rack, where your balls are going to fall after the break. I found it quite interesting with the random rack generator, the 10 ball placement. So we've never seen the 10 ball in so many different places.
Sure.
Watching template rack 10 ball. All right, so we did give John the edge of the one. John should be able to come up with some type of safety play. He's got quite a bit of the one, actually. In that view.
Yeah, a lot of options here as Mora. Likes to go towards the 8 ball. Wanted to get just a little bit more out of that, though.
Not sure. I'm not sure that Vitaly has any of the edge of that one ball currently.
Yeah, I think the 10 balls come in to help John out a little bit. He was trying to get stuck on that 8 ball, but still done a good job to keep Vitaly kicking.
Maybe just a slow roll kick. I don't know if he's going to play it with much pace. I don't know. I also don't know if he called it somewhere I didn't see.
Yeah, really tried to soft spin over towards that ball. I just didn't have a lot of options, so.
Yeah, it wasn't. It's just, it wasn't. It was a great safety by John, basically.
Yeah, and you have to know that in all likelihood this match is going hill, no matter what happens from here.
It sure does feel that way. These guys haven't I mean, other than the very beginning, Patsura had a 3-0 lead over Mora, but since then, since John has tied it up, it has been back and forth since.
And we can't forget Herman. Herman made his appearance.
Yeah, and then there's Herman and his friends.
Apparently. I still swear there's only one, if there's one. He might be making the whole thing up. We'll see.
I don't know. If he did, then he put it in the universe for Vitaly as well, because at one point Vitaly's swerve kind of swooshed him away as also. So
Sure.
They have a friend.
Nice little slow roll there from John.
Absolutely. He knows this is where he really needs to kick in and make sure that everything he does with intention.
Yeah, you just want to stay hyper-focused here on what you're doing.
Well done. Still got some work to do in this rack. I know John would like to tie this up and make it a hill thriller. It will also be his break, if that's the case.
And we talked about at the beginning of this match, whenever that was these guys have, sorry, made Michelle laugh. These guys have matched up a lot over the last few years, and there's definitely a little bit of a rivalry here. So, there's the added kind of environment of that between these guys where, neither one of them wants to take an L in this match in particular, not even just where they are in the bracket, but because of who they're playing.
There you go. That would be a good action match.
I like it.
Do an all around though, right? Like some one pocket, some
yeah,
some 10 ball. Be good stuff.
I don't know if I'd be able to afford the commentary bill on that one, but we could try it.
Not at this pace, no. We'd have to tell him, listen, you're going to get a little less of the rake. Just because we got to pay more for commentary when you two play. No, just kidding.
Lonnie's rules,
right.
I don't make them. That's how it is.
Yep. And here we go.
Yep. These three balls to clean up.
Yep. There's a chance we're looking at a hill match, folks. If John can successfully complete these 3 balls, we're going to be in action.
He would have liked to have been a little closer to the rail. But he's okay, still has angle where he can go forward and down towards the 10.
And he's looking down the barrel of this 10 ball. Get to the hill. Force a final rack.
Gets it done. Straight in 10 ball. We are at hill, my friends.
Yeah. Everybody likes a hill thriller except for the players.
Looks like John is going to take a timely timeout. Generated the rack. We've got the 10 ball in the front, so this will be a fun one. While players take a quick break, I want to take a second. Thank everyone that's helped make this event happen. Of course, Lonnie, Fox Raymond, best in the business. Appreciate you being here with us this weekend. And Michelle Griffin has done a fantastic job, help us keep up with brackets. And, I mean, you name it, she's on top of it. I can't thank her enough for everything she does here at Railyard, for X-Pool and pool in general. Fantastic asset to our game. And then, of course, our partners make this event happen. This is a $15,000 added event, as all of the X-Pool Pro Series events we're doing this year are thanks to our partners, Jam Up Apparel, Damian and his team. Just fantastic for the game and unbelievable product. They do team jerseys, custom work, anything you need apparel-wise, and it really is the best in the business. Whether they're our partner or not, that's who I order from, and you definitely want to check it out if you haven't had the chance. Railbirds, Q Repair and Pro Shops, run by Louis DeMarco, who was in the event here earlier this weekend. And Louis does fantastic Q work. All the pros that come in town, that's who they bring their Qs to. Feder gets his tips put on by Louis, and they have a full array of products and anything you might need, and a new online store that's coming for those of you online with us. Definitely want to keep an eye out on that. They're doing some really cool things, as well as Napa Pool Leagues with Tony Hines and his team that run that. And Napa's been a big asset for us here at Railyard since day one. And I remember when Napa started here years ago, I played in it. It's a fantastic format. They have singles formats and three-man teams and masters, and I mean, you name it. It's just a really fun time, and they do it right. We hold the national tournament here at Railyard every year, actually, and a lot of players that that make it out for that, and it's just the format of everything they do is really great. I always describe it as it's kind of like a local league, and it pays. It's just a cash local payout type of league, but it's got a national following and a national team behind it, and so you kind of get the best of both worlds. And just really appreciative of everything they do for the game, as well as last but not least, Lucasi, Nick and his team, of everything they're doing. Lucasi, Brunswick, that whole conglomerate there are making some really great moves in the game. And if you haven't had a chance to check out Lucasi Professional, with the help of Oscar and Savannah and now John Mora as well, and they've really kind of made some awesome developments in cues and everything that they do. So definitely check out Lucasi Professional if you haven't had a chance recently. You won't be disappointed. And just a big thank you to everyone that's helped make this event happen.
Yeah, I would say that you have support of some of the best in the business.
Absolutely. And sounds like I'm making this up, but I'm not the type that really wants to have to do fundraising and all of that all year long. So our format is we try to partner early on, just get the whole thing set. These are the first 4 that came to my mind. I reached out to every single one of them first, and that was who we chose to work with. And thankfully for me, they were all more than happy to partner up with us on that. And so these aren't just companies that whoever would say yes, let's do it. This is who we wanted to work with, and we couldn't be more happy and more proud to partner with each of them.
All right, so the players are back at the table. John Mora will be breaking.
Hill,
Win or
hill.
lose, this is it.
It's about a $2,000 difference, I believe, in the guaranteed money. Of course, this is an A-side matchup, so still some fight left, however this shakes out. But definitely nice to move ahead where you're guaranteed a little bit more money. Our next winner side matchup is going to be the other pair that makes up the final 4 of the winner side, which is Justin Bergman and Cash Keaton. So that's up as soon as we finish up here. You don't want to miss it.
All right, so you're going to see John's going to break the 2 balls behind the head ball. The goal is for them to track into this side pocket. He has missed both of them. Corner balls don't come around. Hasn't left much of a shot on the 1 for Vitali, but he is at the table.
Yeah, he's at the table and he can see it, so I don't think there's going to be very many complaints from Team Patsura. And we knew from 4-4, 5-5, 6-6, 7-7, there was no other way for this match to finish than hill-hill.
And of course, then there's a dry break and we're right back at it. Same old, nothing has changed. I sometimes and I don't know if this is true or not, I notice that a lot of times I sometimes don't want to win the lag, because more times than not, I see people, and myself included, it never fails. You're hill and you break dry.
Yeah.
I see it so often with doing commentary. It's almost in my head a little bit when I'm playing as well. When I'm competing, I'm like, man, do I really want to win the lag? It's brutal how that works, but it does happen so often. All right, so not a lot to do here. It looks like he's probably going to play a safety. Probably just roll the 1. He played it all the way up table. I don't know if I enjoyed that.
Yeah, he was trying to find the 6 ball there, but...
All right, so John has a real opportunity here.
Yeah, he really does. Just in case you're just joining us, curious on the rules, we are playing cue ball fouls only. Call ball in pockets. You can make the 10 early, but it's not a win. It'll just spot and then continue shooting from there. He's having a look at that 10 ball now, like it might be right on the point. If it is, it definitely adds a little bit of peculiarity. Is it too early to try to say that word?
Uh, oh man, he's really looking at the 10. I mean, the pockets are tight, right? So
Yeah.
just rolling this in isn't quite as simple as some may think.
Well, and the last thing you want to do is go through the work of this entire rack and then have something fall apart on a 10 ball. So he's definitely going to make sure he knows what the plan is here. And it could also change, if he doesn't like where it is, it could change how he plays this pattern because he could try to, find shape to shoot something off the 10 and get it out of there.
Well, he's hyper focused on it, that's for sure.
Yeah. And if he doesn't like it, I think maybe that's the play. If you can maybe try to find a way to fall on the right side of the 3 and shoot it that way. But there's not a lot of room for movement here.
If the one were a little further down, I would say that he could use the 1 to maybe bump the 10, but you'd be, taking a risk at doing so.
Yeah.
That's not the case, so he is, it's really going to work this rack out. He may just for the 3, but we'll see. He is queuing high on the ball. All right, wow. He hit that nicely.
Oh, man.
I mean, I want to say that, John's sitting in a good position to get out, but we know how these racks have gone this entire match, so I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Sure.
All right, so he's going to just draw this back. Right, well played. Really making sure where he'd like to be every single shot. Not taking anything for granted in this moment. And really, he's looking at it, okay, it's not just about getting on the 5, but it's about getting on the 5 and getting on the proper side of the 5 to get back down table for the 6. So there's a few things going on right now with this shot for John. All right, well played. Should be able to play 2 rails around for the 6. Probably catch the window between the 7 and the 10. I don't know if he necessarily needs to go for a 3rd rail or not. We'll see what pace he plays it. So he just uses the 2.
Yeah, and he's got enough angle here to choose where he wants to get to. It's all going to come down to this 10 ball, though.
Still, yeah. I mean, honestly, if he gets in the right angle on the 7, he can bump the 10 out. He just needs to kind of get, I don't want to say too steep because you don't want it to be too steep. You want to be able to just kind of naturally bump into the 10.
Yeah. I think this is
There
pretty
you
good.
go. This is good. Now he can go ahead and shoot the 7. Just lightly tap the 10. He doesn't have to get crazy with it. And besides, he doesn't really want to. He doesn't want the cue ball to track too much further up table. He wants to stay still on the good side of the 8. Little draw, maybe even a tiny bit of draw right hand English, little outside English, if he feels comfortable doing so.
Very good.
Oh,
Oh, this is going to be a huge problem. He did not want that
yeah.
ball to go in because it's going to
No.
spot.
Oh, no. You see him put his hand on his face like, oh. And look how easy the 10 went in the
Yeah,
side.
yeah.
Like, it makes you just think, God, I probably didn't even have to move it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That's exactly what he's
Oh,
thinking.
that's brutal. The saga of this
Oh,
match.
it's been unbelievable.
It's been crazy. Unreal.
I mean, what do you do here? John's got to be sick.
Yeah. Well, the whole match has just kind of been weird for both of these players. And so it just seems like it's, apropos.
Looks like he has the edge of it, so he'll be ideally trying to maybe bank this to the bottom rail and find cover with the 10.
Does he have it? He doesn't have enough to make it.
Maybe he has. He was kind of looking at it like he might.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And truthfully, I guess you can think whatever you'd like to about this, but I'm a little bit surprised that Vitali didn't check the spot on the 10. Because, I mean, he kind of let John just go out there and put it where he wants. I am by no means saying that John would do anything funny, but, you never know. The ball might get a little roll or something like that. And that's a pretty big thing. He does have enough to make it. What's going to happen to the 9 ball?
Oh, I had to hold my breath for that one.
I mean,
I'm
it's
like,
not
oh
the
no,
most
it's
straightforward
happening
thing.
again. I mean, it's not easy, but it can be done. It is past the side pocket, past the center of the pocket, so we will be back cutting it a tad into the pocket. It just doesn't get easier.
Oh my gosh. And how do you like this tester for all the cheese?
Ugh.
Or at least the cheese of the next round.
Right. I mean, both of these gentlemen are still in this event, no matter what this match,
Yes.
no matter the outcome of this match. But one is a much more comfortable position than the other.
I mean, talk about a pressure shot, though. You've come this far, 3-hour match.
Absolutely.
And I mean, he's worked really hard just this rack just to get here.
OMG.
I mean, it was such a tough shot in the conditions.
Just brutal. All the work, all the different things that have happened throughout this entire match for both of these players. Looks like John went ahead and conceded, shook
Unbelievable.
Vitali's hand. And so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Vitali Patsura is guaranteed 3rd place in this event. John Mora is going to be taking the scenic route, trying to get his way back into the finals. Vitali will be playing the winner of our next feature matchup between Justin Bergman and Cash Keaton. Don't go anywhere, folks. This is X-Pool, and we'll be back in action shortly. All right, guys. So we saw the lag there. Justin Bergman has won. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Lonnie Fox Raymond, and you're watching X Pool. This is the X10 Ball Pro Series tournaments. $15,000 added. This is an A-side matchup between Cash Keaton and Justin Bergman. Race to 9. Just watched a doozy of a hill match between Vitaly Patsura and John Mora. So that's back a little ways on this live feed if you want to go back and watch it later on. The winner of that, Vitaly Patsura, sneaking that win out. We'll play the winner of this match for the hot seat. A-side final. So Justin does make a ball on the break. A steep cut on the 1. We'll see if he opts to go for it. It is early on, obviously, rack 1, so he may be a little more offensive just to kind of get a vibe of where he's at on the day. Right. He just swishes her in. Like to get a little bounce off of this. Don't know if he'll play the 3-10 combination, just so you guys know the early 10s do not count. But they do count as a shot if you call it, and you can keep on shooting. The 10 will just spot up, though. I don't know that he's got enough to bump into it. I don't think he's at that angle, but we'll see here in just a second when Justin chooses to shoot. All right, so he's just going to go for the 3-10 combination. All right, so that ball is going to spot up, and Justin will have to shoot at the 3 next. Played it with a lot of pace to really get that 3 out and move in. I think that was a smart play by Justin. All right, so he's looking at the 3 in the side. And a lot of that's just for more of a two-way and cue ball control and all the things. He can shoot the 3 into the left side. Cue ball can track down table for a shot on the 5, but potentially also playing a safety. So if he misses that ball, which it was not his intention, he would not leave much of a shot for young Cash Keaton. All right, so Cash is looking at, it's got to make a hit on the 3. Doesn't want to give up ball in hand.
Looking to come in 3 rails here, looks like. Long, short, long behind the 3. Or just 2 rails right at it.
All right, guys, just so you guys know, there's a new voice in the booth. His name is Isaac Stevens. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. People are probably like, whoa.
Sorry for the abrupt entrance there, folks.
Who's that guy? All right, so here we are. First rack, Little back and forth action. Justin misses the 3 in the side, but plays a nice 2-way on it. Cash makes a hit. Justin's got a bit of a tester on the 3 here. He has to make a decision what he's looking to do.
Probably looking to kill this with a little bit of inside English and stay short on the 5 here, trying to not overrun his position.
Right.
Using the 7 to stop the rock. Makes the 7 slightly tougher. He doesn't really have any way to break out the 8 with it now. I don't know that he needs to, though. It might go lower right. Nice shot there, taking the 3rd rail.
I was just saying to the fans at home, the one thing about watching great players that's really beneficial if you really pay attention is the fact that they always get behind their next shot and really look at it. They lay their cue down. They kind of tell you what they're going to do. So you can learn a lot if you just really pay attention.
Especially with Justin. He seems to like to measure his position pretty carefully. Case in point, trying to see exactly where he wants to get on this 8. Maybe wants to bump the 10, maybe doesn't. Probably doesn't.
All right, so well done by Justin there. I don't know that he really needed to play into the bump on the 10, so this is good position for him. He can come 2 rails to the inside of this 9 ball, shooting it in your left side. It also goes in 5 other pockets, so.
Most definitely. He probably dropped to the end rail here. Most definitely dropped to the end rail, I'd imagine. It's got to go a little for the side to be perfect. I think he's just fine, though.
Yeah, I think so. It's nice to see Justin playing in this event, though.
Absolutely.
I know the fans at home always enjoy it when Justin comes back around.
Most definitely. Anytime we get to watch this guy play is a treat.
Absolutely. So taking rack number 1, Justin Bergman over young gun Keaton. He will be breaking. This is a winner break format. They are using the rack generator that's at the top of your view, kind of on top of Justin's head at the moment. Players have to rack according to the graphic on the screen. All tables, all matches were played this way. The 1 and the 10 are also random. If by some chance they do pocket the 10 on the break, it does just spot up. So it's been kind of fun watching this format. What do you think about that, Isaac? Do you think this has been fun? Are you enjoying that part of it?
I'm really enjoying watching these guys play this random rack just because it's interesting to see where the 1 ball ends up. And you get to see a lot more moving at the beginning of the rack, I think, because the position of the 1 is completely left up to chance.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not just playing shape forward up by one of the top corners. And you see a lot more safety battles, and for a player like myself, it's really nice to learn from watching those safety battles. Get a scratch on the break from Justin here.
So Justin does lose the cue. Cashin is going to come to the table with ball in hand. We just got to be mindful. The 6 does cover up the 3 a little bit. The pink 4 is real close to the 2. We'll just see which way he decides to get around the table to get into the window for that 3.
Yep, just playing the gap between these 2 balls. Going to swing 2 rails out to the middle of the table. Should end up around the head string.
Seeing Cashin was in early, getting warmed up on one of the side tables. We caught a glimpse of him getting prepped for this match. The first real look at Cash with ball in hand. Pretty open table once he gets past the 3. And he's done that well.
Got a nice angle here. Just run down the long rail. Should end up with a angle on the 4 to drop to the bottom rail and get back to the middle of the table on the 5. In line early here.
Now, are you familiar with Cashton? He's from Kentucky, correct?
He is. I have been watching
Is that
Cashton
right?
play for a long time. He is a
Mm-hmm.
very, very talented player, and there's somewhere out there on the internet, there's a video of young Cashton Keaton, tiny little Cashton Keaton, like 9 years old, breaking and running a rack on a diamond bar table, swinging this cue ball 3 rails for shape, just getting perfect, and breaking and running a rack for a couple $100 at a local tournament. It's pretty strong. He's been around for quite some time. He took kind of a break, I think, for a few years in his early teenage years, but came back to it and came back to it with a vengeance. He's been torturing the world of pool ever since. He's an outstanding player and really quite a good guy.
Yeah, I was gonna say for a lot of the people who aren't from that area of the country or that part of the country, that weren't familiar with him, I think he really kind of started to show up. And I want to say it was at Skinny Bob's a couple years ago. And that's when people really started to see the young guy coming in playing so well.
I think he beat Federer at that event, didn't he?
He did. He had a really good run at that event.
Yep, and he really didn't play on big tables very much at all until he was maybe 16, because around where we're from in Eastern Kentucky, it's mostly bar tables. I mean, there's maybe like 2 or 3 big tables that I knew of within 100 miles of where he's from. So, he's a fantastic bar table player. Kind of goes without saying, but he just really took to the big table surprisingly well. Plays it really smart and efficient. And just like that shot there, taking his medicine and just banking the 7 instead of trying to do anything crazy, drawing the cue ball to get shape on it. It's just trying to play the game efficiently. I think it's something he does exceptionally well.
All right, so he has called the 7 in the right-hand side pocket. And you notice that he walked behind the 7 and kind of laid his cue down and pointed. He would like to hold, really just bank this and hold that cue ball right there to that left long rail. Just like that. Well done.
Kind of froze to the long rail here, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. The 8's pretty close to the pocket. He doesn't have to do a whole lot to get shape on the 9.
No, natural position will work wonderfully here. He just needs to really focus on pocketing the ball. These pockets are a little tight. We all know Railyard's feature table can be a little bit daunting. So I know Cash has played on this table before, so he's not unfamiliar. There you go. Well done. The 9 also goes on the side if he so chooses, just a little bit tighter.
The side pockets on these tables are not very forgiving.
They're not nice. Unless you're John Mora and you don't think the 10 goes and then you knock it in.
Well, we kind of found out that it went then, didn't we?
Yeah, it was that whole time he was really just hyper focused on it, and then when he goes to bump it all the way, it falls in, and I was like, oh my God, how mad would I be at that moment?
You got to think that if he just bumps it a little bit up on the long rail, he's out from there. I mean,
Absolutely.
A lot less
Worst
mental
roll
anguish to
ever.
worry about.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Keaton's gonna go ahead and take this rack with this 10 ball and tie this match back up, kind of holding serve. And then it'll be his break. This is winner break format. So this is a good look for him to kind of get started in this match. We'll see if these guys can put any packages together with the winner break format. you can see the random rack generator at the top of your view, right underneath X pool. And of course, at the moment, Cashton's head's in the way. But that random rack generator is random for all 10 balls. So you guys aren't seeing things. The 10 can be in a variety of places. As a matter of fact, I think that this is my 4th match for this tournament that I've been in the comms booth, and I've only seen the 1 and the 10 in the proper placement once. So it is completely random. It's kind of fun though. The 10 ball has been in so many different places. Like we never see that with a template rack pool. So usually the money ball is kind of around the spot. It typically doesn't get kicked out of there unless they're playing 9 on the spot with a cut break, but almost always the money ball's in the middle. So it's been really fun seeing the different pattern play throughout these matches. All right, so cashed into break.
Very nice square hit there.
Absolutely. Doesn't make the balls behind the head ball in the side pockets, but does get one in, so that's good.
I think they might have caught the high point of the pocket, so one could say he hit it too hard, but he hit it pretty square. When you hit it that square and squat the cue ball like that, you tend to get rewarded.
Absolutely.
And,
well, and it's kind of like, it's not like you can, even though, you can try to have a precise break, really, ultimately, you never know if you're going to get a shot on the 1 or the 2. So really, I mean, I like the fact that he's just making sure he's getting a square hit and taking his licks, and it's working out nicely here. Got a good starting shot on the 1. Should be able to bring the cue ball around 2 rails. Shouldn't be a problem at all. You can also play it with some draw if you'd like. Oh, maybe it's a little too low on the cue ball for that shot right there. Ends up bumping the 2. I feel a safety coming in the very near future.
probably looking to move the cue ball up table behind the 9-10 maybe, or behind the 8-9, and leave the 2 ball behind the 7. It's a possibility, or you can go the other way and put the 2 ball on the side rail and put the cue ball on the other side rail using the 7 as a blocker. He's got a few options here, looks like.
Yeah, there's a long list of safeties that can be played currently.
Looks like he's going side to side with it.
Yeah, just thin the edge of the 2, bring the cue ball 2 rails. Try to put it on the other side of the 7.
Looks like he left him about half a ball, maybe. Can't really tell from my angle. And as we know, leaving Justin Bergman half a ball is more than enough to leave yourself in a position that is not terribly favorable. This guy's one of the best movers in the game.
Yeah, Justin's skill set is it's impressive. He's in the US, I feel like he's a lot of people's favorite player. It's a good guy.
The popular opinion, I believe, is that after the break he's the best, and I'd be hard pressed to argue outside of Federer.
Yeah, he plays well, for sure.
Absolutely. He plays the right shot most of the time. Looks like a little fortunate bump on that 8. It's going to work out good for him. Going to leave Cash a jump shot here, though. And if he makes the jump, it's natural position to come back up table for the 3. Looks like he's already got the Michi Pogo in his hand.
Yeah, as you guys can see on Cashton's shirt, he's a Mucci-sponsored player.
Plays with a Michi Casino, I believe, with a Killwood shaft. He let me hit a couple balls with it yesterday. It really hits fantastic. I hadn't tried the Michi Killwood before, and it hits really quite nice. He played with an OB Phoenix for a long time. They gave him that cue back when they were a thing. Good shot by Cash. Looks like he's going to go between the 8-9 for shape. It's going to work out nice.
Yeah, clean living right there.
True that. Looks like he's got a little angle to punch down for the 4 here. Or just draw it to the middle of the table like that, or go to the side rail to the middle of the table. However he wishes.
Yeah, like that's something that Allison Fisher said to me once, and I'll probably remember it for the rest of my life. Working in the comms booth with her at one of the WPBA events, she had said that, sometimes the right shot is whatever you feel is the right shot that day. And I would have to agree with that because there's so many different ways that you can go about getting the same result sometimes in pool. And, what is right for one person might not be right for you. And so that when I say that, oh, they could get to this point here, and I give them like 3 options. Why? Because there's 3 different ways that you can achieve that same option,
Exactly.
And so I like that he played that forward with a little bit of spin, not overly aggressive.
Yep, that's
Put
something
himself.
he has. That's something he has in his game that I really enjoy, and it's on a bar table especially is that soft touch. He's really good with just stopping that cue ball exactly where he wants to. He's good at playing the cue ball to the extra rail, but he's very good at not playing the cue ball to the extra rail as well. And like you said, it just depends on what he feels like that day, and it's kind of for all of us. You kind of have to trust yourself as a pool player that you're going to play the right shot for yourself that day. And it's up to you and your practice to figure that out.
Absolutely. All right, so he's looking pretty good. A little steep on the 5, but I'm sure he can handle it just fine. He should go 2 rails, shooting the 7 in the lower left-hand corner. He didn't even need the second rail. He went ahead and just played that with a little bit lower on the cue ball so he could hold it more after the first rail, just kind of in the center of the table. It was well played. Good cue ball control goes to what Isaac was just speaking about, the touch that Ashton Keaton has at the table.
And he developed that at a very young age. It was staggering to see somebody that much younger than me that's able to play the cue ball that intelligently and efficiently. And at the time when I first saw him, I'd been playing for about 8 years, and I considered myself to be able to play pretty good. And then I see this 14-year-old kid running out from everywhere. I'm like, okay, yeah, I need to go practice for sure.
All right, so he's
just the
fallen a
nicest kid.
little flat on this. So he's trying to decide, does he play short side and just play the stop shot? He didn't seem like he really liked that. So he also looked at the drawback and taking a bit of a steeper cut on the 9. We'll see what he chooses to do, what he's decided is the best option for him. The pockets are pretty tight and this table can be a little tough. So punching it like that can be a little daunting, especially in the beginning racks of a big match. He has successfully done that. All right, and he's looking. He can do this a couple different ways as well. He can go to the rail and back out. Looks like he wants to shoot the 10 in the right-hand side pocket, or he can just put a little draw on it and slide it over. So definitely a choice for him. He went ahead and just slid it over. Well done in this 10 ball.
Cash looking for a lead here.
This is a race to 9 A-side matchup, folks. Winner breaks. 3-foul rule is in effect.
Two-one Cash.
Well done. 2-1. Favor of Ashton Keaton. He will be breaking there using the Gorse template rack. The Aramith Pro Cup Series balls with the pink 4 and the orange 5. And the random rack generator right there in the top of your view behind Keaton's head at the moment, Ashton's head at the moment. Tells them exactly where the balls should be placed in the rack. Every rack is a new look. I don't know what the conversation is there, but Oh, it just regenerated. There you go. Maybe that's what he was looking for. If he had to hit maybe a button on a tablet, I'm not sure if they need that or if someone's just controlling the random rack generator for the feature table. But I know on the outside tables, there's a button you have to push, right? Like to generate the rack. It's kind of wild seeing that. Now, the one is the head ball in this rack. And it's going to be on the side. Right side of the rack.
You gotta consider yourself a little lucky when the one gets randomly generated to the front of the rack, so you can play shape on
Right?
it.
I thought that in the last match when we actually saw the 1 in 10 in the in the appropriate places where we hadn't seen it. Like in 3 matches, I had never seen it in the right spots, so it was kind of fun.
It happened during one of my matches yesterday in the tournament. I was like, wait a minute. I felt like I should hit the button again. Not quite so square there. Crossed over the 1. Looks like, ooh, try break. And a shot on the 1 for Justin Bergman.
Yeah, this is Justin's chomping at the bit on this rack. Maybe a little awkward queuing over the brown 7.
But with the 2 so close to the pocket, it's not terribly daunting, I wouldn't imagine.
For those of you guys who are just tuning in, thank you guys for watching X-Pool. My name is Lonnie Fox Raymond. I've got Isaac Stevens in the booth with me at the moment. You are watching an A-side matchup. One of these gentlemen, after winning this match, will advance to play for the hot seat against Vitaly Patsura. The loser of this match will just be taking the scenic route back to the end. It is $8,000 to the winner of the entire event, not bad for 3 days of work. So thanks for tuning in and enjoy the show. All right, so missing that 1. Strange. Didn't expect Bergman to do that, but he is human. Cashton's going to be all okay with that. He's going to go ahead and try to get straight to work here. The 5 to the 6 could be a little tricky. They can pocket the 10 early if need be in a carom or a combination. It just spots up and they continue shooting. It is not a win.
A little awkward on this 3 here. It looks like he'll be able to punch to the side rail above the 5 if he wishes. That will be tough on these pockets, but nothing Cashed can't handle, I wouldn't imagine. Although, he could just roll the ball in here and take his medicine if he feels like he can hold it above the 9.
Yeah, a bit steep for the hold, I think. I agree with you. He's going to have to come through some balls here. Doesn't want to bump the 5. Misses it. I don't think he knew if he was going to hit it or not. He kind of jumped up a little funny off that shot. That works out. Sitting real well for Cashton.
He's a little flat here, but he should be all right. Can't see if this 4 is froze to the rail or not. Not that it matters a terrible amount.
All right, so he stuns up table nicely.
Yep, I believe this ball is froze, so playing this with a little bit of outside to go above the 9 isn't quite as easy. Makes it a little tougher, especially on these tables, which are not forgiving. Looks like he got away with it, though. It's a little far out on the table to be jumping at it, I believe.
Yeah, and Justin, he's not a super tall guy, so I expect him to use a little, maybe introduce some English and play some rail first action on this 5. Oh, he's kicking at it. Didn't expect that, though.
I think he's, if it was a little further to the left side of the 8 as we look, I think he might be
Right.
easier to spin, but I think he's looking to half mass
Such
around this ball.
awkward cueing, yeah. It's just such awkward cueing from where the cue ball is on the table. Like I said, Justin's not a super tall guy.
As a sub 6 foot pool player, I can sympathize for sure.
Me too.
Reaching past the side pocket is a little bit tough. Especially when the 6 ball is jacking you up. It's not even past the side and it's tough reach.
Yeah, I prefer this versus the kick simply because the kick the cue ball's going in the wrong direction after contact to get back out for the 6. If he can swerve around this, which he's done, well done.
Good shot there.
He comes out naturally for the 6 ball, so that was a really good shot by Justin Bergman.
This could be a big swing here. There's a big difference between 3-1 and 2-2. Especially in a short race to 7. Or no, we're racing to 9 now, aren't we? Even in a short race to 9. Big difference in scoreline. Center pocket strike from Justin there. It's a little flat on this. He might have to force the cue ball around for shaping the 8 on the 8 in the same pocket. I don't believe it passes the 9 lower right. And the 10 makes it a little tough to follow forward for the 8 in the side, so it'll be interesting to see what he does here. I always enjoy getting to watch Justin punch the ball because he does it so efficiently. Never overpowers the ball. And even when he punches the ball, that cue ball doesn't hop. So he doesn't lose any action. Get maximum amount of action, minimum amount of effort.
Oh,
Talked him right into that one, didn't I?
well, it looks as though he's left Cashton in a bit of a spot. I'm not sure if Cashton can swerve around the 9 or if he'll have to go to the air for this shot. Looks like he's looking at the kick on it.
If he does kick this in, he'll likely have a shot on the 9 somewhere. It goes in most every pocket.
Oh, hit it
Brutal.
too good. Yeah, hit it too clean. So Justin's going to get away with that one. He's going to go ahead and pocket these 2 balls. Big swing for Justin here.
Kind of got away with murder there.
Yeah, like Isaac said, there's a big difference between 2-2 and 3-1. So there you go, folks. Justin Bergman has tied this matchup 2-2. You're watching X-Pool. We want to say thank you to our partners, Jam Up Apparel, Railbirds Cue Repair and Pro Shop right on site, right there at Railyards. Shout out to Louis DeMarco, as well as NAPA, the North American Pool Shooters Association. It's a big league organization that they actually hold their national event in October at Railyard. Lucasi Professional. So thanks to our partners for jumping in. These events are $15,000 added thanks to them, and of course all of X Pool and their crew. It's nice that a lot of times these events are on a pay-per-view platform. So if you guys are new to X Pool, and they are providing this tournament for your viewing pleasure for free, please take just a second if you could and pull out of full screen view and hit the thumbs up, as well as subscribe to X Pool. Follow them on all their socials. I know they have a big Facebook presence. Go check that out. That way you get notified every time they go live. Good break by Justin there. The 5's going to sneak right in the way. Last ball rolling always have a habit of doing that.
Yeah, he hit him real square there, squatted the cue ball nice, and that's what he gets. 10 ball spots.
I'm going to remove the template rack from the table. I do believe that's the ghost rack. Do they call it the ghost rack? You can purchase one of those at fettergorst.com. If you're looking for a good template rack for your home table or maybe for your local establishments. We forgot to spot the 10.
Get a little update on the score on one of the side tables here. We have Frank Diaz up 4-1 over John Mora. So John will be not too happy with the outcome of that last rack, of that last match. Seeing the score line here. Looks like Cashton's got a long chance at this one here. He's got options. Position's not natural if he cuts it in, so not sure he'll be looking to go aggressive here. Looking at bringing that cue ball 2 rails behind the 6. 3 rails, I suppose it would be. Maybe cut the 1 at the 4 ball. Maybe the 4 ball keeps it by the long rail.
He's going to go ahead and give it back to Justin.
Which I'm not sure I love. Letting Justin Bergman back to the table isn't typically a great option, in my opinion. But there's a reason he's out there and I'm in here.
Well, he just maybe figures that, you know, if he doesn't like going after it, then Justin may not like it either. And, well, other than the fact that Justin got a little fortunate that he left him queuing over the 6.
Indeed, he did.
He did leave Cash in the window of the 1. So Cash has some options, but definitely more difficult.
Yeah, probably looking
bridging over the ball.
For sure. Elevating even the tiniest bit makes everything much more difficult. And, you know, being on top of Mount Everest here definitely doesn't make anything any easier.
Oh,
Had a little side spin on that ball. It swerved on him on the way down, but it looks like he returned the favor from the last rack and hooked Justin. Looks like he let him see the side of it here. Justin's going to try to bank this cross corner. Looks like that's what he called. He's just kicking the side of it, going up table. Perfect speed there. Throws that cue ball over the short rail.
well done. Well, that's a good look And Caston's shot, not much there for him.
Nice square hit on the 1. He's going to leave him a shot, though. Not an aggressive one, but he looks like he can lock him up on the back of the 10 here. Didn't quite freeze him, so he does have a little wiggle room here. Looking at popping the edge of that 10 ball for a hot second there.
A lot of back and forth action in this match, in this rack right here.
Hit that ball square in the face. Really unlucky it hit the point there. Leave Justin straight in with natural shape on the 2. Things looking a little ominous for Mr. Keaton here.
Like this, just a little roll forward. Of course, he he undercuts the ball, but I like the move. I think he actually intended to just bump the 7. He just undercut the 1. Cash and come into the table. Looks like he's probably going to the air on this one, although it is on the outside of this pocket, so we'll see kind of cue ball action he gets after the jump.
He's hoping to swing 2 rails down table to the middle of the table here, I'd imagine. Try to shoot the 2 in the same pocket. Kind of died off the rail there.
Yeah, he definitely caught the 1 a little too full.
He did. Tried to use a little outside English and deflected the cue ball into the 1 a little thick. Tends to happen a lot more on jump shots. He's got a full look at the 2 here. He's probably looking to bank it down table in between the 7 and the 10 to the short rail and use the 5 and the 10, maybe the 6 as a blocker. He's a little hampered by the 6 here, so not terribly easy. He's going to call it cross corner here, which I think is a good move. He's going to try to bank this short to the end rail. Ooh.
All right, so I don't know that Justin can see all of the 2, but he can definitely see the 2. Now, if he has enough of it to actually make it, we're going to find out here shortly. I can't tell. The camera views can always be quite tricky.
There's some shots you can't really tell unless you're down there in their position. So
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right. Even still, he has some options here. He could bank the 2 out. He does want to avoid hitting the 4 if that's the case. I don't know if he can cross over it and bring it up table, holding the cue under the pink. I'm not sure if that's an option for him without scratching.
Yeah, the 2 ball's a little far from the rail there. It'd be tough to avoid the scratch trying to hold it behind the 4.
Looks like he may be thinning it, trying to avoid the or the pink and come around.
That's exactly what
Like
he's doing,
that?
looks like. He's going to leave cash in a look here. If you're cash, you got to shoot at the hole here. In my opinion, I mean your chances of outmoving Bergman ain't very good. You know, seeing as you're immortal and such. So. If he makes this 2, position is pretty natural on the 4. Just hits it with a clean high ball. Just got to make sure you don't stun this too much if you do try to make it, because you might make the cue ball come a little flatter off the 2 and go towards the 4 too much. End up underneath it. Yeah, he tried to use a little inside there, and it curved in on him, looks like. And leave Bergman a shot here.
All right, so once again, these guys there's always a little bit of awkward cueing going on in this rack so far. I feel as though they've shot over a lot of the balls on the table at this point. He does need to just smoothly pocket this 2 in the top right corner pocket, get that cue ball across the table. Doesn't really want it to fall straight in. He's a little flat on this, but I think this is easily handled by Justin Bergman.
He can draw back for the side here, or just well, I don't know if he can punch out from the rail enough to shoot the 5 in the corner and have good shape on the 6. So looks like he's drawing back for the side here.
Yeah, he's gonna come with a sweet stroke. There you go.
It's got to go a little. It's just fine there.
Absolutely. Yeah, he'll just go ahead and play this with a low ball, dragging the cue to the top short rail and back out. Doesn't want to fall straight in. Looks as though he's fine. He's going to have to come to the right long rail and out.
Got a little angle here, just a punch to the rail.
He could stun it over too, but he'll drag it over to the right long rail.
Sure enough.
The spin on that. He almost wasn't sure if he could overcook that ball. You kind of seen him stand up after execution.
He fell on the good side of the 7 here. Just draw straight back into the zone on the 9.
Well done, and a stop shot to the 10. He can really go to the rail also. This is just more preferential, obviously, for the player. There you go. Well done. This 10 ball to take the lead 3-2 over young Keaton. Justin Bergman in the house. All right, so it will be Justin's break. Do we have any updates on the scores throughout the room, Isaac? What do we got going on over there? Is Francisco still putting on a clinic?
He seems
John Mora?
He is still in the lead, it seems. He's up 5-2 over Mr. Smooth.
John's at the table, though.
John is at the table.
These guys, John's had some battles. Boy, his match with Vitali, it was a bit of a heartbreaker at the very end, missing that final 10 ball to win Hill over Patsura. So I'm sure coming off the adrenaline of that match, headed right back into action against Francisco, I'm sure it's taken him a second to get reacclimated. All right, and we're back on our feature match. Justin Bergman to break. The score is 3-2 in his favor. He's looking to extend that lead. It's a race to 9, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the show.
Kind of crossed over the 1 there. Didn't make a ball, but he has left Cashton in a predicament. Looks like a push-out situation here.
Wow. It's tough right there. All right, guys. I just wanted to say I noticed that we do have quite a good group in our chat room on our YouTube channel. Thank you guys for tuning in. We appreciate you. If you want, while you're watching the match and you want to jump in the chat, let us know where you're from. I know there's a lot of people watching that are fans. Maybe give us a heads up where you're from and who you want to win this matchup between Ashton Keaton and Justin Bergman.
Looks like he let Justin see the right edge of this one ball here. If he does thin the 1, it's pretty natural to miss the 3 and come down table behind the 8. He's not in love with it.
Yeah, he gave it back, so Cash may not have much choice. So a question in the chat about the random racking. Yes, you do have to hit the head ball. Doesn't matter that it isn't the 1 ball. That's a whole different tournament. We did discuss that, though, how fun that would be. The 1 was random and you had to kick at the rack or whatever. I don't know how many people would actually pay money to play in that tournament, but it would be interesting. Got some Justin Bergman fans in the chat. Thank you guys for tuning in. Stephen Fair from Lexington, South Carolina, says Bergman, the best USA player to touch a cue. So that's his opinion about Justin. So he's definitely a Bergman fan. All right, and we're seeing, wow. Oh, I thought he made it for sure. Good effort. Leaves it in the pocket for Cashton. So Cash is going to have a good opportunity to get something started in this rack.
Got an open. Well, the 2 ball is really the only major problem here. If he gets good on the 2, I believe he's looking good to level the score.
Absolutely. Key shot is probably this one right here.
Yep, looking to draw this ball back into the middle of the table there by the 2. He's going to get past the 6. He's got a shot here. He can avoid the scratch with low and swing the cue ball 3 rails, 2 rails at least. Or he might be able to just drop straight to the end rail off of this. Or he can play safe. Many options this early in the rack.
Yeah, he's got lots of balls to hide behind at this point in the rack if he doesn't want to be offensive. I don't know. I do think the 3 may go past the 8, so he could try to stay offensive in a 2-way. Looks like he's going the other way. And play for the safe, all in on the safety.
I definitely like this. End
Yeah,
rail,
he let it.
end rail, end rail.
Yeah, he let it leak out a little bit. A distance is great, except that he really needs to keep Justin kicking, in my opinion. Justin can be very tough, even from end rail to end rail.
True that. He did let him see the whole ball, which is never a good recipe with Justin. Looks like Justin got a nice little kiss off that 6 ball.
Yeah, he got pretty fortunate on that. He might need to tighten up a little and just be a little more precise.
Yeah, hit that 2 a little fat. Sorry for the interruption there, Lonnie.
You're fine. It's tough action sometimes, all this chatting we do. Um, all right, guys. I'm going to step away for just a second, Isaac. So you guys enjoy the show. I'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Cash looking to jump this 2. Should have fairly natural position off 2 rails, if he does happen to make it. Ooh, got lucky to stay on the table there. Looks like he's going to have a shot. I want to give a big thank you to Kyle Ferguson, the originator of X-Pool, and my good friend who let me step in the booth for a little while, and big thank you to Lonnie Fox Raymond for letting me step in the booth with her for a little while. Looking forward to have her back after her break. Cash is a little awkward on this 3 here. He's got options. Well, he's really got to draw this ball to the side rail and try to get around the 9 and the 10 to shoot the 4. Not elementary here. Good stroke there, center pocket strike. Nice shot there, using the outside of the pocket. Create a little bit more angle to move the cue ball, shoot the 5 in the same pocket. He wants to get kind of straight here on the 6 so he doesn't have to hit the 8. He's pointing with his cue where he wants it right there, so he can just follow straight forward to the end rail and miss the 8 to get shape on the 7. Looks like he fell a little short of where he wanted. He should be fine here, though. Going to bump the 8 towards the lower left corner pocket, so it's not going to really make it that much tougher to get shape on from the 7. And the cue ball will be going towards the 7 after it hits the end rail, so looking pretty good here. He's drawing the ball. Going to draw to the side rail and back out here. A little close to his work here, but I think he should be just fine. A little awkward here for a right-handed player, especially. Nice shot there. Use the long rail. Play the ball into the long rail a little bit, create a little bit more angle. On nice clean conditions like we have here at Railyard, you can play those types of shots with pretty good reliability. update on the score of the Diaz-Mora match. Frank Diaz is up 6-3 over Mr. Smooth, John Mora. This has got to go a little. He'll be all right here. Just draw the cue ball a little past the 10 to the side rail. Keep the 10 in the same pocket. Or he could bump the 10 towards the side, which I don't particularly like, because when you try to bump balls, bad things can happen. Murphy's Law tends to rear its ugly head. Good shot there, didn't even have to hit the 10. Cash Keaton gonna level the score here. We are all tied up. Cash to break.
All right, Isaac, I'm back. Sorry about that. For those who don't, or for those who follow the WPBA, they all know my husband's name is Bob, and he's at the grocery store right now. So he started texting me, asking me questions. I had to step away so I could answer him and what we needed from the grocery store. You know, real life issues right there. All right, so 3-3, still tight. Both the A-side matches have been neck and neck. First one went to a hill match. This one's kind of pacing itself the same way.
I think we've seen more of that with the random rack as well, just because players aren't breaking and running quite so much because they aren't playing shape on the one every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. This could be interesting. He could very easily make the 10 and the 1 in the side pockets off the break.
One ball got kissed there.
All right, so a dry break.
Bergman with a pretty easy shot on the side here to get shape on the 2.
And really, he won't mind at all if he ends up pretty straight on this 2.
It'll be easier for him, in fact, if he does, so he can draw straight back down table for the 3. A little angle is fine, but too much, and he's going to have to hit more rails.
I think it's likely here. He's going to go ahead and pocket the 1 probably in the left side pocket. Drag the cue ball in between the 3-7. Should get him into position really well for the 2 ball. He's looking at the angle he may need if he wants to go multiple rails, like just dragging the cue into the 7. That's awful creative.
The 10 is preventing him from dropping straight to the end rail here and just going 1 rail towards the 2. So this is trickier than it looks. For sure. He's drawing his ball here. Nice stroke there. That draw acted immediately on that ball. Very efficient hit through the ball.
Yeah, he's landed good on this 2, though. I mean, no matter what he does, if you think about this, the pink 4 is on the wrong side of the 3. Man, this rack has got a lot of work left in it.
I agree. This is not elementary by any stretch.
No, I mean, if he gets out here, he's going to work hard for it.
A little further off the rail than he wanted to be there, I think, but I think he'll be all right.
Yeah, and to come to rails, I mean, he's hard pressed to miss this five.
Yeah, I don't think he's. I mean, if he's coming 2 rails off this ball, he's definitely going to hit the 5. He might try to draw to the side rail here. Looks like
Yeah, I
that's what he's
think
doing.
that, and even if the draw off, he has to be mindful too. If he ends up clipping the five and drawing off that five, that could widen out the drawback. So, this is still a lot of work too.
This is fraught with peril, I believe.
Yes, agreed. Yeah, I mean, I want to see what he does here. I'm just very intrigued. He was able to draw away from the point of contact enough to miss the five. That's what I was curious about because, it's such a deceiving look from our view. But I was more worried, like, if he does miss the five, could he scratch? And so he just really hit that ball well.
Oh yeah,
That was
that was such a
very
clean
well.
strike.
Yeah, that was really well executed.
Extremely. On those medium speed shots like that, where it's kind of just the Goldilocks stroke, I think he hits those balls just as good as anybody in the world. He's proven that on multiple occasions.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
efficient.
yeah, he is, but he's also he's creative, he's a good thinker. Um, I mean, he's not just a great ball maker. I mean, you can tell he's a great thinker at the table, and
Absolutely.
that's half the battle once you're good at pocketing balls.
I'd have to conjecture top 5 highest pool IQ on the planet.
Yeah, yeah, Justin plays good.
And we saw him play Tony Chohan on this table, some one pocket, and emerge victorious. And he's not even really touted as a great one pocket player, but he made some fantastic shots during that match. His ball pocketing during that match was absolutely staggering, and the common sense pool IQ that he exhibited was pretty amazing. Being not a one pocket specific player, the stuff that he could come up with was pretty amazing. His pool IQ is, you know, like I said,
Yeah,
top 5 in the world in my opinion.
yeah, definitely a good thinker. All right, so he's working this out right here. The biggest problem was always just getting from the 7 to the 8, and so I mean, he may have fallen a little straight on this ball.
Yeah,
I
just
don't know if he fell so straight that he's got to play short side, but he does have to play short side. I was curious.
yep, fell just below the 8 here. Has a nice little angle to get to
Yeah,
the middle of the table without too much effort.
that's right. Good shot. The 9 does pass the 10 in the side if he wants to shoot it there, and he is. Maybe overhit that just a tad. Now he has to decide if can he play it with a high ball and come back out for the 10 in the side? Good shot.
Yep, not trying to do too much, trying to get too far down table there, just knowing that he's going to have a shot.
All right, well done.
4-3, Justin.
Yeah. Justin taking the lead, 4-3. These guys, though, back and forth action, but now Justin does have the break. Yeah, I think Justin is just he's a good all-around player. I like the move, even though I know a lot of people don't like this move. I actually like the fact that Justin kind of just pulled back from the whole WNT matchroom uh events Moscone thing. I know that, some people hate that for obviously for the US, but it's going to take more than Justin, right? It's going to take more than that for us to win anyway, in my opinion.
Absolutely, it's going to take more.
So
It's going to take more than
it's
one
going to take more
champion
than
to.
one. That's right. It's going to take more than one person. And so Justin choosing to do and take the path that he has, I think has worked for him. He's successful at it. And he still gets to play this game we all love. So I'm a big proponent of him, and like the fact that he's he's continued to remain loyal to himself. That's good stuff. So this though is not so good. No
Yeah,
shot.
looks like he didn't rack the balls terribly tight there. Kind of broke asymmetrically. And he is dealing with some clusters here.
Yeah. Once again, this is seems to be the tell of the tape here. We're gonna see some back and forth interchanges, few innings at the table.
I'd be looking to play this one off the bottom of the 9 and hold the cue ball on the 3, just like that.
Let me take a get there. Yeah.
This is a tough position here. He's taken away the top rail because he's hooked him on the 9 and jacked him up over the 3, but he did leave him the one rail kick side to side here, which is a little more dangerous as far as leaving the shot afterwards. Do you think he's going to try to kick the top or bottom of this ball?
Well, I think he's gonna. I wonder if he's gonna try to kick and hit it and force it. Try to see if he can get it past the 10-3. I don't know. 2 rails.
Yeah, definitely like 2
Um,
rails. Went a little long on him.
Yeah, it did. That's just tough position. That's not an easy place to be.
Not at all.
All right, and this looks like a really bad drill.
Indeed.
One I'd be real mad about.
Yeah. One that'll make you
Lot of-
question pool for 3 hours,
Yeah, exactly. So he's got some work to do here. The 2 and the 1, the 3, the 4. All of it's so cue ball specific.
Yeah, do you think the 3 ball passes low right? I cannot really tell from this angle.
Well, you got a lot better eye on it than I probably do. So
Fair. The angle
you
from the
could probably
comm box ain't
stand
so
up
great
and
either.
look
So
for me.
yeah,
All right. I wonder if he was maybe trying to nick that 10. I don't know that for sure, but he kind of was slow to come off the cue.
yeah. He might be trying to draw below this 3 and shoot it inside. That's what he's looking at.
For sure.
If he goes too far, he can shoot it in the corner. Yeah, getting middle of the table around the spot, a little below the spot is good here.
I like him shooting this. He's going to use like a little bit of a drag in
Yep.
his strokes, maybe a little bit of right hand English, maybe just a tiniest bit to keep the ball kind of going at a wide
Right.
line. He's fallen nicely.
I don't
Do you
know.
think he's going to play off the 4 and kind of move that 4?
I think he might have to. I think he might be on the wrong side of this ball.
Yeah,
He
I'm
looks like
wondering.
he's a little high with the cue ball. If he was maybe 6 inches lower, he'd be dead perfect on this ball. Looks like he's having to draw and go around here.
Oh, yeah. Wow, that was a really good shot. Well played.
Well, we have kind of a shock with the Frank Diaz-John Mora match. Frank Diaz is up 7-4, and John Mora has forfeited the match. Not sure what went on there, but
Good matches still.
True.
Still room in those matches.
Absolutely. Justin looking good to go up 5-3 here.
All right, so he's really going to have to come through this ball. That does happen.
So he is human.
Yeah, they're all human.
It's for us. I mean, for at least a lower player like myself, watching Watching a pro miss a ball like that gives us a little bit of hope. You know,
Mm-hmm.
we hate to see it because we're rooting for him to run out. But
I don't know. As a pool player, I know how mad that stuff makes you. As a fan, I think it's nice to see that everyone doesn't always play perfectly because it's really hard to obtain perfect, right? But if you know that you could just play pretty good, play really good, not have to say you're trying to get perfect, like perfect's unachievable. There's no such thing.
very well said.
So I think that that just means that people that are out there that have some talent and no worries, just work hard. It'll come around.
Absolutely. Put in the work and you will be rewarded.
That's right.
Better drop in the bucket every day. Eventually, you end up with a full bucket.
All right, so he fell in that not so happy tween spot. I call it the tweener.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
if
a
he
fun spot
draws
to be.
this and misses it or hits it real bad, the side pocket gets real big. Um, just it's a tough shot. He can draw it up and try to just get it to that left long rail.
It's
I don't like the forward stroke.
easy to overhit this ball and draw it in the side.
Oh, see, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's why I said the side pocket just becomes real big.
Yeah, no fun there. Not an easy
No.
shot for anybody. And Justin with another unpunished miss there.
Justin's playing this ball real first and coming around. He wants to get
Ooh,
around the table. Wow, caught it real thin. It's gonna land almost perfectly. A little, maybe too straight, actually. He
yeah,
may have
he's a
to
little
work
flat.
a tough shot on the 8.
Yeah, he's a little flat here, and we've seen these pockets jam up the balls fairly recently, anyways. So drawing this ball back to the end rail isn't really in his mind, I don't think. He's looking at just stopping the cue ball, taking his medicine. Yep, just looking to come across the table twice here. End up essentially where the 8 ball is now for the 9, as close there as he can get.
The key to this shot is just to really go all the way through the shot.
Jumped up a
Yeah.
little there.
Yeah, got a little jabby, came up off his cue.
Yeah,
Lots of reasons for
seems
that.
like he knew he hit it fat when he got down on it.
Felt pretty good on it as best as he could have in this situation with not leaving cashed in much.
He has been rather fortunate here. Cash does have he kind of has a two-way here. He could bank this cross. He could bank this cross corner and move the cue ball below the 10. Maybe have a shot on the 9 up in the top corner, but that's a little dicey. Maybe looking to, yeah, that's what he's looking at now. I was gonna say he might look at clipping the left side of that 8 and coming around the table behind the 9, but it's a lot of travel. He's called it cross
Nice.
corner.
Yeah. If he plays it right and then the cue ball he can either draw it in between the 9-10 or he can play it 2 rails underneath those 2 balls. But the best shot of him getting fortunate is that way. Yeah. See, I like that. He plays the bank short. I wish he would have moved the cue ball a little bit more and made it even more creative, but sometimes I can be a little too creative with my thoughts.
I resented that remark. Justin
But I
calling
like,
this straight back.
yeah. Interesting.
Not much cover if he misses this.
Hmm. He knows. He put his head up and walked away. Like he knew right away. He caught it wide.
Oh yeah, that ball was awful close to the rail to bank it like that.
Mhm.
Even for JB. Cash can take
Hopefully,
a little extra minute here. I can't blame him.
yeah, for sure. All right, so it looks like we've got quite a few people in our chat. Thanks everyone for tuning in. If you could take just a second and pull back out of your full screens. Make sure you hit the thumbs up to like what you're watching. You can swing up and go and subscribe to the channel if you're new here. But thank you so much for watching. My name is Lonnie Fox Raymond. And I've got Isaac Stevens in the booth with me, and you guys are watching Justin Bergman and Keaton in an A-side matchup at the X-Pool xTen Ball Pro Series event in Louisville, Kentucky. All right, so I feel like he's straight on this. Oh, he forced some angle out of it. Oh,
That's
bueno.
brutal. Looks like he hooked himself. He might have the edge, but that's about it. He juiced that ball a little too much.
Yeah, for sure. I think he was just trying to make a little angle out of a straight ball. Just got too much. Couldn't get nothing going on it. There you go. Now he's going to be kicking. He's calling it in the top right corner pocket. Now would be a great time to see a really good shot.
Nice square hit on the ball there.
Yeah. He makes a good hit.
Looks like he's going to leave Justin an opportunity to go up 5-3 here.
See, it looks like, yeah, Justin may opt to just shoot this 10 in the side. He's kind of in one of those, another situation where it's kind of like in between.
Yeah, he's kind of close to the rail, so he can't really dig on the cue ball much. He'd have to elevate. Just going to stay level here and go across the table.
All right. Nice shot for Justin. Got this 10 in the side. These pockets are not really friendly, so he's going to have to really hyper focus on pocketing the ball. Ooh, touchy.
Rattles it home.
Okay, banks are in. All right, so there you go. Justin Bergman, 5-3 over Ashton Keaton. I want to say thank you so much to our partners here, X-Pool, Jam Up Apparel, Railbirds. I'm trying to say Railyards and Railbirds at the same time. Q Repair and Pro Shop right on site there at Railyard Billiards in Louisville, Kentucky. NAPA, the North American Pool Shooters Association. It's a league. If you're interested, please go to North American Pool Shooters Association, NAPA.com. And then Lucasi Professional. Those of you guys who are familiar with pool and you're not new to the sport, you guys know that Lucasi Professional is the sponsor of Savannah Easton and Oscar Dominguez, and I think John Mora as well. So go check out their socials, give them a look, go check out their website, see if there's anything you guys would be interested in purchasing from these sponsors, and thank you for watching. Justin Bergman to break.
Nice squat on the cue ball there. Dry break, though. But he hasn't left Ashton anything terribly easy.
Now, and the 4-9 are tied up at the top right of your view.
Very tied up. Cash looking at the jump. Not a terrible option. position on the 2 isn't super far out of the question, I wouldn't imagine.
Right, he's going to the air.
Good hit there. Looks like it's going to leave Justin a shot. Ooh, not if it rolls behind the 5. And let Justin see the whole ball here, which is much better than leaving him straight in, I would imagine. Justin probably looking to bank the 1 down table here. Use the wall of balls in the middle of the table there to his advantage. Bank the 1 down table between the 8 and 2. Little rub on the 2. He got there. Total eclipse.
That was a great shot.
Keaton going for the jump cue here, looks like. This one's not easy.
All right. At this stage in the match, that's not good. Pink 4 is still tied up. There's things to be done there.
Could be a bit ominous for Mr. Keaton. Justin could break out this 4 off the 2 here if he gets right on the 2. It's not inconceivable, but he'll likely looking to be looking to play safe.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to see what he's looking at. He may just go and swing at it from the 3. Honest.
He probably does have a good angle to do that, and if he can hit it, if he can go into the 9 from the short rail, he probably end up with a good shot. Or if he goes straight into it from the 3, it doesn't look too bad.
He's changed his mind, and he's changed his cue ball position a couple of times here. Finally figured it out. Decent shot. He probably would have liked. Yeah, I was gonna say, but I almost kind of think he would have preferred to have just a tad more.
Definitely. He's a little flat here, but he is going in that direction, so he should be able to create something.
Be really careful. He's gonna really want to come into those balls just because. Yeah, that pink 4 being froze to the rail and the 9 made that a difficult shot. Probably could even played it with a little more pace.
He's got an opportunity here, though. He can create some position off of this ball and draw to the end rail if he wishes. Ooh. Got away with it again. I think that was kind of by design, though.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about the shot. Sorry about that. Yeah, he definitely was in the middle in his decision making on that shot.
I agree.
That's how he ends up here, right? He didn't really know where he wanted to end up. He probably in his mind felt like he was taking a long time. I'm that way. So that's the only reason why I recognize that. he's probably like, "Oh my God, just do it," you know,
Yeah, I feel like
in
every
your head.
yeah.
And so he's like, "Yeah, it'll be fine, it'll work," you know, but really was in the middle on the decision. That's the way the stroke came across.
Tends to
So,
happen to me all the time.
right,
It
I mean,
seems whenever I try to be in between two shots, neither of them work. So,
absolutely.
yeah, whenever I make myself pull the trigger, I never seem to hit the target like I like.
All right, but he has gotten away with it, although I think Cash can see the edge of the pink four, so I don't know if what how much of the edge of that ball he has to know can he do anything offensive? Like, can he cut it to this bottom right-hand corner? I mean, he's calling it. Calling it. Did he call it in the side?
I don't know. If he does clip off the edge of that four, he's going to be running right into the 10 ball.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah.
So,
Okay, so he's, I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. Sorry about that, folks. I don't mean to be in a complete, I just based on his body language, I'm even trying to watch that and I'm really confused.
he's not too sure about it either, I can tell you that.
Oh, good shot. Very creative.
Uh,
Doesn't get there, but
I like the concept. He might have,
yeah.
if Justin can move this four past the 7, he'll lock him up on the back of the 7, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Uh, no real offensive option here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good shot.
4 balls tied up by the 9 a little bit here. I believe he's only got the. Well, he could. I don't know if he could. I don't know if he could kick 2 rails or not here because of the 5. He'd have to bend the cue ball a little bit. Looks like he is kicking it 2 rails though. I was mistaken. Nice hit. He called it in the side. It's not going to get there.
Good shot. It was a good effort. I mean, it didn't fall, but
A
still,
valiant effort.
yeah, super good. All right. These shots are for people at home that maybe don't play all the time. These shots can be interesting because you can hit these balls too fat and kill the cue ball. So you want to be really careful how thin or thick you hit these balls to pocket them. That's something to always think about.
Whenever the cue ball's hitting the rail that soon after the object ball, you gotta have a little extra care.
Yeah, see how I had some kill on it there. Good shot.
Natural bounce out from the rail. He should be good to. I think he may try to swing 2 rails and miss the 9 here. Although the 7 is a little bit in the way there. I think he'd probably looking to draw in between the 7, 8. Looks like he's going 2 rails. He doesn't love it.
No, because the scratch on the side pocket is big. Getting under the 10 is really big.
Definitely.
Yeah, these are all things he's thinking about right now, everybody. So he could use draw, or he's going to use spin on this shot to make it happen. Some right-hand spin.
Nice stun there.
Oh, oh. Yeah.
Looks like he's got about a half eclipse there. He's called it in the side very quickly.
Oh, he might get away with this. Oh, that is a
Total
man.
eclipse.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Indeed it is. Don't think Cashin should buy a Powerball ticket anytime soon.
So I will tell you this though, and I do believe this to be very true. I watch a lot of pool. A lot of times in these situations, So, like, I know Justin, he's got a couple roles in this match. He really has. But at the same time, like, you've got to play good and get lucky to win tournaments.
Absolutely.
You cannot win just based on being the best player in the room, and you cannot win without a little fortune. And it's just impossible. You never win a tournament just because, you don't, oh, you played terrible the whole tournament. I just got lucky. No, you have to have a little bit of both. You can't win just on one or the other.
Absolutely true.
Right.
When it's your
Ball in
time to win,
hand.
it's your time to win.
Yeah, Cash gives up ball in hand there.
Unusual miss for him, missing a one-rail kick. And that could prove to be deadly at this stage of the match. Bergman looking to
Oh.
extend his lead by 3 games.
Yeah, I think at this stage of the tournament, there's just not a lot of, not going to be a lot of opportunities. I think people are going to start tightening down, and that's when you're going to start seeing some of the class come out of these players.
Absolutely. When the heat's on, these guys really know how to perform.
Absolutely.
That's why they're pros.
And like Kyle was saying earlier in the first match of the day, there's a $2,000 difference between these, a guaranteed money.
Oh, yeah.
There's a $2,000 difference between winning and losing this match.
Yeah. How do you like having to play Justin Bergman and even raise to 9 for 2,000?
Yeah, I'm in.
I mean, I'm in too. Didn't say I
I
wasn't.
mean, it's not as long as it's not my money, right?
True that. As long as I'm getting staked, I'll play anybody.
All right.
Justin Bergman looking to go up 6-3 here.
All right, 6-3, and this is the biggest lead of the match so far. Justin Bergman, he will be breaking. He's going to use the random rack generator there you guys see at the top of your screen. Justin's head's probably going to be in the way. Oh, wait, he probably doesn't even get in the way of it. Oh, yeah, he does. So you can see there, the 8's going to be your head ball. The 10's in the bottom corner. It's going to change every single time they rack. His winner breaks, so Justin winning that last rack gives it a chance to maybe extend his lead by a couple more. Take this match. This is a race to 9. So the winner of this, though, is going to be playing Vitali for the hot seat. And I don't think you could, out of all the players, I don't think you could picked a better 4 to be on the A side still for this tournament. Although, did Francisco beat John, right?
I believe so. I believe John forfeited the match.
Oh, no.
Not sure what happened there, but Frank Diaz will move on.
Okay.
Frank Diaz, a great player, plays all games very well. He was in action with a really good local player playing one pocket the day the tournament started. He won a few games.
Mm-hmm.
Very good player.
All right, so I didn't mind this shot for a couple different reasons. He just missed the ball, but I didn't mind it because the cue ball was always tracking to that top short rail. And the 5 may be a blocker ball, but it also puts you in the window to shoot the 2 in the side or the corner. So I felt like you could be offensive on that 1 in order to get to that position right there. He got a little fortunate, but a little bit by design.
Cash with a thin jump here. Tough to not hop the cue ball off the table here.
He caught it too thin. May get it good, though, and tie some things up, make some of these balls a little more difficult for Justin.
the 3-5-8 tied up on the side rail there. I mean, they're not too bad. The 2's in a pretty local position to the 3, where you can drop between the 3 and 5 and play the 3 lower right, and then play the 5-8 combination. Looks like that's where he's wanting to get. This has got to hold up. Looks like it's going to be just perfect. Just drop right in there between the 3 and the 5. Bump the 5, even better. A natural position, come right across the table for the 5 in the upper right. Justin Bergman looking in good stead to extend his lead further in this match. Ooh, hit that little fat, caught the long rail about the second diamond.
He did. And actually, he got a little bit fortunate here again. I think he's left cash. If he's not straight, he's not in the right angle to get back down for the 5.
Yeah, he's in that tweener position, like you said. It's
Yeah.
tough to draw this ball straight back and tough to stun it to the rail. He's going to have to create something here, and he's close to the rail with the cue ball there, which most definitely does not help. He's going to have to dig on this ball pretty good if he doesn't want to force follow it forward around the 10, which where the 5 isn't a great shot. Although if he ends up somewhere on the left side rail, he won't be too disappointed. Looks like he is going to dig on the ball, though.
This is where making the ball is more difficult.
Absolutely. Case in point.
All right, so that does not count, ladies and gentlemen. It's normal 10-ball rules here. You have to call your ball, call your pocket. So Justin can keep the shot and go ahead and shoot. Now, if he was in a bad position, he could give it back to Keaton. But, of course, Justin will take this.
Got a nice angle on the 5 here. Just go 2 rails down table towards the 7. Use the long rail. Or you can go straight up and down, whichever he wishes. With his speed control, he's just fine with going 1 rail. Straight up and down the table here. Nice speed.
Nice.
Looks like 7-3 Justin.
All right, Justin Bergman. 2 games away from a spot in the hot seat match. Cash Keaton's got to win 5. 6. It's 9, right? Race to 9. All right, they're getting ready to break rack 11.
See Justin's cue there. I believe that's a Lomax cue. I know that he plays with a Bob Danielson shaft. The SS360. They hit very, very nice. I have a friend that's played with one for a long, long time, since way before Justin was playing with one. And
Nice.
They're fantastic shafts. Nice low deflection. They play a lot like the original 314s. Just a little bit lower deflection.
All right, Justin Bergman to break.
Squat of the cue ball there. The rack wasn't tight though, so he didn't get any action on the second balls. Looks like he's left Cash in an opening here.
Yeah, I think the 5 ball may be the only real issue on the table.
The 5 ball does pose a problem. It does not have a pocket,
Yeah.
as I see.
Okay, I wasn't sure if, so we'll see what he can come up with, see if there's a way to get into that mess or make some decisions. Maybe something could get moved first. We'll see what Cash chooses to do.
If he gets to that point and he hasn't moved it yet, he could lock him up between the 6 and the 10 fairly easily from where the 5 is if he gets to the middle of the table. Looking to get around the middle of the table here, maybe a little towards the 3 from the middle. He could play the 4 on the side and move the cue ball down the table towards the 5. Maybe shoot the 5 in the pocket where he's shooting the 2 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. There's also a carom into the 10 maybe. There's a few different options.
Definitely.
I think the safety that you said first was a really good option.
Yeah, if he can lock him up between the 6 and the 10 and take away the side rail and the bottom rail to kick from, that would be optimal. If you're gonna lock up
But
Justin
then
Bergman,
again,
you gotta lock him up.
yeah, right. I think you should play the right shot in that moment, no matter who you're playing, though.
Absolutely.
I think that's the moral of the story.
A good safe works on anyone. It's a little straight on this 4 here. Not going to have quite as much angle to work with as he would like to get close to the 5.
I'm wondering, yeah, I mean, if he can get in, I wonder if he can get in there and get underneath it, or
I
I
wonder
don't
if he
think he's
doesn't
got
just
enough
play safe
angle for
now
that.
and try to lock him up on the back of the 6-10 right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, he has that, doesn't he? Then, and really that whole group of balls, and it's just
Yeah, you kind of got a little...
in the way.
Exactly. But if he wants to stay in the middle of the table, he can move the 5 up table from where he's at. Yeah, he's probably looking to bank the 5 up table here and freeze the cue ball on the back of the 10. If it's me, I'm just trying to keep the cue ball behind the 10 somewhere and get the 5 to the end rail. Make sure the 5 ball isn't going to go in the corner. Pretty good there.
Nice little touch there by Cash Keaton.
Took away the right side rail with the 10. Took away the left side rail with the 10 as well. This is a pretty tough hit. Justin's pretty much got to go 1 rail off the bottom rail at this. And looks like he's looking at the side rail. Can't see exactly how close to the 10 he is. Just going 1 rail at this. He's got a chance of making the 8 here if he hits the top side of the 5.
That's tough. It was a good shot by Cash.
No matter what, it's tough. Like you said.
Yeah.
Great shot by Cash. Put him in Alcatraz. Got some good players around here sweating this match. We got Brian Wilson sweating the match. Very good player. We've got Chrissy Perlasky of Jersey Girl Billiards. Got a few good local players around here. We have Glenn Koppel Jr. and Sr. sweating the match. 2 great gentlemen and great players.
Yeah. Yeah, good pool will draw people in to watch, and there's some great players in this event.
Most definitely. A feel very fortunate to have a pool room like Railyard and a pool room owner like Kyle around to bring these great players into my hometown, and I can just, sleep in my own bed and get up in the morning and get to come and watch these guys. I'm very fortunate.
Mm. Is he paying you? He's sitting right next to you, isn't he?
He is, but he ain't paying me nothing.
Okay, just checking. All of those things are true, though. I will absolutely agree with you.
True that. The Louisville pool
Just a
community is
little
very lucky.
jest on Kyle's behalf. All right, ball in hand. Does a 6 go past that? Can you see that, Isaac?
It does not. He's gonna have to do
Okay.
something with it here. I'm not even sure. It goes past the 10 lower right if he were to somehow get short side on it. This is not easy right here.
I wonder if he's just gonna go all in and try to break it out. Nah. See, I'm so creative sometimes. I just want to smoke through the stroke. Like, you may have the carom here though. This is good.
It might be a little thin for the carom. He might try to just lock him up on the top of the 10 here and move the 6 to the end rail. If he does that, he wants to try to freeze him on the left side of the 10 just slightly, so he takes away the right side rail to kick at. 6 is kind of close to the 10 for that, though. I'm not sure he can get it. I'm not sure he can get it past it and keep the cue ball above it. I think he's called the 10. Looks like he's playing the carom, just like he said. Got to go.
That well.
Good shot.
Hit that really well.
Yes, he did.
Hit the 10 spot though. Oh.
That makes things a little tougher, but he's got an angle to go into it here if he wants to. I'm not sure he can hold the cue ball on that side of the table to shoot the 7 lower left.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't want to hit this too high on the top side. Oh, he hit it so good. I was just getting ready to say he doesn't want to hit too high on that top side of the 10, you know?
He hit that just very nice. He is a little straight, so he'll probably have to draw to the side rail here to get exactly where he wants on the 8. But he should be fine here. Cash Keaton looking to stop the bleeding.
Absolutely. I think the key is just always to make sure that you take advantage of every opportunity.
Absolutely.
In these moments, and if it's meant to be, it will be. Nice draw stroke there from Cash. Good call by Isaac. Oh, a little steep. Okay, though, because he does have to get all the way down here for this 9 on the bottom rail.
He's looking at playing the short-ish, short side by, 6 inches side of the 9 ball.
Yeah, it's not much.
Yeah, but short side nonetheless. He'd love to be on the right side of the table around a diamond and a half up and about a diamond out from the side rail, but tough to get there from this position. Nice speeds coming across the table. Kind of going towards the corner there. Always a little dicey. Ooh, it looks like he got straight here. Or maybe a little off straight where the cue ball's going towards the end, just towards the end rail. The dead man's angle, I kind of like to call it, because it's almost impossible to do anything at all with it.
Yeah, dead man's angle, huh?
Something like that.
I'm not sure if he can just roll both of these balls in. It's kind of unfortunate to have to do so. He's going forward with it. He's going to hit this really well.
Nice clean stroke there.
Yeah, he went all the way through that shot. It just very well done.
Nice smooth follow stroke there. If you get punchy on that follow stroke, the cue ball will tend to hop, and then it'll have a little latency on when that spin activates, and it'll tend to go right in the hole. So nice smooth stroke there. Let the cue ball stay on the felt the whole time.
All right.
Shot
Takes
cash.
one back. Nice out by Ashton Keaton. Score is 7-4, still in favor of JB. You're watching X-Pool on YouTube.
Nice look at Cash's cue there. It's a Mucci Casino. It is a custom Mucci Casino. Has a bigger pin than they usually do. It's a 3/8 10 instead of a 5/16 18. I believe that Killwood shaft is a 12-5, and he plays with a Kamikaze medium. Of course, he could probably give me the 7 with a hickory switch, but that's beside the point.
Give you the 7 with a, what'd you call it?
With a hickory switch. I suppose I went a
Hickory
little too
switch.
Kentucky on it there.
That's fun. All right, Ashton Keaton to break.
Crossed the one a little there. Rack wasn't terribly tight for him. Didn't look like it broke terribly
Yeah.
symmetrical.
Yeah, another messy rack we're looking at here.
Indeed. He could play the 1-2 combo, but that one's going to be tracking right to the center of that end rail, which is going to make things a little difficult. 5 ball's pretty tied up as well. 4 ball is in. 4 ball has a couple of pockets, but it's occluded by a few balls. If he does choose to play this combo, he'll have to play it with some speed to make the one turn over and hit the end rail and bounce out. Or he plays safe. Definitely like this. Well, left the one in the hole. Left Cash a jump here. The 2 is pretty close to the pocket, so if he makes this jump, there's a pretty good chance he'll have shape.
Really, I like him jumping this rail first.
Definitely.
Wouldn't be mad about that option.
Yeah, I think he's kind of forced to with how the 10 is situated.
Absolutely. Oh,
Tough to judge
okay,
there.
well, he hit a little too good rail first.
Exactly.
I feel though he hit it at such a pace, he almost jumped over the one.
Yeah, he almost did.
Mm-hmm.
That was a tough shot. And he had to hit that. His landing strip on that shot was rather small.
Really good safety by Bergman there. All right, so cue ball in hand, trying to figure out this rack. The 5's a little funny. It's tucked up under the 6. I think 4 does go in either corner, top or bottom. We review.
Looks like he will probably go. Yeah, just go 2 rails to the middle of the table here on the 2, and play shape on the 3 to drop to the side rail and shoot the 4 lower left. Pardon. And, from there, the 5 goes. You can just play a stop shot on the 4. That opens up the rack pretty well. The 8 goes on the side. Looking looking pretty ominous for Mr. Keaton here.
Yeah, Justin's definitely working his way to the hill on this rack. Long as everything, although everything is they're minuscule movements from each ball, so things could get interesting. We'll have to see. Little bitty movements around the table. Justin's pretty good at this, though. I will tell you that's the one thing about bar table pool that see what I mean about the little minimal movements. Like,
Commentator's curse right there.
yeah, it's not a curse. That's not real. But I will say that the one thing that is in Justin's favor with those little movements is that he's a very good bar table player. He has very good cue ball control on a bar table, and these little movements here these are shots that a lot of bar table players are super versed in.
Absolutely. The fine cue ball
Yeah, the little
is very
movements,
important in the bar table world. It's something I believe Justin
absolutely.
does as good as anybody on the planet.
Absolutely, and that's what I mean. I mean, he's got some extra skill sets in these weird racks that I sometimes favor him to do the work and get out because they're all just little movements.
Completely
Where he
agree.
doesn't have to move balls in order to get clean shots or get in really tough windows. He just has that ability, and I think a lot of that comes from all that bar table play.
I would agree. His
All right,
his 18 pack on that bar table was pretty sick.
he's sick. He is.
He
I
is.
watched Jason Kirkwood put an 11 pack on a bar table once.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah,
Out of Kirkwood, that guy is an
he's a
amazing
little
bar table player. It's
yeah,
incredible how many people don't know about him.
yeah. Well, he's done a lot of good things on the big table as well. He was an IPT winner. He Big had some really good runs at Derby City. I don't know if he ever won. Did he win Derby City once?
I'm not
I don't
sure if he
think
did
he
or
won.
not. I know he's gone
I feel
deep
like
quite a
maybe
few
he did in the
times.
banks, but anyway, regardless, close. I know he's come close if he hasn't. He's just such a good player.
Great.
All right, so back at this one, he is looking at that 8 in the side, like you had said.
He's a little flat on this 7. He'd like to punch down
Mhm.
table on this 8, but I think he's a little flat. Might have to run into the 10 here when he shoots the 8. Unless he can stun it over. And he could.
Yeah, I still think it's not a bad idea for him just to kind of push the 10 to the rail and take maybe a little bit steeper cut on the 9, but depends, I guess, on how he's falling on this 8. I don't know about pushing forward too much, though.
Yeah. Kind of like what you said, just bumping the 10 a little bit and leaving the cue ball right there, pretty much where the
Mm,
8 was.
yeah.
Have a decent shot on the 9.
I will agree, though, with him on this one. It is a stretchy shot for us short people. Like, I like that he got there and he, like, kind of laid his body across the table to find out if he could get comfortable on that shot.
Definitely.
Yeah, just making sure before he commits to it.
Good
Good
call
shot.
there. Bumping the 10 to the side rail. He can play this 2 rails, or he can just go straight up and down the table here with inside. Looks like he's going 2 rails. Yep. Nice shot there from JB.
All right, there you have it. Justin Bergman on the hill, 8-4 over Cashton Keaton. You're watching X-Pool on YouTube. Thanks to our partners here at X-Pool, Jam Up Apparel, Railbird's Q Repair and Pro Shop, Napa, the North American Pool Shooters Association, and Lucasi Professional. Justin's to rack. He will be braking on the hill. He's using our random rack generator straight ahead in your view when his hat's not in the way. And you'll see every rack is completely random, including the 1 and the 10. New concept, a lot of fun. We've been seeing some really good creative runouts the 10 in different placement all the time, the 1 in a different place all the time. Justin Bergman to break, trying to win this match to get himself a seat or a chance to play for the hot seat. Let's go. See how if he can get the 6 and the 7 to drag to the side pockets.
Nice square hit there.
Oh, well done. Uh-oh. All right. Looking okay as long as the 9 doesn't tie up. This could be a nice opportunity for Justin Bergman.
Indeed. He's got a good angle here to just punch back to the middle of the table, basically where he is now.
So the 4-8 combination is really not that big of a deal.
Yeah, he
Not
should
that
be able
tough
to.
of a combination.
No, he should be able to control the 4 pretty easily off of that combo as long as he doesn't get too steep a cut on it.
Now, I don't know if he's looking. I was wondering, like, is he looking to move that pink 4 and hold that cue ball in that window for the 3? And I hope that's not what he's doing. I hope he's just trying to catch the window for the 3. Okay.
Yeah, the 10 was a little big for holding that window.
Yeah, like I thought, oh man, I don't know. Yeah, I was like, I don't know about that. Like I thought he was getting a little creative there. All right, so he is looking at the combination on the pink 4. Just trying to find where can I reach it? Where's the most comfortable place to shoot it from? It's nice that he does that though, and I think for a lot of reasons because you can really see what he's thinking. And that's the one good thing about watching great pool is learning from the players you're watching.
Absolutely. Bergman is a great one to learn from. He's pretty good about showing what he's going to do, and everything he does makes perfect sense. So there's definitely worse people to watch to learn to play from.
Absolutely. All right, so here he's a little more comfortable, not stretched up over those balls.
A little more of a cut on the combination, but he'd rather have a little cut than be stretched out over the whole table.
He's got to play this with a high ball and go to the top short rail and back out some.
Just like that. Go forward 2 rails with inside, comes straight towards the 5. Just like that. And you can go around the 9-10 if he wants here. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're okay. Not a lot of problems here. You're right, he could. No need to touch too much, though. I think everything's kind of playable.
Wiggled that one in, so he's a little shorter on position than he wanted to be, but he should be all right. He could just shoot this 6 and roll towards the side rail a little bit. He'll always have a decently good shot on the 9. Looks like he's going around here. Nope, just killing it.
Good shot.
Very nice.
Just accept it. Why risk coming and not getting back in that window?
Right. Don't play shape when you already got shape.
Yeah, that's right.
Center pocket.
Right.
Justin Bergman,
Nice.
10 on the side for the W here.
Yeah, and a break and run to win the set.
Our final score is 9-4. Justin Bergman over Cash Keaton.
Yeah, so Isaac, I want to say thank you for jumping in and giving us your commentary. You did a great job. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you very much, Lonnie. It's a lot of fun for me as well.
Awesome. All right, guys. So we got Vitality versus Justin Bergman after a short break. I think we're just going to leave this up. You guys can stay on. Thank you guys for tuning in. You're watching X Pool on YouTube, sponsored by Jam Up Apparel, Real Birds, Q Repair, and Pro Shop, Napa, North American Pool Shooters Association, and Lucasi Professional. We'll be back with you shortly, guys. My name is Lonnie Fox Raymond, and this is X Pool.
right, everybody, kicking off the hot seat match, Vitaly Patsura versus Justin Bergman. This is a race to 9 to claim the hot seat. Finals will be 1 race to 11. Vitaly gets us racked up to kick off here. We also have a B-side matchup. Keaton versus Landon Hollingsworth. 2-0. Landon leads that match. They're playing to get to Francisco Jose Diaz, who just defeated John Moore a little bit earlier. And the winner of that match will play the loser of this one for third. So getting down to the wire here. Vitaly's going to break us off in rack number 1. And we have the one and only Lonnie Fox Raymond, ex-pool commentator and voice of the WPBA, joined in with us here tonight. How's it going, Lonnie?
Hey, what's happening, Kyle? Looks like we got a good hot seat match coming up.
Yeah, that's for sure.
You know, Justin, he played pretty good in his A-side match. I also thought that Vitaly, his match was a little more back and forth with John Mora on the A side, going right down to the very last ball. Not
Yeah.
sure, but I would assume that he spent some time over on a practice table with this time off, trying to maybe figure out the break a little more. He had a couple more dry breaks in his match.
I think he went to fix his hair myself. I don't know where he went, but he
Maybe the
did leave.
balance was
He did
off,
leave
you
the
know?
pool room.
Yeah, maybe the balance was off a little
Yeah,
bit.
maybe that was it. Kind of a wild shakeup after that match. John and Vitaly, of course, if you were here, it was a 3-hour grind. Both of those guys really eager to beat the other. They've got a little bit of a rivalry, and just one of those matches where everything was kind of a moving game and went all the way to Hill. John ends up having a shot at the 10 and bobbles it. It was not an easy shot by any means. Very tough rack to get out. He did all that work, and you got to feel for him. Ends up bobbling the 10 and losing, and then just wasn't able to get it together in his head, I think, for his match with Frank. And Frank gets out to a big lead. John actually ended up forfeiting that match at 7-4. So,
Oh, that's brutal.
yeah. So John's going to finish with a 5th-6. He's on his way, and Frank is waiting on the winner of Landon Hollingsworth and Keaton, who we just saw on the table here, to get to the 3rd-place match against whoever falls short here. So
Still some pool left to be played today. But for now, we've got this great hot seat matchup. All right, well done. Great safety. Just taking a second to share out the stream for those of you guys who are tuning in. Make sure you are also doing that. Takes just a second. Also hit the subscribe button on your way through. That way you can support. It's completely free to do so. It doesn't cost you a penny to subscribe. All right, Justin Bergman kicking this one. Just slow roll kicking. All right, I don't know that that was the intended result, but it's not terrible. All right, so I think he's left just in sight on this one. right, so he's kicking. Oh, he can thin it. I apologize. He's not kicking. Oh, just looked back up. I just got done sharing it to all of my social media groups. Got us a good match here. Justin Bergman and Vitaly Patsura. Hot seat match. Winner of this is guaranteed a seat in the final. Second place in the event. Guaranteed second place. Could possibly win. It's an $8,000 score. All right, so we went and grabbed his extension. He does have to stretch for this shot. Looks like he may be coming 2 rails at it, trying to kick it up table. Needs to hit this with a little bit of pace so he can catch a rail. Did he call the 3? Oh no, brutal. All right. Justin's real thin on this one ball. Cue ball's going to track with a pretty quick pace. These are the ones when they're this close to the rail, you kind of hate to throw them with outside English too much. Hopes that you'll miss the ball. We'll see if Justin will go for it. It's early. Rack 1.
I think I would look to see him take this one on myself.
Now, do you like him? What about going with inside around? Do you think he's going to go try to dig in and catch some windows?
Yeah, I think
That way
yeah,
he,
that's what I was
yeah,
say. Underneath the 10 ball and spin all the way around.
he can catch. Yeah, listen. No, 5 ball, no. He caught
He's good.
all the good windows.
Yeah, he sure did.
He did. That's clean living right there, folks.
Yeah. You know, I mean, really on that shot, the main one there's the 6-8, right? Like, you
Right.
pretty confident on your path going up inside the 10 ball. It's just all about where you're going to come off that second rail. Or third, I guess, technically.
For sure.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good here. Claim rack number 1.
Looking at see, he wants to find out exactly where he'd like the cue ball to land on the orange 5. No, do you think he ends up catching the window again?
I bet he does.
He does. Look at that. No ball. Big bounce. All right.
A little trickier from here.
Mm-hmm. He plays short side on the 6. He's looking at it. I mean, obviously, it's not exactly what you're going for, but it's what you have.
Yeah, and he's kind of got that funny angle where if you draw too much, you can maybe catch the point of the side pocket. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kind of ruin your day. At least make it less enjoyable.
I think his slow draw stroke, though, is suited for this shot right here.
Yeah, he's able to hit it thick enough to go all the way past.
Yeah, I like to call those the tweeners. They're the tweener shots where you just fall right in between the 2 angles that you really could find useful.
Sure.
All right. Good look at the 6 ball right there.
Overcut it just a touch.
Just a bit.
Still found gravity, so.
Gravity's a good thing.
Sometimes it can be. Not usually for me going down the stairs. And
Right. You're not graceful. You're not graceful. Nice shot into the side pocket. Cue ball. Like it's on a string. Hits it well.
Justin Bergman gets it done here in rack number 1. Take a quick peek at our outer table running. Cash Keaton and Landon Hollingsworth. 2-1 Landon ahead there. It's going to be a great match here. Both these young guys play really well and have had a lot of success here recently. If you're just joining in with us, this is the all-new xTen 10-ball format. Take a look just above Justin there. Every rack gets randomly generated. That includes the 1 and the 10 balls. So balls will end up anywhere. You rack them as they're shown on the screen there. All the outer tables had tablets that were used to keep track of that throughout the event. Still break the head ball, whatever ball happens to be in that position, and then run them in order from there. Just creates a lot of different layouts. You're not going to get the 1 ball over the corner pocket every time like we see with some of the really good 10-ball breakers. Had a lot of good feedback from the players so far on this event, as well as some of the spectators. Of course, let us know what you think about it as well. May look at doing more events like this in the future.
All right, so Justin does break there. Doesn't look as though he's got a window for the 1. I think he'll be pushing. I don't know. Does he have that window?
Pretty close. He might just have it.
Just barely. It's a much better look. Oh, yay, that overhead view.
I got that just for you, Lonnie.
Thanks.
It's been there. It's just been, I mean, it's still not great. I had to jump up and try to adjust it on the fly, but it was very off-center. It's prone to move from time to time, and that's what happened. And I just couldn't bring myself to show it as crooked as it was. We'll just have to deal with the slightly crooked that it is right now.
Okay. Well, it's not bad. So there we go. At least we have it. Yeah. All right. So he's really looking around. I think he's opting just to push.
Oh, yeah, I guess he can't get through to this. It really looked like he had a shot at it.
Just wonder if he was slightly off angle where with any kind of draw stroke, he's going to draw it back into the 10 or something. I mean, there had to be a reason.
Sure.
All right, so he plays the push. It's the 5-7 combination. Tally has to make some decisions here. I feel a bit like he can be offensive in this shot just because there's a bunch of balls that could potentially be blocker balls. I mean, it's deep though, so he's probably smarter just to play the containing safety, the cue ball, and then 1 ball on opposite long rails.
Yeah, I don't mind your shot though, really. It's kind of going that way anyways, even with the safe.
Yeah, so he was also really trying to thin it. And that may have all he may have only had that much of that ball.
True.
I mean, from our perspective, it could have been a little bit less than what we thought.
Justin will be in good control here. Plenty of options to really try and lock up Vitali.
Yeah, he's got an assortment of balls to use in his favor.
Yeah, and I think he would have liked to get a little bit higher, try to take this easy 1 rail escape out. But nonetheless, Vitali will be kicking from here.
I think he's fine. Can he kick? Is he calling it cross side to the? I mean, they kind of feel like you do call these shots, even though really you're just playing safeties. Oh, he misses the whole ball. All right, so it's a successful Safety shot there by Bergman. He's going to come to the table with ball in hand.
Yeah, pretty surprised by that, really.
Yeah, me too. Maybe just a little bit of overthinking on that one.
Sure.
Okay, well, so finally got some decision making happening here. Doesn't want to overhit this.
Yeah.
Queuing very awkwardly. Yeah.
Knew it when he hit it. You can tell from his reaction.
Yeah, that's tough. Actually, though, this might be the one spot that it's not as bad. He doesn't have to get a bridge. On the other side, he would have to get a bridge.
And still
Yeah,
overcut it. It's just such a big
too.
ask anytime you're
Yeah.
elevated like that.
And stretched it, you know, across that whole side of the table. It is difficult. All right. Well, he didn't give Vitaly much. And this is not the best position to be in, although there's lots of places to find safe. Definitely didn't need to leave him a stop shot. Right, so he doesn't lose the cue ball. This is going to be pretty well executed. Love that. Safe.
Yeah, and a welcomed turn of events for Vitaly. Justin started with ball in hand here. He's already hooked on the 2.
Oh, Justin's he's looking at kicking at this, huh? Like that. Or is he trying to, he's got a full cue in his hand, right?
Yes.
So is he just trying to swerve and use the rail?
Yeah, like maybe masse a little bit, I think.
Interesting.
Yeah, just didn't get enough out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Justin's not really one to use the jump cue very often.
No, I've noticed that.
Actually, to be honest, I don't even know if he has one with him. It's certainly not out if he does.
Okay.
I do know from talking with him and some of the team he has up here with him, they've suggested that the next rule we adjust is no jump cues. So I think they like his end of it if those go away.
Well, I would agree that it's a different skill set to be able to kick at the balls versus having the ability to jump at everything.
Sure.
I would agree that there is a little bit different skill set there. And I think it's a necessary one, though. I think you do also, even though you can be really good with a jump cue, it is helpful to be a very successful kicker as well.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, if it's me personally, I mean, I understand both sides of it. I think I would rather see no jump cues myself.
Mm-hmm. it would show you a different side or a different, creative edge to the game.
Sure. Vitali trying to develop something with this 5 ball, ends up double kissing, so he's in kind of a tough spot here now.
Yeah, I feel as though, is this just a Vitali situation? Like we get into these interesting, crazy
Yeah, maybe
safety
he's
battle
the
racks.
he's the variable here.
Although I will say that Justin and Cashton, they also had some really fun safety battles throughout
Yeah.
their match. I think it's just what's happening with the game, the rack, the randomness of everything. There's really no way to dictate or control what happens off the breaks. So therefore, it's changing the pace and the style of the game for at least this event until they figure it out.
Sure.
Pool players, they always figure it out.
Yeah, and we'll have to change the rules again.
Yep. Absolutely. All right, so he's going after another one of these little masse swervy shots. Trying to call the pink in the right side pocket. Once again, he doesn't quite get it off on it.
Yeah, he's just he's not getting the turn that he's expecting to on these so far. Hasn't been able to judge that very well yet.
No. I think I might go back to just kicking at him.
Yeah.
Right. Curious, I think he's trying to play the 4 off the 7.
I wondered if he was. It seems a little far out to me for that. I think it does. I guess it does
yeah.
go, but
Okay. He is.
Okay,
Well
yeah.
done.
So Vitali in great position now. Get us back to a level playing field. That was the pattern with he and Mr. Smooth, John Mora's match. I think from Vitali had a little bit of a lead at the beginning, but pretty much from 4-4 on, every point was matched all the way to Hill.
Yeah, that match literally played down to the very last ball.
Yeah, sure did. And technically, even that ball wasn't made.
Right.
It was forfeited.
That's why I was like, literally the very last ball. Okay. Looking good on this rack for Vitali. An opportunity here to tie this back up. Just at the very beginning, folks, but this is a race to 9. This is the A-side hot seat match. The winner of this match will have a seat in the finals. The other one will have to play one more to get back at it. Lots of pool left to be played in this event. Vitali's looking pretty good in this rack. Have these guys played each other before? Are you aware, Kyle?
I don't think they really have. Because Justin's not typically on too many circuits that are playing on big tables, and that's pretty much exclusively what, Vitali's events that Vitali's going to enter into. So I think, and a lot of people, it's kind of funny. Justin's been here for a few events now, and of course we've had, action matches with him and things like that. And he said he finds it funny when I think recently when he first came here and played a big action match, it was the first one that had been broadcasted in a while, and So a lot of people are like, "Oh, man, he never plays," and he's like, "That's not true at all. I play all the time. You know, I'm in action all the time. I just don't stream it." And the matches he does that are broadcasted are some of the bar box things he's been going to, like the Ultimate Pool events and stuff like that. So,
Mm-hmm.
you know, he's like, a lot of people kind of have a misunderstanding. I still play a lot, you know, still play big table.
Yep.
Just not necessarily in the upfront events that you're seeing the likes of Vitaly and some of the others go to. So,
Yeah, but he's definitely still playing.
yeah, absolutely.
All right, so Vitaly takes care of that rack, gets himself on the board. You're going to see the random rack generator kind of on behind Vitaly's head at the moment, but every rack is generated completely differently, even the 1 and the 10. If they happen to make the 10 on the break, it does just spot up. Now, technically speaking, do they have a break? There's no break box at this, right? They're just
No, there is not.
they're
However,
breaking
whatever
from
suits your
their
fancy.
choice.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
The only break rule we did put into effect just to curtail any weird stuff going on was that you had to get 4 balls to a rail to make a legal break. So.
Oh, there you go. All right.
This is
All right.
the hot seat match here. The winner will be guaranteed no worse than second place. Have a B-side matchup for the 5th, 6th position between Cash Keaton and Landon Hollingsworth going on. Landon leading that match 3-1 currently. We'll flip over and check in on that from time to time. The other side of that B-side was John Mora when he was defeated by Vitaly Patsura earlier today. He was up against Frank Diaz, Frank getting the best of that one. So the winner of Cash and Landon will play Francisco Jose Diaz to try to get back to the loser of this match for 3rd place. Of course, we've got the brackets on Digital Pool if you'd like to check that out.
All right. So, not a good look at the 1. Didn't see what he was able to call. He's playing the. It looks like maybe he's just playing the bank on the 1.
Yeah, I think he's kind of playing it as a 2-way maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he went all out on it.
Yeah.
A little bit of a different strategy than what we saw in his match with Mora. It seems like shots like that, even some shots that had cuts to the hole, it just didn't offer shape and were a little bit more difficult. Both players electing to go the moving route, duck and hide.
Yeah, a lot tighter in that matchup. And it was also first match of the day, maybe a little less confidence as well.
Yeah, sure, 100%.
All right, so there's a carom here. I don't think the 1 goes clean.
No, the 6 does have this one, so he'll either look for the carom or maybe bank the 1 down to hide. He's called the 6. This is a call ball and pocket event. 10 ball does not count early. You can combo it if you want, but it'll just spot and keep shooting from there. Doesn't count on the break.
I think he's just trying to decide as at what speed do I shoot this ball. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
do I hit it firm? Where's the 1 gonna go? Do I hit it soft and try to hold it? And then he played it beautifully, right? He shoots the 1 to the rail, and with just enough speed that it comes off, the 9 doesn't cause a problem. It was well done.
Just a little angle here to be able to move the cue down towards the 3.
Yeah, he can just Slide this over with a little draw and shoot the 4. It's got enough angle to kind of catch the gap of the 5. Yeah, well done. We'll bounce off the rail. Let's make sure he has full cue ball. So he's 2 balls ahead right now in his thought process.
And Justin always does a good job of showing you exactly what he's thinking.
Mm-hmm. He's a very interesting player to watch. Yeah, he almost talks to you while he's moving around the table.
Right. There was actually a match, mentioned it a day or two ago when Bergman was on the stream that he played back before the Railyard days. We had a little private club over in Indiana I was a part of. After Derby City one time, Mora had just recently switched left-handed, and they played a big 3-day set over there at the club, and Bergman was spotting him. You know, it was like a race to 120 or whatever it was, and I think Bergman was giving him like 15 games on the wire. And the table they played on, it was same size pockets as this table, 4 1/4 inch. The cloth was like over a year old, just super, super worn in. And we actually had a 4-inch table that was right next to it, but this 4 1/4 they played on with that cloth played way tighter than that.
Oh, man.
And I think over 3 days, Justin might have missed 3 balls, maybe.
Wild. Yeah, he has the ability to catch that high gear,
Yeah, sure
and
does.
he's very creative. He racks at a lot of and I don't mean any disrespect here to any player out there, but he has this innate ability to really work the little windows, and I think a lot of that is attributed to probably a lot of it's contributed to some of his bar table pool.
Sure. Yeah,
He
very
has
precise.
yeah, he's got this weird ability when their balls are clustered of really just catching the perfect window for the only pocket that ball will go in. And to me, that's that makes him a little different than some of the others for sure. All right, so Justin does go ahead and take that rack. Looking pretty good here for Justin Bergman. The tallies, we've seen him. He's been there. He's been at the table. It's a long ways to go. Race to 9. This is the hot seat match at the X Pools xTen Pro Series events. This is a 10 ball, $15,000 added. Thanks to so many people, so many companies that are involved with this event. There's a look there at Landon Hollinsworth and Keaton, 2 young up-and-coming stars of our sport. Landon leading 4-1 over Keaton at the moment. And Justin Bergman to break. Well,
10
this
ball was
10
headed
was,
right in the side, but gets kicked
yeah,
away.
it was tracking.
If you're just joining us, 10 on the break does not count, just gets spotted. We are playing call ball and call pocket. As Lonnie mentioned, events like this definitely not possible without the partnerships we have in place. You see them at the top of your screen there. Jam Up Apparel, Railbirds, Q Repair and Pro Shop here at Railyard, Napa Pool Leagues, and Lucasi Professional. Big thank you to all of them for making this happen. Make sure you show them some love and some support. And a special thank you to Michelle Griffin, also sponsors our events, and then on top of that comes in and won't stop working at them either. So
She's a busy bee. She likes to be busy and helpful.
sure is.
She was great when we had the WPBA event at Railyard. She sponsored our players lounge, and we had wonderful food every day. She's like amazing.
Truthfully, I think it might have been the nicest accommodations anyone's ever had at Railyard. My staff is not near that nice.
Your staff is amazing, but like honest to God, like Michelle, she was it was great. It was one of the best, we see pretty good. We're pretty lucky because we have some events at casinos, and when they host us, they're pretty kind.
Sure.
But Michelle was right up there in that category. She was a wonderful host.
Push out here from Vitali. I don't know what I like here, truthfully. I think Justin will take it on because he has options.
Yeah, I mean he does have options, and I would agree he probably will. Is there a way that he can shoot it to the right long rail? Maybe oh man, it's just so tough. Like the cue ball is froze to the short rail.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the only thing I think maybe might give you pause.
Yeah, he's gonna give it back, and I almost don't blame him because you don't have a lot of control over the speed that you're gonna be shooting the cue. I yeah, I don't know. Maybe some outside spin, thin the one to the right long rail, and try to get get the cue ball to track over towards his 10. It's tough.
Yeah, definitely is.
I mean, he pushed himself right into a predicament.
Yeah, sure did.
Oh, I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see what he chooses to do with this one. Maybe we can all learn a little something. Now, uh, curious about this, and I don't know if this is a thing, but you don't see a lot of pro level events. And I know X-Pool likes to do things just a tad differently, geared more towards players and whatever. But you guys don't use a shot clock here.
No, and to be honest, the intention for this event was to use a shot clock.
Okay.
We, of course, we're a pretty small team here at X-Pool, myself and Lonnie and our Ginger Wizard that we're missing this weekend. But
Yeah.
Sean and
Matt's helpful
my
with
brother
your
Matt,
coffee.
yeah. So between us, we were getting stuff together for this event. I actually ended up, not to try to make excuses, but I ended up having a sick kid at home every day for the last month straight. I've got two of them that are in daycare. It was just a bad month. Wasn't able
Yeah.
to get. The plan was to get volunteers organized and stuff where we could kind of manage that and make it happen for the
Yeah.
event. And I wasn't able to, and I know a lot of events will sometimes do a shot clock on the main table and not the others. And I thought about doing that, but to me, I'd rather just keep it consistent. And
For sure.
if we're going to do it in one place, I wanted to be able to do it everywhere. And since I wasn't able to do that, we just ended up. We did say in the players' meeting. So when I went through the rules with everybody, I told them it was essentially like an informal shot clock. Like, please try to keep your shots around 30 seconds. We're going to know that you get an extension of racks if you have a tough shot, but by and large, let's try to keep the pace of play up. And if there was anybody that felt like they were being slow played, to let us know. And at that time, we would maybe send somebody over to kind of watch the match and keep the pace going. That being said, we've had longer matches, but it's been where both players were really grinding it out, and we've kind of just elected
Yeah.
to let them play. So.
Yeah, no, I was just curious if it was intentional actually, because I
Yeah.
know that you like to build tournaments around the things that the players like.
Yeah,
And
yeah, it's a mix of that, and what
yeah.
we're doing this year with Expool, and you'll kind of see it with the events we have to close out the year. We're trying things just a little bit different. Of course,
Hmm.
the random rack here at this event. In December we're going to be running a one pocket, and that one for sure. The main thing with that is that it will be on a 30-second shot clock. And
Yeah.
so it's a mix of trying to find a game that the players want to play, and it takes skill to really master. and then also something that spectators want to watch, right? And so that's the
For sure.
goal, and that's what we're trying to find out this year. And if we do that and do our job correctly, I think we'll be able to recognize what that is and maybe build something a little bit bigger around that specific concept. And so that's what we're doing, and the goal,
Yeah, so
anyways.
we're just playing the field trying to figure out which game we'll enjoy, right?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, yeah, I didn't know if it was ever intentional or if there was a reason behind it, and I knew obviously you would know that answer.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. We did. I
Personally,
did intend to have a shot clock on this event. It just didn't come
yeah.
together.
No, I actually don't even care much about it, and I was just curious because you don't see a lot of high level pro series events that don't have a shot clock nowadays. So I'm wondering.
Sure.
I think both of these players are enjoying that.
Yeah.
And it is a little less stressful. You don't see them running around dropping cues on your nice hardwoods either. So there's that.
It still happens.
It still happens. Okay.
But yeah, no,
All right.
I agree. I mean, I think for an event like this, it's a little less important. I think it's better for the spectator, to have the pace a little bit quicker. And
Mm-hmm.
truthfully, I mean, I think it's better for the tournament just in general. Nobody wants to be in a situation where they feel like they're just, in a lagging match that won't ever end. I mean, of course, we had one
Right.
to start the day today, but it was from both sides, so it wasn't like one guy was just sitting there, gnawing his teeth. Um, but yeah, I think in general we'll probably see, and like I'm, of course, more technology focused and like to use that to our advantage. So I think there's a solution with the tablets and some technology and the TVs we have around maybe that I'd like to explore with that. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, we'll see how it develops.
Yeah. I think. I mean, it's all about figuring out what works best for you, for the players, for the fans at home, for the fans on site. Um, finding that happy medium. All right. So he's looking pretty good on this. Oh wow.
What a shot there!
Nice. Well done.
And look at
Oh
this,
boy.
jack up
Poor
again over
guy.
the 10. Pretty
Oh.
tough action there.
I think all of these players need to go outside, just all of them go outside and just everybody get on the deck out back,
Yeah,
the patio out back, and everybody just run around in circles really fast.
yeah.
And then when they come back in, all the rolls and the energy will have gone in a different direction.
I haven't heard that one before.
Just go around and run
Yeah.
around in circles. It'll change the energy. There we go.
So he's
Well,
gonna.
that didn't work out.
Yeah. I don't know if he thought he was gonna go into the because he didn't hit it very hard. Like he was trying to get past the 7, and maybe he thought he was just gonna go into it really thick and push it out of the way or something.
All right, so he's going to kick at this. Looking like he's going at it 2 rails. May try to kick it up table here. Keep that cue ball. Maybe get it under the 6. We'll see what his look is. All right, so he does catch it, but he has left a shot for Vitali. So this is a pretty good look. And really, to be fair, just needs to roll this ball in. Leave himself up somewhere by the side pockets. If he wants to, he can drag it around 2 rails. And drop into that same line. Definitely a preference. Yeah, and the drag it around, what I really like about this shot here is that by drawing it around 2 rails back out towards his side pockets, he can really just go all the way through his stroke. He wants the cue to slow down. And it has. He's falling dead straight on the 6. So we may want to accept a little bit longer cut shot. The good thing is the 8 does go in the left side pocket. So if he just draws this back a couple diamonds, kind of by the side, He'll have enough angle to cut the 7 in and get back down table for the 8. If he's feeling really good, he'll go ahead and jump on this. Put a big draw stroke on it. All right, he's done that. Well done. Really well played. All right, so he might have fallen flat on this ball. You see where he's looking at the 8 ball. You may have to just roll forward and take a bit longer shot on the 8. I don't know if he can get any play out of the pocket here from this shot. We'll see. If not, may just have to accept a little bit longer shot. The good thing is that really accepting the longer shot on the 8, it's not necessarily a terrible thing because it lends itself nicely to position on the 9. And it's just a much more difficult shot on a tight pocket table. Right, so he goes around. He's like, it's not worth it, I'm going. Good shot. 8 ball goes on the side. We already discussed that earlier. Probably just go ahead and pocket this. Maybe a little bit of pinch draw. Wants to make sure he has enough angle to get back across table for the 10. Just like that. And he has the angle he needs. Must be he could have felt the rack was in his view. Maybe a bit in his peripheral. Some players don't like that. So he's going to go ahead and play just to fall short of the side pocket. Well done. All right, missed 10 ball. There we have it. Vitaly Patsura tying this match up. The score is 2-2. This race to 9 A-side matchup. This is the hot seat match at the xTen X Pool Pro Series event. Cashton Keaton, Landon Hollinsworth, both on the B side. Cashton was defeated by Bergman just a bit ago. He's still grinding it out over here, but Landon is currently up 4-2. They're also playing a race to 9. And I do believe the winner of this still has to play against Francisco Diaz. He defeated John Mora. John actually forfeited out of that match, but still, a win is a win on the paper. All right, so nothing good happening there. They're going to remove the rack from the table. All right, well, I mean, obviously he could push, but he's not going to do that. I can see the 1. So, looking like he may thin the 1 towards the right lower pocket, bring the cue ball around 2 rails, maybe 3. No, he didn't even need it. 7 ball jumped right out there for him. Vitaly will probably jump at this ball. He's a Predator-sponsored player, so he's going to bring his air rush to the table. right, so the 2 doesn't have an available pocket, but if he makes the 1, he'll be looking for a safe. Unless he can cross over the 2 and bank it back into the side, but I don't think that's a thing. All right. Not left Bergman a ton. All right, I don't think Bergman, he didn't freeze them up to the pink, so I think Vitali definitely has a look at the 1. I don't know that he has enough to make it. He may, but he definitely has a look at it. Even still, he's just kind of seeing what the line is, right? Like, I think I don't know that he has enough to make it. If he does, great. If he doesn't, he's looking at where it may go. He plays it to the inside of that pocket. Where can he get safe? Maybe he could drag the cue ball to the top short rail, bank it short of the 5. He may get fortunate with the pink. All right, he lost the cue a bit, clips the 5. Ends up kind of getting away with it. I mean, it's not the best shot, but we're going to see another back and forth interchange still. It's not quite done yet. The 2, 8, 9 are just really not good. So in some small way, Justin still has, the upper hand here because the 2 is just not good. So as long as he keeps separation between the 2 and the 1, I'm wondering if he's looking at throwing the 1 towards the 2, 8, 9 and then putting the cue ball under the 7, 3 with a lot of like left hand, so it'd be right hand spin. At first I thought maybe he was looking at the crossover. He crosses the 1 towards the 7, 3. He's playing it towards, he was trying to bump that. All right, I like the idea. It was uber aggressive, but I did like the idea. Very creative safety. Doesn't clip the 2, doesn't get the cue ball into the 3, 7. Vitali may play a containing safety here. All right, so he spin it, get the cue ball. He doesn't want the cue to track too much further. He may leave the window. Yeah, he's looking. If he does play bumping into that, say he cuts the 1 into the side and he bumps into that, can he play this with enough pace that the cue ball doesn't get stuck behind the 9? With the 8, 9 froze, when he hits that, if he hits that 9 dead into the face, it's likely it'll stop the cue ball right there. He needs to clip the edge of it in order to get the 2 out and not get stuck behind the 9. So we'll see what he does here. A little bit of draw. Yes. So see, he did hit it with enough pace. Didn't get any roll out of it whatsoever, but he did hit it with good pace. So he's going to be kicking up table at this blue 2. Oh, and he just catches the 9. It's going to be ball in hand for Justin Bergman. All right, this table looks pretty good. The 6 is covered up a tiny bit by the 9. It really shouldn't be a problem. See Justin, he's always looking 3 balls ahead. Absolutely. Just wants to make sure he falls in the right line of the 3. I think that's key first. Now that he's decided where he wants to shoot the pink 4. All right. It's going to be stretched out a little, probably bridging awkwardly because of the 6, but still shouldn't be much of a problem for Justin. Yeah, I'm just going to have to use a really long bridge. No problem at all. Pocket the 3. Just kind of looking, where does he want to go? I mean, I don't necessarily... Oh, he's going away a little bit. So yeah, maybe stopping it. Six does go on the side. It goes in the lower left, goes in the lower right, goes in both side pockets. See what he's looking at there. You could also play it short side and play this with a little inside English. Shoot the 6 in the lower left, or yeah, lower left. He's coming, maybe trying to go all the way down for the 6 in the left side. Worked out, got a friendly bump. I'm telling you though, and I've said this a million times, that you do have to get lucky and play good to win tournaments. You can't just play great and win. It never works like that. You know, you can play great and still lose. But you do have to get lucky too. And so those little favorable bumps that Justin's been getting are really just a good sign that he's in a good space. The balls are rolling in his favor. All right, there we have it. A couple more balls really to test. He's trying to decide, where do I need to be on this 9 ball in order to get easily back down table for the 10. So he's just going to roll this ball forward. He stunned it over. And I think he's landed okay. He may have to hit this with a little more pace than I think he initially thought, but should be fine. Just going to stun it over to the left. Just like that. Well done. All right, this 10 ball to take the lead here. 3-2 over Vitaly Patsura. And he will be breaking. So random rack generator, this side, the placement of all the balls. So matchup, catch up with Landon Hollingsworth and Cash and Keaton match. Cash is at the table shooting the 6, but he's down 4-3 at the moment. Could very easily be the rack that ties this match back up. All right, well, you know, he does bump the 9. He's setting pretty good there. We'll check back in with that match in just a few minutes, guys. Justin Bergman to break. He is up 3-2 over Vitaly Patsura. And we've got us another dry break. All right, so it looks as though he's got all of the one. I mean, he's just under it a tiny bit, so he doesn't have a lot offensively he could do here. Could bank the one out, stick the cue under the 7. He could thin the 1 to go past the 7 and bring the cue ball down table. All right, so he opts to just go with the 7. And actually, I think that last little rollover kind of tap may have locked Justin up. Yeah, well, I think it did. It's that perfectly frozen ball. Oh, wow. He may get just the edge. I don't know if he can swerve just a tiny bit away from the 7. I don't think so, though. It looks pretty bad. Justin doesn't seem to be jumping on it super quick, so let's see what he's looking for here. Wondering if he can, yeah, clip just the edge of it maybe and get the cue ball down table here. Got some, the 3 and the 10 maybe as blocker balls. I don't know. I don't know if he can, I mean, he's, ooh, well, we're about to find out. Oh, okay, so he's good there. He does make a good hit. He's left Vitali steep on the 1. There may be a thin safety. There may also be a bank at safety where he banks the 1 towards the top short rail and tries to get this cue ball down table. Lots of balls on the right side of the table to use as blockers. May be able to just cross bank it back towards the 6 and hold it under the 9 too, but lots of things to do here. Let's see which option he takes. Yeah, he's just going to try to put it on that top short rail. Fortunately, he just let it get all the way to this right long rail. Didn't really pick a destination, in my opinion, but we all know how that works. You get one tracked, one ball or the other, right? Okay. And he's looking at the path of the cue ball. You see Justin kind of making some decisions there. The 2 does go in the right side. It goes in left side. He doesn't have full cue ball without elevating his cue, so looks like he's just going to go ahead and cut it in and catch the window. Great shot by Justin. Once again, going to have to find another window because this red 3, the 6 is a big ball here.
All right, back here with you now, Lonnie.
Oh, hey, what's going on, Kyle?
Appreciate you holding down the fort. Just remembered all of a sudden I forgot to eat today.
Absolutely. Gotta have food. It is important.
So 3-2 we are here.
Yep, we're Justin just made a real nice shot on the 1. Caught the window between the blue 2 and the pink 4, coming back up table. Just trying to figure out how he's going to get on the 3. I did not know if he had enough of that pocket.
Yeah.
He was trying to hold the cue for the 3 ball.
Quick update on the outer table. Looks like Cash has brought it back level, 4 apiece. Landon Hollingsworth. Winner there goes on to play Frank Diaz. So, yeah, similar problem here for Vitali. That 3-ball
Yes.
guarded by the 6.
Yeah, the 6 is a big ball here. I don't know. I think I'd just go ahead and cut it as thin as I can cut it and just try to get back down to this short arrow.
Sure.
Just because the window is so tricky and I'd be all nervous trying to catch it. Look, he hits it great. I think he's just fine.
Yeah,
I don't like the window.
yeah. The only reason I like this play is, coming all the way down, you do bring in the 6 for the potential to
Absolutely.
get hooked, and staying up top like this, even if you go a little too far and the 6 gets you a little bit, or something you can't see the 3 or whatever, it's just a little bit easier to recover from up here than I think if you're down low, you're kicking into open space, and it gets pretty tough.
I think the reason I wouldn't thought about doing that is simply because I would have felt like I was taking a long time. And I'd
Yeah.
be like, just do it. Just do it. All right. So it's looking good here. The pink 4 does pass the 10. He can go inside of it as well. He bumps it. I don't know. This could be bad. He's all right, I think. That's going to work out well for him.
Yeah,
Little
just bumps the
steep on
7
it.
enough there.
Yeah. All right, so he decided just to elevate his cue and catch that pink forward real fat. I think he would have liked. I think he's fallen straighter than he would have liked. But the 6 ball is down there, so he still has room to move. He can stop this ball and take the angle on the 6. All right, well done. So my chat box, just for everyone at home to know, when he initially shot the pink 4, I couldn't see the 6 ball because my chat box was in the way of that view.
Well, I looked away to do something real quick and realized I still had the side view up. My
Yeah,
apologies
it's
there.
okay. I thought it was my chat box that
No,
was
no, it
causing
was
an
me.
issue.
It was me.
So I didn't realize he still had the 6, and then I was like, oh, wait a minute, the 6 is still on the table. Try to make a quick recovery.
What I get for doing too many things at once here.
Well, you are the master of all the things going on right now for this
Yeah.
event.
Master of
A
none, I
lot
believe it
to
is.
take on. All right, so I think Justin is probably going to go after this one.
Yeah, I like this shot. I mean, he's got a little bit of a safety built in, and it lays good too. It's a little bit easier to judge this little back cut, and you almost feel like the 7 ball gives you a little guiding path into the pocket. It's kind of appeasing to look at.
Absolutely. He does have to be sure to get the cue ball around for that 7 just in case.
Really overcut that one bad.
Yeah, he sure did. Although I do think Vitali, he has a look at the 6. I mean, it's not an offensive opportunity, but he does have a look at it, so he has safety options.
Nice look at Vitali's jorts from above.
I wasn't going to say anything about that, but I think those are big stars. Just kidding. Kidding. They're probably like True Religion or something. was looking at the tag. It just looks familiar.
I don't know what any of that means. I shop at Penny's.
That's okay. Yeah, the ladies in the chat will know. All right, so back about pool. All right, so he's gonna have to hit this one pretty good. The nine's a big ball.
This looks good. Oh my
Oh my
gosh, what a
gosh.
shot.
Yo, he hits
Shape
it
to boot.
so good.
I
This
knew
is
when it
the
came up,
9.
headed into that second rail, I was like, man, this is going to be
Yeah.
close to being really good.
Oh, that was sporty. All right, and he falls perfectly in the window there for the 7.
Appreciate everybody tuning in with us. Wouldn't mind hitting the like button and sharing it for us.
All right, so he caught that a little thinner to the pocket than he would have liked. He's real steep on the 8. This is the hot seat match. The
Overcut this
X.
bad.
Oh,
You can tell.
yeah, he's
What he
pretty
thinks
upset
about that.
Yeah, pretty upset about that one. Went ahead and swiped the balls. Probably doesn't even want to watch Vitaly shoot those 3 balls. So
a little bit of a pressure cooker here at the xTen tournament. We had some reactions with Mora. Bergman is feeling it.
yeah, absolutely.
4 apiece on the outer table here. Landon looking to pull ahead by 1.
Both of these guys, young guns in the sport. Cash taking just a little bit different route, I think, than Landon, with their, with their paths through the
Sure.
sport.
Yeah, definitely.
Both of them just such great talents. And that's the good thing about pool too, I would say right now. There's so many different avenues to greatness.
Yeah, for sure. And that's
You know,
the old days of the. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't still happen, but the hustling and the crazy lifestyle and stuff. I mean, that's all still out there, but it's a lot different these days. I mean, it's not like guys are going out. Everybody knows who everybody is, right? So it's more of matching up and making a game that both sides like and getting after it, and not so much the dangers of nobody knows who anyone is or what's going to happen. You're matching up with matches you like, people you know. That was a little bit more the routes of what Cash has gone and Landon more so along the traditional tournament path, but both phenomenal players and obviously equally talented. 5-4 is the scoreline there.
absolutely. And I would say there's an art to both ways, right? Like
sure.
back in the day, there was always an art to matching up in the back room, backdoor days of pool. And even though all the players do, it's real easy to catch a line on somebody and everybody knows everyone, primarily because of social media.
Sure.
I think, but there's still an art to matching up. There's still absolutely an art to it. So, there's just different ways to go about enjoying our sport and being successful at it. Just a little bit different path, those guys.
And I will say, too, they're both just about as outstanding of human beings as it gets. Can't say enough nice things about both Landon and Cash.
Yeah. Absolutely.
They've both also spent a lot of time here at Railyard. Come to most of the events we have. Another push to the rail here for Vitaly.
All right, this is an interesting push as well.
It's really similar to the one he pushed out for Justin earlier in the match.
Yeah. I think Justin has, in the other one, I'm not sure Justin had the whole ball to work
Correct,
with or
yeah.
opportunities. This one, Justin does. He is going to have to be really still here in execution. No body movement. Kind of just watch the ball fall, and a little off in that. It's such a tough shot shooting the cue, shooting that kind of distance straight in with the cue frozen to the short rail. It's difficult to execute those shots well. You know you're living and playing and really in stroke, though, when you can hit a few of those.
Yeah, it
We
definitely
watched,
takes a straight movement of the arm there. One of the shots that D. Atkins, I know, works on a lot with players. Spent some time in his training area there in Ohio, West Jefferson.
Absolutely. Yeah, Dee's got a little training center set up that players will come to from all over the place to take lessons from him. He sets up entire programs with these junior players and adults as well. It's not just junior players, so if you're interested in looking for some lessons, you can get a hold of D. Atkins on Facebook.
Yeah,
Hook
it's
up.
really an awesome thing he does there. He will train any junior that wants to make it out there, train any of them for free. And he funds it all by, charging for the adults that he works with. And so it's a great way to support the game and the up-and-comers, and also learn something yourself along the way. My wife and I have both spent a lot of time up there with him before we had children.
Okay, so he's trying to figure out how do you swing that cue ball around.
Yeah, I think just a little rail first here. Let the inside English bring you around. You could also just play one rail straight up. Looks like what he's going to do. I think I liked spinning around myself. There's such a big window there between the 4 and the 6.
Boy, we've had some really tight matches all day today. Every match has just been back and forth, back and forth. Little inside check on that shot. He's hit it pretty well. May have to go forward on this. I can't really tell right now. He opts to draw back and play. No, he could do that. He could do that also.
Yeah, I think he's just straight enough. He can kind of come right back towards himself. Excuse me.
Yeah. I would say the key here too, for those of you who are watching, maybe to shoot this with enough pace to get to the rail and back out, so he doesn't have to worry about being stuck under the brown 7. Sometimes when you try to get too perfect, it can cause a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I like that.